Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The February 7, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make this announcement as a matter of course during all of our council meetings that we have a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during the meeting today, then please use the exits, and once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property, and employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now, we make this announcement just to advise you as to the facilities and what would take place if, in fact, there were an emergency. We have no reason to expect that that would take place for any reason whatsoever, but we have to make everybody alert of that. Before we proceed with the agenda, we'd like everybody to please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Robert Fowler, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and remain standing for the pledge, followed by the Black National Anthem in honor of Black History Month, performed by local recording artist INV.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Council. Congratulations, Councilman Weekly. I'm proud of you. Eternal God, we thank you and praise you this morning for the privilege that we have of being able to live this life that you have given to us. We do this because it's right. Everything that has breath ought to be grateful to you and thank you. We're thankful for giving us this day. We're thankful for the beauty of the city that we live in. We're grateful for the angels that are protecting us and your hand of mercy that allows us the privilege of being able to ambulate throughout the day that you've given to us. We come this morning, Father, to ask you to bless our city council, these representatives that stand over us in a legislative and a governmental way. We're grateful to you for them. Your word tells us it's right to be thankful for those who serve over you, and we are today. Thank you for them. Thank you for the collective wisdom that you've given to them. Thank you for their history, their culture, their background that has led them to this place of service on this particular day. We pray for their families as well, God, that you would keep them while they're serving our city and serving you. We pray, Father, that you would give them wisdom this morning. The decisions that they have to make are decisions that will determine the peace and the prosperity of our city. We pray that you would give them the collective wisdom of Solomon, that they might operate in a way that all can see the hand of God upon their life and the wisdom that brings peace and prosperity to our city. We're also grateful today, Father, for the fact that the City Council is recognizing the contributions of African American citizens to the prosperity and the development of this city. Thank you for the multicultural deposit that you have placed here in this city, for each one that has served in government and entertainment, socially, through journalism, education, or any other means, religion, that has been used to assist this city to honor you and to prosper and to live in peace. We're grateful for them. And we pray this day, this month, this year, that you would continue to bless us and bless the African Americans that are a part of our community. Now again, God, we're thankful for all that we have to do. May everything that our hands touch prosper. In the name of our Lord and Savior we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No, not yet.
Lift every voice and sing, till earth in heaven ring, ring with the heart. sea. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day's begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, Councilman Ross will recognize the February Citizen of the Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's hard to follow an act like that. Can I try out with you guys? Where did they go? You guys are awesome. That was great. And I recognized a lot of the folks in the audience were singing that song with you, so you had a lot of backup singers. I am pleased today to introduce Ward 6's Citizens of the Month, and I'm always challenged when it becomes my turn because there's so many great folks out there in Ward 6 that do such wonderful things. But today it's a great privilege to introduce to you Todd Schwartz. Todd, would you please come forward? This is Todd Schwartz from Ward 6. And Todd, I want you to look at the audience. I'm going to try to get you to blush here. And Heather, you're not off the hook. You'll be up here in a second. Okay? We all know that building strong communities benefits all of us. Strong communities result in strong cities, strong states, and even a stronger nation. Todd Schwartz moved to Las Vegas from New York a little over 3 years ago. He purchased a home in Spring Mountain Ranch Development and immediately began to work to make his neighborhood a better place. There are 1,600 homes in his development. He became a board member of his homeowners association in 2004. And in 2005, he was elected president of the association and was just reelected for a second term. Some of Todd's accomplishments. He worked to save the land designated for a park in his community from being disposed of. He sponsored a neighborhood watch program. He formed a social committee which created social events for the entire community, and that's the first in its history. He creates and distributes a full-color bi-monthly newsletter informing his neighbors of what is happening in and around their community. He wrote a 5-year capital improvement and restoration plan for the Homeowners Association. But in my mind, Todd's greatest contribution to his community is his drive to replace the gas lamps with solar lighting in his neighborhood. The Homeowners Association was paying more and more for gas lamps that stayed on 24 hours a day and could not be turned off. Todd contacted our office, other homeowners associations, Southwest Gas, and finally the governor's office. This was an issue that no one had answers to and no one wanted to address. But because of Todd's perseverance with the Homeowners Association, his Homeowners Association will be one of the biggest and first implementers of more than 50 commercial solar lights. He will be saving money for his neighbors and saving energy, which helps all of us. Because of all that he does, you may think that Todd is retired or independently wealthy. But Todd does this while working full-time as a project manager for a leading trade show company. He is married to a wonderful young lady, and her name is Heather. And Heather, would you come up here now and join Todd? He can't do this by himself. And I've got to tell you, as Todd sacrifices much of his time, he does not do it by himself. He does it with his wife by his side. He attends Metro's First Tuesdays and nearly all developer meetings to represent homeowners associations' concerns. He served on the Floyd Lamb Citizen Advisory Committee, providing essential information about the needs of residents in the Northwest. He is also an active member of the Community Association Institute of Nevada. This spring, Spring Mountain Ranch was named the best single-family community by this organization. This young man came to Nevada, as many have, looking for a better life. But unlike many others, he immediately began to give back. He has worked long and hard to improve his community and make life better for his neighbors. Because of his strong commitment to the Northwest and because of the many hours he has spent to improve it, we would like to recognize Todd Schwartz as the Ward 6 Citizen of the Month. And I'm going to hand that to you, Todd. Now, Todd's a good-looking guy, and I asked him earlier in my office if he had any political aspirations. And his wife gave me that evil look. Todd, you want to say a few words?
I just hope that some people learn. I'm still young, looking to have a family. There's still a lot out there, and just we need to make sure that each of us as individuals, as citizens, care about our community and make sure our community improves and becomes a better place for everyone.
Thank you, Todd. Big round of applause for Todd and Heather. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. That's great. For our next two items, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize two local groups for their service to the community. Councilwoman?
Today we are, Today we are honoring the Las Vegas Firefighters Benefit Association for their annual Adopt a Bike event. 6 years ago, the firefighters started this program, Adopt a Bike. They recycled old bikes, which kept them out of landfills, and they donated them to children in need. That first year, they donated 15 bikes. This past holiday season, they gave away over 300 bicycles, along with other toys and food for families. Most of these were given away through the Las Vegas Clark County Urban League, with a few going out to other needy families. We know the firemen help us in so many ways with our bike rodeos, with educational programs at schools. Today, however, we want to recognize you for this wonderful program you've developed, Adopt a Bike. So please help me welcome and thank Mitch Steinberg, Representative, John Kelly, President of the Las Vegas Firefighters Benefit Association, and you have a third person there whose name I wasn't given. You come up. Greg Gammon. Nice to see you. And would like you to say a few words, if you would, please.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Mr. Mayor, and the council. It's a pleasure for us to be able to give back something a little different to the community. We're out there every day running calls and putting out fires, but this is something a little extra we were able to do. And this year, obviously, went to the next level, giving away full meals to the families that were in need, as well as books and toys. So we really made their Christmas. We're really excited, taking it to the next level. Also, the help of Harley-Davidson, giving us some facilities as well as some financial support. McGee's Bike and Sports Shop, they helped us out with some parts that we needed to get the bikes ready to go. And it is a multifaceted effect, taking things out of the landfill, which we know is filling up fast enough, and then recycling them back to the kids. So it's good to do something a little different for the community. But thank you.
You know, he said we do a little bit here and there. They do a little bit everywhere, all the time. Thank you. And here's our certificate of appreciation for the work you do. Congratulations. During the 2005-06 school year, there were 36 documented traffic accidents near Clark County School District campuses in the Las Vegas area, with 3 of those incidents resulting in fatalities. In response, less than a year ago, representatives from governmental agencies and organizations joined forces with the Clark County School District and other community partners to form a program called Kids About, a Safety Coalition. This coalition raises awareness of traffic safety near schools through media campaigns, educational programs, and working with school administrators, police, and traffic engineers from the various local governments. We have a short video showing one of their campaign tools used to educate children in an effort to help to eliminate accidents. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3. Yes!
There you go.
This is a stencil where it says, look left, look right, and we put it all around the schools.
Witnesses to our graffiti.
Look left, look right.
Left. And then left again. Any cars coming? Okay. Hey, we did it!
Just a little bit to show you what we've been doing at the different schools, how much this has helped. By the way, Councilman Weekly brought this water for me. Obviously, I'm having some trouble talking. What am I going to do when he's not here any longer? I don't know. I haven't seen the mayor offer me any water recently.
Mayor doesn't know what water is.
He was ready for that, wasn't he? As I said last year, 2005-06, 36 documented traffic accidents, 3 fatalities. Then this group came into a being. And this year, their success can be easily measured by the fact that this school year there have been only 5 reported incidences and no fatalities. That's quite an impressive improvement in 1 year. Today, I, with the mayor and city council, wish to recognize this group of individuals whose passion and enthusiasm, you saw some of that up there in the video, champion this much-needed cause to ensure a safer environment for all the children in our community. And we're giving a proclamation to honor this group. Would you please come up, Chief Garcia, who's president of the coalition? And some of the other board members, come up too. Nice to see you. Chief Garcia, would you say a few words, please, about your group?
Thank you. Really my pleasure. Good morning, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Mayor, City Council, for having us here today. We're very fortunate that this group, a grassroots group, formed. Concerned citizens up here with me are members of the coalition. All of these folks up here with me are parents and volunteers that have come together to work with city council members, with myself. We have our treasurer over here, Mr. Lenny. We have Bill Niver with us. He's one of our vice presidents. The gentleman you saw up on the stage on the video, Scott Konath, our secretary treasurer, and also our #1 volunteer out here. He's really carries the show for us. We're very fortunate that this year, through our efforts, and we won't take all the credit for it, we'll take partial credit for it, that our children are much more safer walking to and from the schools. Everyone here has a connection to the schools and the kids somehow. You have a son, you have a daughter, you have a niece, a grandson, a granddaughter, someone that attends school, and their safety is of utmost importance, that they're able to attend school and leave in a safe manner. And that's our task as a coalition. And by coincidence today, I heard the proclamation for the firefighters, and just 2 days ago, I had about 75 bicycles I don't know what to do with, that we need to get rid of. And a little light bulb went off in my head. I said, what if we give it to them? They talked about also helping out the community, the unfortunate in the community. Well, I happen to be the president of a coalition that does the exact same thing. So I think today, just by us being here, we can make this connection with the fire department and be able to double the efforts that they have here done today. So with that, I would like for one of our parents, or two of them, to give a few comments about what it's really like to be a community activist and help out as a parent. Scott, would you be willing to do that? And we have to give him a time limit of 2 minutes, by the way.
When Chief Garcia starts reaching for his holster, you'll know that he wants me to get off my Safe Routes to School soapbox. I'd like to start out, I'd like to really formally thank the people that are on our board. We have several people, and this will show you how involved our community is, not just the 4 or 5 individuals that we have up here. Of course, you know Chief Garcia is our president. Our Vice President of Education is Annabelle Watkins from AAA Nevada. Our Vice President of Engineering is Maggie Saunders, right here from the Silver States Bicycle Coalition. The Vice President of Government Affairs is Charlene Gumber, who is a parent, a Nevada PTA parent. Our Vice President of Public Safety is Ron Santos, the City of North Las Vegas Crossing Guard Coordinator. I'm a Nevada PTA parent myself as a secretary. Lenny has a personal business from Lenny's Tax Service. And then we've got 6 committees that work underneath us with different areas. Our first one is our Communications Committee. Pat Nelson from Clark County School District Communications Office and Steve Lombard chair that committee. The Education Committee is chaired by Karen Flanagan from Nevada PTA and Vicki Higgins, a parent. Our Engineering Committee is chaired by O.C. White, the City Traffic Engineer, and Ebony Folk, who works for O.C. White. Our Government Affairs Committee is chaired by Craig Cadlib from the Clark County School District Government Affairs Office. And our Public Safety Committee is chaired by Jim Ketza, who is in the back up there, who didn't want to come up with us. He also will be reaching for his holster if I stay up here too long. And then Robin Meunier, the City of Las Vegas Ward 1 liaison to Councilwoman Tarkanian, is our chairman for our Ways and Means Committee, and Bill Niver is the co-chair. With the projects that we've got going on, we've got several things that we've been doing in the last year, and we've spent lots of time behind the scenes trying to make it safer, and we've got a long way to go. The stenciling project that we did, primarily in Ward 1, we do have a few schools outside of the area that we have the stencil at. We would like to issue a challenge to the other wards in the city of Las Vegas to let us come into your wards and stencil your schools to help educate the children in those areas. And the second, I started thinking about another one that I could get the mayor to help me with here. I was thinking about a conversation I had with a council person in a city north of here. I won't mention the name. But I had a conversation with this person, and she went out to tell me how that city was doing the school district a favor by paying for the crossing guards. And right off the bat, if Chief Garcia would have been standing next to me, he would have been reaching for his holster, because I got on my soapbox and climbed up a ladder. Because if you know of the federal guide that the traffic engineers use that put up the stop signs and all that, there's a section in there that dictates the guidelines for crossing guards. So that is not a school district function. It's a part of being a part of the community, and that I took offense to that. So in response to that, I would like to issue a second challenge. Now, we have received a piece of paper from the mayor and the mayor of North Las Vegas, Mayor Montandon. And while I like paper and it looks good, if you really want to see what's going on in our school zones, you need to be a crossing guard. And with that, I'd like to issue a challenge. And we've done this with Corey Leviton, the guy from the RJ that goes out to these bad jobs and reports on it, and we opened his eyes. And as a reserve captain in the military, I never had to go to combat, but there's a thing that they had out there called combat pay. And I honestly think, and I'm not kidding here, I've stood by my crosswalk, I've been gestured at, I've been cussed out, and I've been threatened with bodily harm. And it's a serious business. These guys are our frontline defense for our kids. We've got high-profile vehicles out there, and if you don't know what that is, just picture a Hummer driving down the road with somebody talking on a cell phone. And our crossing guard is out there trying to stop that thing so that the 4-foot-high elementary school kids can get across the street. So, Mayor Goodman, I would like to issue a challenge to you for some true support. If you would like to come out, I've got an intersection for you too. I know this is probably in the county's jurisdiction, but there's a 7-lane road, 45-mile-per-hour speed limit at Desert Inn and Pecos. I'd like to have you come out with me, and we'll stop some cars out there.
I will not go into the county.
I'll find you another intersection similar to that, but.
I don't know what I'm doing, but is this it? How does this look?
Great, great. Just your color.
There we go. What's happening here? Am I okay?
I think it's.
Hey, fellas, why don't you come up here and sing for me? You got it, okay? We'll be out there.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thanks a million. Thank you. We're out there.
Did you have anybody else you wanted to speak? Yeah. And we have one more lady.
Hi, I'm Maggie Saunders. I wanted to thank the City of Las Vegas. I've worked in pedestrian and bicycle safety for the past few years, and I know firsthand that our city's mayor and many council members have stepped up and have really gone out of their way to provide safe walking places for our children and for all of our citizens. A few years ago, the mayor stood in a crosswalk in heavy traffic to show that we need to be careful and look out for pedestrians in crosswalks. Councilman Wolfson also came out 2 years ago to one of the best international Walk Our Children to School days that we have had in this area, and he was a crossing guard. He crossed a number of children and their parents to get to school safely. Councilman Weekly, we had a bicycle rodeo in his area. It was a huge event. 783 kids, every child had a helmet, and it was great support. And of course, Councilwoman Tarkanian allowing us to stencil all of the school crosswalks in her ward, which is a great reminder for children and adults to be careful when they are crossing the street. And you also support our community by having great traffic engineers, O.C. White, Ebony Folk, who come out on days of Walk Our Children to School Day and are really there for the pedestrian and pedestrian safety. So on behalf of Lookout Kids About, I really want to thank all of you.
I'd just like to give the proclamation, please, Chief. Where is it? Right, there it is. Basically, this proclamation emphasizes coming together as a community to change the driver behavior that is hurting our children at this time. But coming together as a community is what we're all trying to do in everything to promote the city's safety. And united, we're strong. And I'd like to give this proclamation to you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Did you want me to just toss this?
Another one that you have to do?
No.
That's it? Okay. Thanks. For our next item, Councilman Weekly will proclaim February as Black History Month in the city of Las Vegas. Councilman?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. First of all, I'd just like to say how blessed I am to be here today and to give honor to my ancestors and the forefathers and foremothers whose shoulders I'm standing on, and how grateful I am for all of those trailblazers who made it possible that I do what I do today. And, of course, we want to pay tribute to Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who saw fit to pay recognition to African and African Americans who have made outstanding contributions in helping to build this country. And so here in Southern Nevada, being a native Nevadan, we always find it fit to recognize those leaders and trailblazers who have done just a yeoman's job in helping to build this city what it is today. Before I introduce those trailblazers and those wonderful people who are doing a fantastic job in our city, I'd like to recognize some students who will join us on the dais here today and experience Mayor Goodman and the members of the council and our deputies and staff firsthand to get an opportunity and an inside look on how government operates and how it works. And I'd like to have those students stand and be recognized, and then you all will join us. Well, let me call your name first. Danica from Advanced Technologies Academy, Danica Barber, if you'd stand to be recognized. Thank you. From Rancho High School, Amir Hill. Amir, if you'd stand, please, be recognized. Cheyenne High School, Joy Holliday. Western High School, Latia Hatcher. DeAndre Agassi College Preparatory Academy, Chris Mitchell. Canyon Springs High School, Brianna Walker. And Las Vegas Academy, Nicole Redford. This morning, Councilman Brown will assist me in passing out these awards to our award recipients this morning. We are very proud to recognize one of our longtime educators. She's just done such a wonderful job in the community. She's a former teacher as well as a former principal, and now one of our school board trustees who have just been a wonder for us, and we love her to death. She couldn't be here today, but we want to recognize Trustee Shirley Barber, and here to accept her award is Miss Alma McDonald. Is she here? Is Alma here? Okay. No, well, we'll recognize Mrs. Barber if you all give her a round of applause in her absence. This next lady I'd like to recognize, she was a Broadway dancer. She grew up in the world of show business, performing with the likes of Cab Calloway, Bill Robinson, Pearl Bailey, and Louis Jordan. She moved to Las Vegas to be a part of the opening production of the new Moulin Rouge Hotel. Her philosophy is she believes you can make your own happiness, and she's the proud wife of my role model, my icon, my father figure. I love him to death. Bob Bailey's in the audience, but Pop, we're not recognizing you today. We're recognizing your better half. Mrs. Anna Bailey, if you come up and be recognized as one of our outstanding members in Black History Month.
I love you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Come on, stand over that way, Mrs. Barber. Next, I'd like to recognize a young man who began his banking career in 1993 with Primary Bank. He's the first African-American president of a bank here in the state of Nevada, and he's one of the youngest bank presidents in the country. And last year, he opened the first Commerce Bank in 2006. Please welcome Mr. Al Gourier. Yeah, good morning, man. Next, I'd like to recognize a young lady. She serves as Vice President of Corporate Diversity, Communications, and Community Affairs for MGM Mirage. She's responsible for implementation, there it is, of companies' diversity initiatives, community affairs, communications, and public relations, as well as government relations and corporate philanthropy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my dear friend, Ms. Deborah Nelson. This next young man here, he's born and raised in Las Vegas. He's the son of a former Clark County Sheriff deputy. He joined the police academy in 1978. He was one of only 2 officers in the department chosen to work in the first community relations office located in West Las Vegas back in 1981. This man's, I tell you, he has a list of accomplishments that will take us all day, and we are so very proud of him. We love him to death, and he does a fantastic job for us, and he is now our new undersheriff. Everybody, this is Mr. Roderick Jett. This next young lady here, she's a 28-year resident of Nevada, 28-year tenure in the Clark County School District, including positions as area superintendent, principal, assistant principal, dean of students, special education teacher, and in 2001, she became an assistant region superintendent. Please welcome Ms. Billy Knight Rayford. This next young man here, he preached his first sermon May 25th, students, 1965. In 1966, he began a 31-year career in radio broadcasting. In 1977, he was called a pastor of the Community Baptist Church of Henderson, Nevada in February 1977 and continues to serve as their pastor. He's the past president of the NAACP Las Vegas branch, in which I see the current president, Dean Ishman, is here of the NAACP. Thank you for being here. He's a co-organizer of Nevada Black Chamber of Commerce. He's a gospel promoter, bringing many groups and quartets to Las Vegas. In 1975, Reverend James Cleveland, he brought here in the Gospel Music Workshop of America board meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my dear friend, Reverend Sam Roberson, Sr. Hey, Pastor, good morning, sir. Thank you. This next young man I'd like to recognize, he's a native of Las Vegas. He graduated from Clark High School back in 1992, and he joined the city of Las Vegas in 1989. He's our deputy director, and CIO, performing the functions of Chief Technology Officer in Information Technology. He installed the first online initiative interactive mapping system in the state of Nevada. He completed the City of Las Vegas's award-winning third-generation website, and he orchestrated the state's first statewide government services portal and successfully completed the city's year 2000 Y2K project. He's going to be leaving us. This is his last week with the City of Las Vegas. He's accepted a position in Dallas, Texas. Is it Dallas? Arlington, Texas. Yeah, he's leaving us, man. We love him. He's done a fantastic job for the City of Las Vegas. He's a Stanford graduate and just an overall good guy. Louis Carr Jr., everybody. He's leaving you, Mayor.
Well, so are you.
Oh, well. Don't start this morning. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. This last gentleman here, man, I've come to love him to death. I call him Uncle. He's known as the guy who can roll the rollover if it's dead. Okay. He wrote The Red Fox Show in 1995. He won an American Comedy Award as Best Stand-Up Comedian. He's been featured in his own HBO One Night Stand and has appeared in several motion pictures, including Three Strikes, Little Nicky, A Rage in Harlem, and Batman Forever, and has appeared on The Tonight Show, Oprah, The Late Show with David Letterman, and this guy here, he's currently headlining on the Strip at the Flamingo Hotel. The best 10 p.m. show. I guess he'll put that other word in there if he wants to. Hopefully he won't. We love him, man. He's just a wonderful, wonderful guy, and he just does a great job. Everybody, Mr. George Wallace. That's you. Uncle George. And I want young people to understand that as you look at these men and women who have made outstanding contributions, the sky is the limit as to where you can go in your life. If you just have faith in yourself and your confidence and just believe and know that there are people who have come before you that have made it possible, and that if you have an open mind and understand that the society that we live in, we work in a society where it's incumbent that we learn how to work and get along with everybody. And if you just believe and not let anyone deter you and tell you what you can't be, and you believe what you can be, anything is possible. And so with that, I'd like to give all these folks another round of applause. And I want to thank Harry Williams. I want to thank Jocelyn Brewer-Fisher, Tyrone Thompson. Of course, I want to thank Carlette Adams. They all worked very hard to pull all of this together. And we thank you so very much. And thank you. Congratulations to each and every one. INV, thank you guys very much. Didn't they sound great? Give them another round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, everybody. It's good having you. George, you want to entertain?
I'd just like to thank the mayor, the only mayor in America that would give all of us a bottle of champagne this early in the morning. And I certainly want to thank and Councilman Gwynn, want to thank him tonight for, I'm sorry. My good friend, I love him dearly. I want to thank all of you for letting me become a part of your community here this morning. And I'm definitely not going to be long because I only had 50 cents to put in those meters over there, so I got to go.
For our final item, I'd like to ask Chief Karen Coyne with the City's Department of Detention and Enforcement to join us at the podium. Recently, city marshals, employees of the city's Field Operations Department, and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department came together to fight crime in our valley. Chief Coyne is here to tell us a bit more about these recent events and recognize the individuals who took part in this effort. Chief?
Thank you, Your Honor, council members. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to be here, and it is a true honor to recognize the fine public servants that were here and involved in this case today. And I'd like to invite them to the podium at this time, along with Captain Randy Montanan. As they make their way to the podium, the story I'm about to share with you is just an excellent example of how effective we can be when we work together to make our community safer. When we share information, when we openly communicate, when we pool our resources, and when we share our resources. When we connect faces with names and attach them to organizations, there is truly nothing that we can't accomplish. And so the story goes like this. On December 21st, 2006, officers from the City of Las Vegas Special Enforcement Team, along with detectives from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, specifically the Property Crimes Division, Construction Theft Detail, and officers from Southeast Area Patrol Community-Oriented Policing Unit, acted upon a confidential informant's lead and executed a search warrant in an effort to uncover evidence of copper wire theft and illegal recycling. During a search of the property, the officers found several patches of dirt appearing to be recently raked over and very soft. Officers used shovels and dug into the ground where they found evidence of wire shavings buried 6 to 12 inches beneath the surface. They called in a backhoe to assist in an effort to reveal more evidence and located approximately 2,000 pounds of wire shavings buried on this property, some of which were 8 feet below the surface. The estimated value of the recovered evidence was $25,000, and as a result, 3 felonies and 7 misdemeanor charges were filed against the suspects. Gentlemen, and I know there were a few ladies involved that may not be here with us today, or may. There she is. There's one other as well. She's on vacation. Your training, professionalism, and fortitude were evident in bringing this costly and illegal operation to a halt without injury to anyone and without disregard for the rights of those involved. You are to be commended for your hard work and dedication to your agencies and to the citizens of this community. Thank you all very much. We're very proud of you. Captain Montandon, would you like to say a few words? Captain. How are you, sir?
Good. All the agencies in the Valley have come together to combat this crime, and I'm sure that you've seen a lot of the media attention brought to these criminals out there, bringing down our street lights and our parks, and making them dark during the nighttime hours and things like this. And Metro has come together with a task force and brought officers from different departments within Metro to combat this, and teaming up with the city marshals and other law enforcement agencies in the Valley, we're making some good inroads into this crime. And all I can say today is that we need assistance from the community as a whole. I see all of these great associations and stuff that's being honored here today. And it's groups like yours that are going to allow us as law enforcement to combat this and to bring these criminals to justice and to stop this plight that our Valley is experiencing right now. So I also have gotten some great ideas from today's meeting in reference to going out and reaching out to these community groups. And I'm sure working with the marshals and other law enforcement in the Valley that we'll be able to get a handle on this crime and basically put them where they belong and leave our lights on at night so that everybody can be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there's no question that the community is ready, willing, and able to assist law enforcement to make this a safer place. And the City Council and myself are so appreciative of the relationship that has been forged between the city's Marshal Service and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. It's unprecedented, the kind of cooperation that takes place, and we really appreciate the fact that we can work together to make Las Vegas safe for all of us. Thank you.
In the interest of time, if you would just step off to the side, we have a little certificate and letter for you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Sure. Thanks, guys. Nice seeing you guys. Thank you very much. Great having you here. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor, thank you. Okay. Yes. I don't blame you. How come? Why? Is there a reason? Is there a reason you don't want to sit next to me? No, don't do this to me. That's great. That's all it is.
Yeah, Hopper right over there, behind the citizen of the month. Yes, it is.
No, I was just going to go here.
How you doing?
Hi, Doug.
Real good. How is everybody? How are you all? Good seeing you. How you doing? Good. Everything's good. How are you doing, lady? Nice seeing you. Okay. Have a seat. Hey, Chris. How you doing? Oscar Goodman. Nice seeing you. How you doing? Good. This is the way it works. We got the little buttons here. In here. Now the green button is yes. The red button is no. The orange one is abstain. So what I'll do is I'll say yes, push the green. If I say no, push the red. And I don't think we'll have too many abstentions in the morning. You got it? Good. Now you're going to preparatory school, right? Agassiz? Right. And where do you go? All right. All getting good grades?
Yes, sir.
Everyone's getting good grades, right? All right. Okay, we have everybody here? Good. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence with our regular agenda, I would like us to engage in a moment of silence for two gentlemen with very close ties to our community who have worked with the city of Las Vegas, passed away this last week. Larry Barton was appointed city manager of the city of Las Vegas on December 15th, 1993, and he served in that capacity until 1999. Prior to his appointment, he served as a deputy city manager for the city of Las Vegas for 8 years. In his deputy city manager position, he was responsible for overseeing 6 departments, which included business activity, community planning, public works, fire services, parks and leisure services, and building and safety. Before joining the city, Mr. Barton was a fighter pilot in the United States Air Force and was the vice commander of the United States Air Force Weapons Center at Nellis Air Force Base, holding the rank of colonel. Mr. Barton held a Master of Business Administration degree from Auburn University and a Bachelor of Science in Accounting from the University of Missouri. In addition, he had completed Harvard University's program for management development. I did not know Mr. Barton personally. However, folks who worked with the city during that period of time have come up to me expressing their sorrow and grief for his passing because he was a shining example of what a public servant is supposed to be. And We will miss him. We also had an untimely passing of a gentleman who was of great assistance with the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute, in particular his expertise in the area of Alzheimer's disease. Dr. Leon Thal, who was working very closely with Dr. Zavon Khatchatorian, who is here today, died doing what he loved. This past weekend, he loved to fly slow-moving private planes, and his plane went down, and we lost him. That will be a severe blow to the progress that we've been making as far as addressing the issues of Alzheimer's. But knowing Dr. Khatchatorian, he'll work twice as hard in order to keep Dr. Thal's memory alive in this community. So let us have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Item number 10, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 37 is a sewer connection interlocal contract at northwest corner of Ackerman Avenue and Tioga Way. Staff's asked to strike. Item 48 is appeal of work card. Ashley M. Hulleman, Metro's asked to strike. Item 52 is a package license, Four Aces Emporium from 124 South First Street to 519 East St. Louis Avenue. The applicant has asked that to be held in advance until our June 20th, 2007 meeting. And we also have item number 59. I'm going to ask that to be withdrawn. Item 59 is discussion of possible action regarding a new packaged liquor subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Code and Health Department regulations. Leslie Diane doing business at Wine Gourmet and Goodies, 625 South Las Vegas Boulevard. At the request of the applicant, we're going to have that withdrawn without prejudice, please.
All right.
Are there any other items, council members, we need to move forward at this time? Charlie?
Yes. Item 38, there's an error that needs to be corrected. Maybe that should be brought forward so that
All right,
the
we can have that
correction
brought
can be
forward
made.
on the consent agenda. Yes, sir, did you have something?
Yes, good morning. Al Iago, citizen of Las Vegas. I'd like to discuss item number 40.
Item number 40. All right, thank you.
Are these items we are pulling forward for discussion or holding in advance?
The items 37, 48, 52, and the last one, what was that?
Are being held.
59.
59, those are being held in abeyance, and we're going to call forward items 38 and 40.
Okay. I'd like to hear when you get to it, 30.
30?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, is there a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion that we approve items 37, 48, 52, and 59 with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? I'm sorry. I did it. We'll get you next time. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the special city council meeting of December 11, 2006, and the regular city council meeting of December 20, 2006.
No questions or deletions, Your Honor. Make a motion that we approve the minutes as approved.
Thank you. Opposed, please. May the record reflect that Ms. Bridges, is she our city clerk or acting city clerk? Acting city clerk is doing a wonderful job so far. Thank you. Items 12 through 43 are on the consent agenda and are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Yes, we have item 38, 40, and number 30, sir, please.
38, 40, and
30.
30. Okay. Anything else? All right, may I have a motion, please?
I move for approval of consent calendar with exceptions of 38, 40, and 30, please, with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Yes. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 30. Item number 30 is approval of an additional $554,405 in community development block grant construction funds for the expansion of the Doolittle Senior Center located at 1930 J Street in Ward 5. Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I ask this item to be pulled forward as a request from a constituent. I guess want to be heard on this item, but I do want to begin by thanking Sam Tolman and Steve Harsons and all of the staff, Tim Whitwright, who we've been working very closely with this expansion. When this senior center was built some years ago, when Councilman Reese represented the ward, turned out to be a beautiful senior center, but they've completely outgrown it, and they've just done they're doing a phenomenal job over there, but they're bursting at the seams, and so I really appreciate, all of the meetings that we've had and going back and forward to make sure that we listen to all of their concerns and their requests, and I'm very, happy to report that we should begin that progress in what would you guess?
Probably in another 2 or 3 months.
Yes.
We're doing the bids and then starting the construction.
Absolutely. So, Your Honor, with that, as I indicated, it's a wonderful project, and to all the seniors in the Doolittle Community Center, I do want to thank them so very much for their support, and to the staff who have worked tirelessly with us to make this happen. Congratulations to you all as well, and we're looking forward to a beautiful addition onto this facility.
Thanks.
Did you want to be heard?
Yes, I do. Beatrice Turner, candidate for mayor. I would like to know where they're going to add on to the center at. They're going to go in the park, in the back, on the top? How they going to add on?
We actually have renderings that
we can show you some renderings. Actually, they're going to be going, I believe it's south of the property.
South of the property.
So that means they're going to be going in the park, and they're going to take out the little toys that's there now?
No, not that far out.
They're not going to go that far out?
No.
And you said it right. This came about when Councilman Reese was our councilman at the time, where our seniors really wanted a standalone senior center. But I see he has one in his ward. But that parking lot is already full when you go to Doolittle. Now we're going to add on, and then the seniors that go there, it's full. And we really needed a standalone senior center that should have been across the street, but then we see how it go. But Reese can get one in his ward. We couldn't get one in ours.
Did you want to be heard?
Thanks, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Gene Collins, and I reside at 1101 Ellen Avenue. Did I hear someone say that the renderings and drawings and stuff like that would be available?
Yes.
Okay.
I can make those available to you.
Okay, because I do attend that center. I go to that center. It's a lovely facility. My concern was if we are taking too much of the park, so that people like myself won't have any place to walk. Because I'm out there every morning walking 3 miles. I do it every day. That's part of my therapy. Walking my 3 miles. So if that information is available, and I will get and take a look at it, that was my concern.
Very good. Okay. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Anthony Snowden, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's amazing that the more things change, the more they stay the same. And if we remember, there's been quite some time ago in which the whole issue of the community senior citizen center in the West Las Vegas community was an issue as far as Councilman Reese is concerned. During that time, that actual construction for that site was penned during the time when Jan Leverty Jones was mayor, and at that time they were supposed to actually be designated to have a standalone senior citizen center. That was supposed to happen within the 1994 West Las Vegas plan, if I'm not mistaken, and then sometime later after that, that item was just tabled for some other reason, and all of a sudden, under the leadership of Sarah Segelblum on Neighborhood Services, who was supposed to be facilitating that particular construction of that project, the issue went away. They lost the money in the documentation somewhere. And then when it finally came back, shortly after the city initiated their parks master plan, the issue of Doolittle Park came back again. And that's the time they decided to go ahead and put the 4 rooms extensively that we call it there, but the senior citizen center. And at this date and time, I think that, it's kind of unfortunate that I sit here and I watch the city who has taken monies from community development broadband funds and different other organizations and taken that money and facilitated all this development in the downtown area, which is a good thing. But at the same time, we need to be trying to make sure that we're creating growth and economic development in all types of areas. We are a city of houses, have no green spaces. We don't have anything that people can more or less cling to in the neighborhood kind of community setting. And we want to encourage those type of things in here. Having said that, it's too late to do anything about the senior citizen center now. So I applaud you. Go ahead and expand it and making sure that it's going to be something that it can grow and expand, and look at ways in which we can do parking in different situations down there to make it more feasible, more viable in the community. Also, at the same time, we need to go back and address some of those issues that occurred under the leadership of Sharon Sagerblum with the Neighborhood Services Department. We had all our parks to be closed down during that particular time of her leadership. We need to revisit that issue and open those parks back up. You talk about crime, you talk about gangs, you talk about all those issues that plague the community, but nobody's doing anything about it. And what we need to do is stop doing lip service and go ahead and put the project online so we can start revisiting those issues Sharon Sagerblum brought here and open up our parks, do some economic development, take some of that money, regenerate it, and put it in those areas that are much needed. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do appreciate the comments from the constituents in the area there. I know that we've sat and we've had a lot of meetings and worked very closely with the staff and the seniors over at the community center there. And what we've done is we've taken what we've had to work with, and what we're trying to do is expound on that and give those seniors over there an opportunity to give them more space so that they could continue the programming. Because this is a senior center that seniors travel from all over the city to congregate here. And I just appreciate the fact that the staff have worked very hard to make this happen. And so with that, Your Honor, I'm going to make a motion for approval on this item, please.
Okay, thank you. Vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item 38, please. 38 is approval of a sewer connection and interlocal contract with Clark County Water Reclamation District, KJE Consulting Engineers, on behalf of Robert L. Angelo, owner of the northwest corner of Kevin Way and Helena Avenue, APNs 138-05-301-066, -067, -068, and -069. This is in the county near Ward 6. Mr. Kukowski.
Good morning, Mayor. KJE Consulting Engineers needs to be changed to Red Rock Engineers. That's the only correction.
You maybe read all that for that?
Yes, sorry.
All right, Councilor Ross?
Move to approve, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. Yes, please. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 40. Item number 40 is R-12-2007, approval of a resolution of intent to deed city-owned real property in the state of Nevada in accordance with Nevada Revised Statute 268.061, parentheses 5, end parentheses, located near Casino Center Boulevard and Bonanza Road, a portion of APN 139-27-803-002. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Hodgins?
Yes, Mayor and members of council, this is a very small piece of property. It's .0027 acres. The state has asked that we donate it to them. It's not small. It's too small for us to do anything with it. It's really would only be of any benefit to the state with their building there on the corner of Casino Center and Bonanza.
All right, thank you. Did you want to be here?
Yes, Al Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. Do we have a map of this parcel? Sure do. Now, if you look at it, it's not a small piece of property. The Senior Citizen Center is on that property, the swimming pool, and the gymnasium. It's a very valuable piece of property for the city of Las Vegas. It's being used regularly. The state of Nevada is going to tear it down. Tear it down. Where are the citizens of Las Vegas going to go to the swimming pool or the gymnasium or the Senior Citizen Center? That is my question. Why are we giving the state of this? Do you know what? Can anybody tell me the reason we're giving this property to the state?
Mr. Hodgins.
Yes, we're actually giving them a very little corner of the property. I can show it here on the map. It's actually right there by the driveway of their property now. So we are not giving them the whole tract.
Well, the parcel is the whole area. The whole area, not just a little corner.
Well, you said .002.
I understand that, but if you read the APN number, it's the whole parcel. The swim pool.
Is it .0027 acres? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. And Al, I think what you're confusing, I'm sorry, good to see Ms. Gallego. I think what you're confusing is the proposed I-515.
I understand that.
which
That's the reason.
Which that has nothing to do with this particular item here today.
They're going to tear it down. Is that correct?
Well, what's being talked about, Al, is a possible expansion of that interstate, which could possibly tear that down.
That is the plan.
But in those plans, and they do have an office that you can go and look at the proposed plans, there's a relocation of these services as well, so it's not like it's going to leave the area.
Well, I have talked to city officials and so forth. They cannot tell me where is the swimming pool going, where is the gymnasium going, where is the senior citizen going, where. They don't want to admit it to anybody.
I'm not sure that that's been resolved as of this.
I understand that. So until it's resolved,
nor has the source of funding.
I do not want the swimming pool to be torn down. I use it regularly. We have another agenda that's in reference to this same area that is very critical to our neighborhood, sir. If they tear all this down and put the freeway where they want to put it, it's going to devastate everything north of the freeway. It's going to devastate my neighborhood. I do not want that swimming pool or the gymnasium or the citizen center to be given to the state. Why don't they tear down their building, the parole building? They can expand that.
Thank you. All right, may I have a motion, please, Councilman?
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question, please?
Yes.
What you showed us in the circle, it's not all of that, is it, that we're talking about? It's just a small portion of it? Am I understanding this correctly?
That is correct. It's only a small portion right there by the driveway.
Right there by the driveway?
Yes.
But it's not that whole circle that's shown?
No,
I
it's
just
not.
wanted to emphasize that. Okay.
Councilwoman, the agenda says the whole, all the area. It doesn't say a little teeny piece. If you read the agenda, it tells you the whole parcel, the whole area. It doesn't tell you a
It says
little
a portion.
teeny
It
piece.
says a portion of it.
Well, yes, a very little teeny piece,
Right.
sir.
But that's what it says. All right. Councilman, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. My motion is for approval, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're up to item number 43. This is a report from our city manager on emerging issues. Dr.
Good morning.
Shelby?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just a few items as we move into the month of February. The legislative session started this Monday, and we've got our team up there working diligently to track bills and monitor that and ask for our input down here. I will be going up this afternoon to testify tomorrow to Assembly Government Affairs, along with other city managers, to basically introduce ourselves to the Government Affairs Committee. Friday, it's already been mentioned, the Lou Ruvo Center, but Friday is the groundbreaking for the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute, and we have an item following my presentation for the council that we probably offer more detail on that. It's an amendment to the agreement that facilitates the construction of the project. Also, I just wanted to note that the month of February has a couple of major sporting events. The NBA All-Star Game commences soon, and that'll be a 5-day period highlighting with the game itself on February 18th. Then a few days later, the Tennis Channel Open returns to Las Vegas at the Kellogg's Air Sports Complex at the Darling Tennis Center. We'll have defending champion James Blake, Australian Leighton Hewitt, and the Bryan brothers here, among other celebrities in the sport of tennis. The tournament runs from February 24th through March 4th, and people can go to tennischannel.com for more information. And finally, we're counting down the days to the Vegas Grand Prix. It's about 60 days out now. Preparations are underway, and that seems to be moving smoothly towards a high-profile international event in downtown. And finally, just want to announce that a statuette of Sarah Winnemucca will be placed in the City Hall Bridge Gallery on February 12th. The city contributed towards the full-size statue that now sits in the rotunda of the Capitol. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions of Dr. Selby? All right, thank you very much for the report. Item 44.
Excuse me, Mayor. I have a problem in the city of Las Vegas. Maybe the managers could take care of it. I want to talk about it now while they're here.
They'll be here, and we'll do this in a regular manner.
I understand that, but
and
when
what
they're-
we're going to do, Mr. Gallego, is we're going to have citizens' participation in anything you want to
I
bring
want
up at
all
that time.
Portland to be here. Thank you.
Okay. Item 44, discussion and possible action regarding the Second Amendment, the disposition and development agreement among City of Las Vegas, City Parkway 5, Inc., and the Keep Memory Alive, located at the northeastern corner of Bonneville Avenue and Grand Central Parkway, a portion of APN 139-34-110-003 at Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is an amendment to the existing disposition and development agreement with Keep Memory Alive that will essentially allow them to go onto the site and start construction actually this Friday in advance of our actual conveyance of the site to them per the terms of the agreement. Now, there is precedent for this. We've done this on a number of projects, Jewel being one notably, where we've actually allowed the developer of a site to go out there and start some preliminary work. What this agreement does is provides for them doing so under certain safeguards that would protect us in the event the project didn't go forward. What it does is essentially amends our disposition development agreement by providing for a temporary lease during this period prior to actual conveyance of the site. It will provide that Keep Memory Alive will give us cash security or an equivalent to ensure any payments are made to contractors in the event of mechanics liens or anything like that. One of the things that is precedent to our actual transfer of title is that they provide us evidence of financing, that the project is financed. We have received, the city, their economic development revenue bond application, so they are proceeding forward with the financing of their project. They've, as I understand it, raised considerable money towards the actual construction, so we believe that all the appropriate safeguards are in place with this amendment that would allow them to actually start excavation and some preliminary work prior to actual construction on the site. I would need to read into the record, though, there is a minor change regarding the insurance provisions in the attached temporary lease that would be part of this amendment that I do need to read into the record. And that is in the second sentence of Section 14B on page 6 of the lease. We'll delete that section in its entirety and replace it with the following. Such insurance shall be on an occurrence basis, providing single limit coverage in an amount not less than $1 million per occurrence, and shall be provided to landlord together with an excess insurance policy of not less than $9 million per occurrence, thereby providing landlord with a minimum of $10 million of commercial liability insurance. And of course, that's the provision that provides insurance policy that protects us while they're out on the site as well. So I do have on the overhead a shot of the site. As you know, the Lou Rovo Brain Institute will be starting construction on what we call Parcel A1 of the Union Park Master Plan, which is at the corner of Bonneville and Grand Central Parkway. With all these considerations, staff is recommending approval of the amendment of the DDA as we laid out.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, Mr. Bernhardt.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council, staff, the attorney. First, I just want to thank the mayor for that wonderful tribute to Dr. Thal. He is a wonderful man. It's a loss not just to the city and the state, but also to the country and the world, because he was truly a world-renowned expert in the study of Alzheimer's and brain diseases, and we're so sorry to have lost him. And we will pass on your kind words to his family, and are greatly appreciative of that.
That's on behalf of the entire City Council.
Thank you. I'll make sure that the family knows. I have with me today, as you met last time, Dr. Khatchatorian, Zavan Khatchatorian, who again is our leader and another world-renowned expert in the study of brain diseases, who will be running everything that we do out here for the benefit of the citizens of Nevada. Also with me to my right and your left is Dr. Ara Khatchatorian, Dr. Khatchatorian's son, and Ara is giving us his business expertise as well as his medical background as part of the project, and we're so grateful to have him come here too to also help the City of Las Vegas and Keep Memory Alive in pursuing our activities. As Mr. Adams has indicated, this particular amendment, I'm pleased to report, allows us to proceed sooner than expected. You hear so many projects where delay after delay after delay occurs we actually asked the city for an accommodation to allow us to proceed quicker than we otherwise would have had to do it. And the city, through its staff and the city attorney's office, has been very helpful in accommodating this desire. So we are looking forward, as Mr. Adams indicated, and as Dr. Selby indicated, to our grand opening groundbreaking set for Friday afternoon on the site. And we hope to have dirt moving soon after that, once we comply with the provisions of this proposed amendment, assuming the council approves, which provides adequate safeguards for the city in terms of protecting the city through insurance and through a cash deposit to cover all of the construction that will take place prior to the actual closing of the transaction when title transfers to Keep Memory Alive. So with that, we would ask that you approve this particular amendment. We believe it's in the best interest of the city and provides appropriate protections. We also have on the internet, for the interest of any of you, the staff and the public, the Keep Memory Alive fundraising brochure for our fundraising event Saturday night. And I also have provided some hard copies as well to city council members. And please take time, if you would, to read the mission of the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute section of that brochure. And you'll see what important work is being done by Dr. Khatchatorian to my left and Dr. Khatchatorian to my right, as well as the remaining members of the staff and the tremendous assemblage of wonderful medical researchers that we're developing that will provide tremendous benefits to the state of Nevada. If you don't mind, I'd like to also add a comment thanking Councilmember Weekly for all of his work and support over the years. And also, I think the honored guests here today, the important people, are the students sitting next to each of you on the dais. As a personal note, 40 years ago today, I was a senior at Western High School. And I see the students here, and I'm so proud of what our students have done, and they're a credit to the people of Las Vegas, the education system, and we know they will be the truly important people who will benefit from the work of the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute as they continue to contribute to their community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and I agree with you, Mr. Bernhardt. I believe that these students will be the beneficiaries of the work that's going to be taking place at the Lou Ruvo Brain Center. So when they stand before us, or they sit up here in our place some 30 years from now, these horrific neurodegenerative diseases will be cured here in Las Vegas as a result of Dr. Khatchatorian's bringing in experts from all over the world who address these issues in Las Vegas, Nevada. So I congratulate you. I look forward to the groundbreaking. I think it's an important moment in our history. I think it will redefine us as a city, and we will become a great medical center as a result of what's happening on the inside of the facility and on the outside, because of the iconic architecture of Frank Gehry. Will be known throughout the world as having a brain center second to none. Councilor Weekly?
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and I appreciate very much an opportunity. I'm just, again, honored to even be a part of this project here. From its inception, you know, we met with Larry Ruvo, and to hear the vision from the beginning and to see where we are today, it was just amazing to be down in California, to go inside the Frank Gehry studio, and I've spoke about this before, but you know, to see we're finally at the point, Mr. Bernard, where we're going to have an actual groundbreaking, and to look at the number of people that have climbed on board on this project here has been absolutely phenomenal. People from around the world, and I've met so many amazing people who are making this possible. And you're absolutely right. These students who are sitting here today give us a glimpse of hope that all of our young people are not doing bad things. And when you look in the media and you see, you know, a lot of our children being portrayed in negative ways, you know, these are students who are striving to do the right thing. And so I know that we're looking at our next doctor and our next lawyer, or our next whatever that's sitting here right next to us. They have some very bright futures. And so with that, Dr. Khatchatorian, thank you so very much. Ira, thank you very much for your expertise what you and your father are bringing to this project. And again, doesn't matter where I am in the world, I can drive by here on Grand Central Parkway and look and say, wow, I was a part of that. And so it's just really a blessing. And so with that, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation, please, for approval.
Yes, please. Please vote.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. We'll see you Friday.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Item 45, discussion and possible action on requesting the Nevada State Legislature to amend the city charter to address issues related to the municipal court, affordable housing, and other related matters. Ms. Fretwell.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Before you today is an item to consider asking the Nevada State Legislature to amend our charter. There are a few things that staff is recommending. There's specific language that's attached to your agenda item that's in your agenda memo regarding two changes related to municipal court. I'd like to start in speaking about those. The first change would be to allow the creation of a traffic master for municipal court. As you know, the workload in the municipal court has grown steadily over the last 15 years, and the court has not grown at the same time. And so one of their recommendations is to have the authority granted to us by the state to create a traffic master position that basically would meet all the criteria of a municipal court judge, but that person would solely handle traffic-related issues. And as you know, if we get the authorization to create this, that the actual creation of the traffic master position and traffic master court would come back to the council for authorization through the budgeting process. So your action today, if you choose to support that, would not necessarily automatically create the traffic court in the municipal court. The second issue related to municipal court is the modification to allow the an appointment of a master judge. Right now, it's the most senior person on the municipal court bench, and that's not bad in and of itself, but it gives no flexibility for anyone else to play that role. So the suggestion is that we have enabling language that would authorize the appointment of a master judge for municipal court instead of having it based solely on seniority. One of the other things that staff is suggesting that we consider exploring language on is having the ability to create a salary commission for the mayor and council. As you know, dealing with salary issues are very difficult over time. We've commissioned salary and structural citizens committees in the past. Actually, we had one in, I believe it was 1999, around there, so quite a while ago. One of the things that we're suggesting is getting the authorizing language in the charter that would allow you to establish a commission and basically be able to let them do their job to evaluate your compensation, could also evaluate I guess if you wanted to, whether you're full-time or part-time, and we could work on that with the legislature to try and define a salary commission that could then on a regular basis evaluate the compensation of each of the council people and make changes to allow that to keep up with the cost of living or any other issues associated with how the nature and duties of the city council develop over the years. We don't have that in place right now. There's no real way to do that but for going to the legislature and asking for a charter change. And just to kind of put things in perspective, we haven't done that in decades because it's such a major change. There have been some changes that have been provided to our charter, but our request to change the charter, I believe the last one was to create a separately appointed auditor. So one of the things that we're suggesting is that we be given the authorization to explore that, and then when we have some concrete language, be able to bring that concept back to you in briefings before any BDR would be finalized. Also, one of the things that just recently came to our attention was the fact that there's some limitations in our charter and in NRS regarding our ability to acquire and construct affordable housing. What we would like is to clean that up and to authorize the City of Las Vegas to be able to acquire and construct affordable housing. Right now, some of those limitations are based on the way the redevelopment agency is established and the redevelopment set aside. But there's also federal monies that are impacted and general fund monies that are impacted that are severely constrained based on the most recent city attorney's opinion about what we can and can't do with those different funding sources to acquire and construct affordable housing. So we would ask that you give us direction to develop the language on that and also ask for a change in that direction in our charter. There are a couple of other issues that we would like to ask for permission to explore if we're going to open a charter bill. One is to authorize enabling language for employment and training functions, which is something that we've recently gotten into the business of doing through our Evolve Center. This may be more of cleanup language, but it's not clear in our charter that we have the authority to do that, although we started that business by getting a federal grant, which is also how we got into the affordable housing business. So there probably needs to be some cleanup language there that authorizes us to continue programs such as that. And then the final suggestion that staff has is for us to work with the City Attorney's Office and the Metropolitan Police Department to explore our emergency powers. You know, even as recently as last night, there have been discussions about the impacts of pandemic flu, and we're finalizing an appendix to your emergency operations plan that would help us as a city be better prepared to respond to a pandemic of any nature, whether it be the flu or some other disease. These emergency powers weren't necessarily written with that kind of emergency in mind. And so what we're asking for is authorization to explore some language changes in your emergency power section to make sure that we have the latitude and the authority that you may need if we are ever in one of those emergency situations. Those are our recommendations. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I wish I had language for you on all of those, but as you know, we had originally explored and suggested developing a charter bill as a part of our package. There were some changes in the thought process and some of the changes that had been requested by the various departments, so we decided there wasn't enough substantial things that we needed to change in the charter to open it up. With the need for the traffic master, it gives us an opportunity to really reevaluate some of those other components of the charter. We won't be able to do it through our bill because we've already withdrawn it, but we will be searching for a sponsor to help us introduce this language if you direct us to do so today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Britwell. Thank
I'd be
you.
happy to answer any questions.
Any comments or questions? Councilman Ross.
With the perspective of a traffic master, are we looking at an increase in revenue for our court systems if we just designate a traffic master to do that job alone?
It would create focus, and the intent is absolutely yes. More consistency in the way fines are applied, and not having traffic matters go to all 6 of our current courts creates some efficiencies as well. So you're probably not only looking at a more consistent revenue base that will probably be enhanced, you're also looking at gaining some efficiencies in the court system versus just creating a full-blown Department 7, for instance. You'd have another option, a cheaper option.
And, Your Honor, if I may continue. With that, it appears that folks who have traffic citations of the minor form can get in and get out of court, or get in and get out of our court process much quicker, freeing up the other judges to do other more important issues. And I see a significant increase in revenue for the court system. So I was expecting that answer, but
Yes.
I see a large dollar amount. Get people in, get them to pay their fines, get them out. If people stop violating traffic rules, we'll lose money, correct?
Right, which probably would be a good thing because we'd have a safer community.
It would be a good thing. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. This is just enabling legislation, which would allow us as a city council to consider doing some of the things that the legislature would empower us to do. Is that right?
Right, it would be an authorizing measure.
Most legislation, as I understand, that unless it's designated otherwise goes into effect October 1st. Would this fall into that same category? So for time frame wise, should the legislature grant us this authority, we would then be looking in the matters after October 1st?
I guess it would depend, Councilman. Some measures are considered implementable upon passage and approval, so once the governor signs it. Usually in the bill, there's a date that says an effective date, and if it's not, then it's a default to October 1st. You're absolutely correct. If we wanted to be able to implement some of these things more quickly, we could ask for a July 1 effective date, or upon approval and passage, we could also ask for that. Something like this would probably ask for a July 1 implementation.
What I'd like, Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind, is that we be provided with more information regarding what other court systems in this community do on these traffic matters. The Justice Court over in Las Vegas, I think they have a traffic judge, whether you call it a judge or a master, but they have somebody who hears just traffic cases. I don't think Henderson does. I don't think Northtown does. But before I consider the creation of a new position, I'd like to see some sort of information on what the other communities are doing in this regard, because we have a great judicial system right now in the city of Las Vegas. We want to improve it, but I just want to see what other communities are doing as well.
We can certainly bring that as a part of the budget package for your consideration, so that you see the cost benefit of the creation of the traffic master position and ancillary staff, basically creating that function so that you can make a financial decision. We can have all of that comparative data available for you when we get to that point. Absolutely.
Any other comments or questions? I have a request, and that is that you work very closely with Marshall Coyne regarding the enabling legislation for the employment and training programs through the EVOLVE program, with a special emphasis to be able to monitor the homeless who go into the system and make sure that they're offered the services when they come out of the system, where they'll be able to get back into a transitional housing mode and then ultimately into the community. I think that's very important. And also to work with the state as far as the release of prisoners from the prison system. They're given $25 when they come out of prison after spending years in there. They're let off in downtown Las Vegas with the expectation that they're going to be able to survive in society. It's an unreasonable expectation. It makes no sense whatsoever. They have to recidivize. They don't have a choice. So I think that we have to get into the 21st century as far as the kind of thinking as to what we're going to do with people who are coming out of the system, so they won't be a burden upon us by going back into the system, and with the homeless to make sure that we do everything we can to those who want to have help to give them the help.
Mayor, one of the things that we don't have, we do not have home rule authority in this state. None of the local governments do. We do have some express authorities as indicated in our charter. There may be bills that are considered during the session that would provide or authorize home rule. And it may be something that we really want to explore, because as we grow into a big city, I mean,
we're there.
We're well over, what people consider big cities, and we're dealing with some more difficult issues and challenges as we continue to grow, but also as we age. And I think some of the things that I've listed here for you today indicate that a little greater flexibility in what we can and can't do from an authorization standpoint would allow us to keep up with the community. So that's something else that we may want to evaluate as we move through the legislative process as bills emerge, that we explore creating some flexibility as well.
And I think every one of us would prefer to be working under home rule than under the existing situation.
Okay.
All right, thanks. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, great report. Move for approval, please. Move for its exception.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is discussion and possible action regarding the real property purchase and sale agreement with Yvonne Roloa Kroc for real property generally located 411 North 7th Street. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This item respects a purchase and sale agreement for the city purchase of 411 North 7th Street in the amount of $520,000. As you know, we are actively assembling property across from Las Vegas Boulevard from City Hall to continue an assembly that took place years ago for the expansion of City Hall, which now we're looking at for the possibility of an arena. But as you know, there are many sites being looked at downtown for arena. This is just one of those. So that we're very, very conscious of the fact that as we purchase properties in this area, if the arena doesn't happen at this site, we end up at a basis value across all of our purchases such that it would be a prime site then for redevelopment, that we'll be able to sell these properties for what we've got into them for some redevelopment project. This is actually a very, very good buy. This is a property that is being sold to us at a price per square foot of $74.40 for 0.16 acres. This is actually lower than the range of appraisals that we've actually conducted ourselves in that area. We've seen appraisals within a block or two of the site range anywhere from $80 to $160 a square foot. So this is one that we're very strongly supportive of. We recommend you move forward with the purchase of this property, and as it really helps us average out our portfolio in terms of the overall purchases that we have made and will be making to assemble this site. And so with that, staff recommends approval. There is a shot of the property on the overhead. It's the crosshatched property there at the northeast corner of Mesquite and 7th.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, seeing none, Councilman Weekly.
Your Honor, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval, please. And I just want to ask one question. Have we, and as a result of us assembling these parcels here, have we had an opportunity to work out the issues with the PPA in reference to their concerns?
We continue to do that. I think what we've done is we are in escrow. We've extended escrow in good faith to give us mutually more time to work on an acceptable solution to both parties. We're just doing everything we can to identify other sites that we can then trade into. We may need to come back to you with another site that might work for a prospective trade with the PPA. And I need to catch you up on that. Their site that we traded into at Clark and Las Vegas Boulevard, they've been analyzing for the development of an office building and finding it very expensive to build an office building there, and considerably more expensive than what they originally anticipated. So there's a couple avenues we're looking at. One is hooking them up with partners that they could actually help build that building there and help overcome them having to be a developer. And the other option is just looking at other sites that could be alternative sites that we could end up essentially swapping for as we originally proposed. And so we're doing everything we can to, in good faith, work with them. We appreciate their working with us on the actual trade so that we can make this site available for assembly, but we're trying to work our hardest to find alternate sites.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. And with that, I'd just like to ask with the manager's office that we continue that dialogue, because it's been years we've been working on this to help them secure this in order to get their facility built. And just like to make sure that we still keep that working relationship.
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman
Weekly, I met with Chris and a couple other people on Monday. They are actively looking for partners at the 4th and Bonneville, or 4th and Clark, and they are looking at some other locations. They appreciate the city working with them. That's what they told me on Monday, and we will continue to make sure they find a location.
Did you want to be heard?
Yes, sir. El Gallo, citizen of Las Vegas. When are we going to start tearing down all these burned down houses in that area? It looks very bad. We bring people to show them where we might put a stadium, and we see all these burned down houses and so forth. It looks like hell. Thank you.
Right. Those homes are being...
Yes, we actually are on top of that. I think our city's rapid response team is going to be doing that internally using city forces. There's a little bit of a curveball at the last minute in that there's now new dust control guidelines that have to be met, and apparently the staff has to be trained in those guidelines before we can actually move forward with the actual demolition. But they are scheduled to move forward on that, and we're going to be doing that just as quickly as we can make that happen.
They've taken down more than was originally up there, but you're absolutely right that training is something that they have to be able to meet those guidelines.
Did you want to be heard?
Very brief. Thank you. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Who or what is PPA?
The Police Protective Association.
Thank you for informing the public of what you're talking about. Thank you.
All right. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Move to follow staff's recommendation, please, for approval.
Yes, please. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 47 is discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial for Mary S. Beginnen. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Ms. Beginnen? All right, why don't you come up? Detective, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council and students. You have before you a work card.
You have to identify yourself.
I'm sorry. Detective Tony Weeks with Metro Special Investigations Section. You have before you a work card denial that was denied for the applicant on January 18th. The reason for the denial, as you can see, is because of the criminal history that she has had. The concern that we had with this, not only is it because of the city ordinance, but the applicant is a repeat offender. And she had did 3.5 years in jail, came out, and within less than a year was arrested and convicted on basically the same charges that she had originally, and then spent another 5 years in jail. She has been out less than a year and has just recently moved to Las Vegas. So these are the concerns that we have, and that's why she was originally denied.
All right, Detective, what type of job is she applying for?
Well, it's kind of hard to answer that question. Originally, her denial, she went down to Fingerprint. Her work card application says she was going to be the manager of this location.
What kind of location is it?
It is a 7-Eleven.
Okay.
And the owner of the 7-Eleven actually supports her in working there. She has
with full understanding as to what her prior record is?
Yes, he does understand that. However, as a manager, as a key employee, due to city ordinance, she would have to come forward for a license and be investigated as such. I explained this to the owner. He kind of went back and forth, well, I'll just hire her as a clerk to be a cashier. So really, to answer your question correctly, I don't know what the bottom line is going to be or what position she's going to have there, whether it will be a manager or a clerk.
Okay, let's hear from the young lady. What do you have to say?
That I would like to be given a second chance in life.
Well, you have to identify yourself first.
Oh, my name is Mary Baganon,
And what is the position that you're seeking at this particular location?
managerial clerk, cashier.
When you say managerial clerk, that puts you in a status which may require you to come forward for a license, and based on your record, unfortunately, I don't know whether you'd be able to receive that. If it was in a lesser position, one where you're not supervisory in nature, then you may be able to qualify. But what kind of work do you intend to do if we go forward and approve you?
Ordering, stocking, cashier.
All right. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilman Rose.
Not a question, Your Honor, but just a comment. I appreciate the fact that you'd like a second chance, but it appears to me you've had 5 chances. You've been in town a short time. I fully support Detective Weeks in regards to this report. I cannot support you in this position because of this history. There are lots and lots of jobs out there that don't require a work card, and work cards, non-gaming and gaming, are privileged work cards to do privileged work in this city. And when the Metropolitan Police Department does their background investigations, they bring this to us to tell us what's happening. I can't support this, and I apologize to you for that, but you spent some time in Las Vegas. There's lots of other jobs out there that doesn't require this card, and I think you'll do fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, would I be correct in saying that the 2 separate areas, the 1998 area and the 2001 area, that under 1998 those were all one incident, and under 2001
that is correct.
So basically it's 2 incidents.
That is correct.
All right, are there any, Councilwoman?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to say that I support the comments of Councilman Ross because a second chance was given. And there are so many jobs that are available that don't take what we consider a privilege license.
All right, are there any other comments or questions?
Mayor Goodman.
Yes,
Thank
Councilwoman.
you. Detective Weeks, You have spoken to the owner of the 7-Eleven personally about this applicant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've discussed the criminal history with the owner of this 7-Eleven?
Yes, sir.
Is this a franchised 7-Eleven, individually owned by this man, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think maybe most or all are now, I don't remember.
I believe that's the way it is, but I'm not for positive, but he is the owner, franchise owner of this location.
And he's fully.
He actually owns 2 locations, one in the city and one in the county, which is where I believe the applicant has been working, in the county one, because a work card is not required there for the position of cashier.
But he's fully aware of her criminal history background and is still willing to put her to work.
Yes, sir.
Our concern is that if she's working at a 7-Eleven, whether it be a clerk or a manager, that she has the ability to sell alcohol and cigarettes. And those are the 2 things that the behavior we want to monitor, because if we're selling milk or we're selling potato chips, it's not as great of a concern, but when we're selling alcohol and cigarettes, there's legal requirements concerning those things. Is that where we're at on the requirement for a work card at this location?
Yes, sir. The reason why the requirement is there is because of the liquor that is in the establishment.
Could we condition this? What's the difference between manager and clerk, I guess is my question.
In the manager position, she would have to come forward as a key employee for a business license to be found suitable for that position. As a key employee, according to code, she would be doing the functions that she said, inventory. One of the things that the owner said to me was that she would actually be doing hiring as well, which makes it a key employee position. So the biggest difference is, as a clerk, she has none of those responsibilities, and it is just a work hard position according to code.
And we're unclear as to whether or not she's going to be a manager or a clerk. That's what you said.
We went back and forth several times, the owner and I. Every time after I got done talking to him, he would say, "Let me call you back." And so we went through this several times. He, at the end, said, "I think I'm just going to hire her as a clerk. I think I'm going to hire her." So he's still, in his own mind, I don't believe is certain on what position he's going to hire her for.
But the council's action today would be to give her a work card as as only a clerk.
Correct.
As a manager, she'd have to come back and reapply in a key employee status.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Your Honor, I certainly appreciate second chances, but I think this one here, I think it's just with the uncertainty that we have, the owner of the store is not here. I don't feel comfortable with going on with this application. My motion is going to be for denial.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 49 is discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial for Larry E. Walraven. Mr. Walraven, are you here? Okay, very good. Why don't you come up here, identify yourself for the record when it comes time for you to speak. Detective Weeks, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and students. Detective Tony Weeks, Special Investigations. You have an applicant before you that was denied a work card on January 18th for a position of, again, the work card application was for a managerial position. However, I've since found out that that's not necessarily the position that he was applying for. It is a clerk position. Mr. Walwyn, it's kind of unique, this particular case. How it was discovered, he was actually working at this location, and I believe it's for the last 13 months, on a work card that was issued for a location specific back in 2003 for an entirely different location. So he was there working on a card that wasn't for that location. I believe the city enforcement officers went out, they confiscated the card and told Mr. Walraven that he had to go down and be denied and come and try to appeal that work card decision. As you can see, Mr. Walraven has a lot of past history. His last arrest was in 1989, in which he was incarcerated for a life sentence. After 12 years, he was released and placed on parole, essentially for life. That was in 2001 that he was released. He has had no contact with the police since 2001. He currently is working in this business, Fremont Liquor, for his basic duties, and he can tell you this too, is stocking and doing inventory, which do not require a work card. However, if someone calls in sick or he has to relieve people for breaks, he must use the cash register, which entails that he would have to have a work card. So that's where we're at
Does his
today.
employer know that
Yes,
he's coming before us today?
Yes, sir.
And does he know the background of the gentleman?
Yes, sir.
And he still wants to have, or she wants to continue employing him?
Yes, she does. She fully supports him 100%. She basically told me that he's a very good employee. He's been working for her for 13 months, and she wants to continue his employment.
Have you had the occasion to speak to his supervising officer?
She is no, I have not. I have not made contact with that.
Okay. All right, let's hear from you, sir.
First of all, my name is Larry Walraven, and I would like to thank the council for taking the time to hear this. I realize you have a monumental task and much, much more important things to talk about. But this is something that's important to me because it's about my life. The nuts and bolts of this real quickly is the fact that I made a lot of mistakes in my life. In 1968, when I came home from Southeast Asia, I spent the next 30 years of my life destroying it. In 1988, 89, standing in front of Carl Christensen in district court, he said, "Mr. Walraven, it seems like apparently you haven't learned anything. You're not listening to us. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get your attention this time for sure." He sentenced me to life in the penitentiary under the Habitual Criminal Act. Needless to say, my knees buckled. After 5 years in this somewhat bizarre and hectic and violent environment, around 1992, something happened to me. I wanted to change, so I said, there's got to be more to life than this. I can't really explain the transformation, but I know from that day on, I began doing a lot of things to change my life for the better. I got a college education. I started a reading program for illiterate inmates. A lot of times I arbitrated, believe this or not, gang situations in prison. Believe me, you talk about an education, this is an educational field, but it's obviously isn't one that is out of the ordinary. I went to the parole board in 2001 with a stack of stuff that I did that were positive things in my life, which was new to me. And probably the most important thing out of all of it was the fact that I decided to get an education. The way that you look at things, when you have knowledge, information is a wonderful thing. And I think that's probably what's wrong with a lot of people today that end up like me. They don't think they need it, and they kind of dance around it. But I learned that probably the most important thing a man can do in his life is to educate himself. However, wherever, but get an education. I've taken this message to a lot of organizations and people since I've got out, including the U.S. Vet Center. I've seen you, Mr. Goodman, up there several times. And all I'm trying to do is reconstruct my life. They told me when I left in 2001 that it wasn't going to be easy, and they're right. But I have to come to you with this problem and try to ameliorate it, get it, improve it, get it. I need to get my life back on track. So far, I think I'm doing great. I'm getting involved with people that are positive, that are Christian people, and I'm changing my attitude. I have changed a great deal since I decided to make that change. As a matter of fact, I even surprised myself. And I know it's hard for people that, my gosh, I've listened to these people all day. They speak eloquently, they're smart, they're dedicated, they're great citizens. I mean, do I even have a right to stand here in front of you people? I thought about it sitting out there, you know. I made a mess of my life.
Well, I think you made a very eloquent presentation to us, and I don't think you have to go any further.
Thank you. I want to thank you.
I think we're able to make our decision based on what you've said. I don't know what, I'll say this right off the bat. You get a guy like this who could have gone right back in for the rest of his life, and he's looking to stock shelves and comes before us in a humble state. I don't know how you could turn him down. That's just my position. I know that everybody doesn't like second chances around here, but this is perhaps the most eloquent expression I've heard since I've been the mayor anyway, of somebody who has turned their life around and is trying to do the right thing, and he's not asking us for too much.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
If you don't mind. Mr. Walraven, a couple questions. You are on parole right now, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You have a parole officer that you...
Yes, sir. I have a parole officer. I've been on parole for 5 years, and I've gotten to a point now where evidently they've seen a change in me also, because I report every 90 days.
Okay, but if there's a problem, they're going to know it. They're going to put you back in jail, and they're going to seek revocation of your parole, right?
That is most certain,
That has
sir.
not happened since you've been released in 2001.
Sir, I have not as much got a traffic ticket since 2001. Believe me, I know where the chalk is, and I'm walking it.
All right, any other comments or questions?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Walraven, your recovery is absolutely wonderful. I'm very impressed with your ability to come as far as you have. But I'm going to echo the same comments I had previously with the previous applicant. You look like a great guy who could do some good work in this town, and there's lots of jobs and lots of different industries that don't require this work card. This is a special card to work in this kind of industry, and it's regulated by this city. I cannot support you in that, specifically because we're having that gaming card and being on probation. That concerns me a great deal, and I follow on with the mayor's sentiments about, very impressive. Your humility is overwhelming me. Your ability to get yourself up and keep on going and do good things in your life is great. Don't stop. I have contacts within the labor industry that if you'd like to choose a different profession or something that doesn't require the specified card, I'd be delighted to help you. But I can't support you in this decision. Thank you, Your Honor.
May I comment on that, sir? In this particular instance, the card that is required is non-gaming. It's a gaming card, and it's because that I have to deal with cash from time to time. There's a lot of other jobs I do, data entry, et cetera, but as Ms. was previously said, if somebody doesn't show up for work, then I have to fill that spot, however temporary, and deal with money. Because of my criminal history, which involves theft and embezzlement, this is a concern of everybody, and I understand this. So it doesn't shock me that you said this. As a matter of fact, I sort of expected it. But what I would like to know is, when I was released in 2001, why was the card even given to me?
Well, that's irrelevant to what we're deciding today. We're
Okay.
judging you on the presentation that's been made. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman.
Ms. Weeks, can we put this site-specific, this license, site-specific one more time?
The work card?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I just hope that young people sitting up here today listen to the one thing that really struck me, and that is the need for education. I think I've always said that I wish I had more than what I have, but I don't. But I think education is also very important. I guess I appreciate Mr. Walraven's attempt to explain to us how he really feels. I think he did an eloquent job doing that. But as we deal each and every council meeting with items like this, it's really hard for us to say yes for some and no for others. I appreciate Detective Weeks telling us that the owner of this location is willing to continue to employ this gentleman at this location. He's been there for 13 months, and I just would make a motion for approval of a 6-month temporary with a review at that time to make sure that we were on the right page. And with that, it would be site-specific. They would have to notify Detective Weeks within 48 hours if something goes haywire here. And that would be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's the motion. Yes. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and I'll see you at U.S. Vets.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, counsel.
All right, you're welcome. Item 50 is discussion and possible action on the certificate declaring the petition submitted by the Ward Increase Initiative Petitioners Committee as insufficient. Ms. Bridges.
Your Honor, members of council, Beverly Bridges, Acting City Clerk. On July 17, 2006, an initiative petition was submitted by the Ward Increase Initiative Petitioners Committee to place a question by petition on the June 2007 general election ballot. Excuse me. In accordance with NRS 295-210, the signatures were examined and found the petition to be insufficient. The Petitioners Committee was notified by certified mail and informed of the procedures to file an amended petition or an appeal. The Petitioners Committee did not elect to proceed further. Before you today is the certificate of insufficiency that was provided to the Petitioners Committee on January 16, 2007. NRS requires that the council review the certificate, and your determination is the final determination as to the sufficiency of the petition. I bring the certificate of insufficiency before you and ask to approve that certificate as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
No question. I'll make a motion to follow Ms. Bridges' recommendation, please.
Please vote. Opposed? Council Weekly? Yes, please. Please re-vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is discussion and possible action on the fiscal year 2008 Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department apportionment plan. This pertains to all wards. Mr. Vincent.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and great students. Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. You're under this as an annual item we deal with every year. Nevada Revised Statutes requires us to approve an apportionment plan that determines the split of the Metropolitan Police Department budget between the city and the council. This item's in order. It does represent, the way the statistics did work out for us, it does represent about 8 percentage points, 0.8 percentage point drop in the allocation percentage. All things being equal, more of the Metro budget will shift to the county than to the city.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Vincent? This is good news. That means that crime is going down, or at least the reporting of crime is going down in the city, and that's the reason that we pick up this benefit.
The city's just getting, or the county's just getting larger.
And the county is getting larger is right.
I would move to follow Mark's recommendation, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Yes. Opposed, please. Thank you very much.
We voted.
Nice seeing you all. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys. I really enjoyed it. Good luck. If you ever need anything, give us a call. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, 53 is an abeyance item, discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new supper club license subject to the provisions of the planning codes, Bor Veda LP doing business as On the Border at 5630 Centennial Center Boulevard. This is in Ward 6. Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, this item is in order. I don't know if the applicant wants to speak first. I can tell you that we don't have any preliminary areas of concern with this application.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. This is your chance to tell us a little bit about your restaurant.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for entertaining us today. We represent...
We entertain you?
Well, we'll hopefully be entertaining you.
Okay,
but
you have to give us your name.
My name's Alan Gantis, I'm principal with Bor Veda LP. This is our first restaurant endeavor here in the city of Las Vegas, which we're very much looking forward to. We operate a total of 9 on-the-border restaurants at this time, and alcohol service and safety is very important to us in our organization, and I can guarantee to you that we uphold these standards. We're part of a national brand, Brinker International, who operates Chili's and such brands, and also have our manager, Jake Palmer, as well as our bar manager, Robert Walsh, here today with us, and we're more than happy to entertain any questions you have.
Okay, thank you very much. What's your specialty out there? This is a chance to get some free advertising.
Well, I'll go ahead and entertain that question. My name's Jake Palmer. I'm the general manager of the restaurant. Our specialty is fajitas and also the guacamole live that's prepared tableside. Now, I understand, Mayor Goodman, that you are a connoisseur of fine
yes.
Gin or fine martinis.
Correct.
Well, we welcome you down to try the margaritas as well.
All right. I've never had a margarita made out of gin, but...
Well, we could do that.
Okay.
We could do that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Okay. Councilman Ross.
Your Honor, if I may, I just want to make
certainly.
sure that that the motion would be subject to the planning codes, and then allow the director or my designee to authorize the permit license in the event we get a positive report, and if we need additional time, to allow me to extend it.
I'll include that, Your Honor, in my motion. Gentlemen, we have an opening date yet?
We are looking beginning part of March sometime for opening.
Because I know every time we drive by there, we're just waiting for the lights to come on.
We just need the power.
Yeah, exactly.
We're on the waiting list.
So are a lot of folks. Well, with that, we're looking forward to you guys opening that up out there. I know the residents certainly are. So with that, I would move to approve, Your Honor, with staff's recommendations, including Mr. Vincent's comments.
Thank you very much. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, fellas.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership, change of location, and change of business name for a tavern license from Golden Wok Restaurant, which is non-operational at 504 South Decatur Boulevard, to Culture Club of Las Vegas, doing business as Polyesters at 2000 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, again, staff does not have any preliminary areas of concern with this applicant, and again, with this temporary approval, we'd ask that if we get a favorable police report, allow me or my designee to turn that into a permanent, or give an extension of time if we don't get the police report within the next 6 months.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Vincent? Okay, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Brian Murray with Beckley Singleton, representing the applicant. To my left is Andrew Adelman, a principal of Culture Club of Las Vegas, LLC, and we can answer any questions you may have.
Okay, what kind of restaurant is it?
It's going to be a morning, council. It's going to be a 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000 themed nightclub. We'll have 4 different nightclubs under one roof, and it'll depict each different decade.
And where is the where's 2000 Las Vegas Boulevard South? What's
It's at the Stratosphere.
Oh, at the Stratosphere.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's very cool.
So we'll have everything from the Saturday Night Fever dance floor, moving right up into from a Partridge Family bus inside, depicting every different decade.
Okay, that's good. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you. Councilman Ruiz.
We welcome it to Ward 3, and good luck. My motion is for approval, please.
Thank you, sir. Vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, fellas.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome. Item 55 is discussion and possible action regarding a new temporary psychic arts and science license subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes. Lorraine Marks, doing business as Miss Laurie at 425 Fremont Street.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Finson again. I think the applicant is present with her attorney, as is Detective Weeks. I'd like to perhaps just start off by indicating that in the Metro report that I think you all have received and my office has received, there were some areas of concern. Primarily, those areas of concern were in the area of discrepancies. There were numerous discrepancies in the application that we received versus the application that the Clark County has received. There were also some areas of concern with respect to financial stability. There are some judgments and claims that are outstanding that, from our review and Metro's review, don't have anything to do with the operation of the business itself, but may be primarily medical-type claims and things of that nature. I certainly can have Ms. Weeks discuss with you that report a little bit more in detail. I know the applicant does want to.
Mr. Vincent, you said difference in the application between what the county received and what the city received. In which way, please?
Things such as dates. A date may, in one application, may have been 1968, and our application may have been 1969. Things of that nature. I think there's an explanation, perhaps, that the applicant may want to proffer in terms of why that happened. But the fact of the matter is the application we did receive does have numerous inconsistencies in it.
Was there any inconsistencies with where the monies are coming from to finance this operation here?
The applicant indicated both in the interviews and I believe in the application as well that the money is coming from her husband, who I believe resides in New Mexico at this point.
Mm-hmm. If I could I ask Detective Weeks, does she have any areas of concern with this application?
Mr. Reese, Detective Weeks, Metro Special Investigations. The areas of concern were just that were discussed or said to you earlier. If I could clear up some of the discrepancies. Yes, there were discrepancies, and there were numerous discrepancies. Although small, there were many. And I believe it was told to me, and I did interview the paralegal that filled out the paperwork, who admitted that she could have made some mistakes on these two different applications. Our point of view, regardless of the fact that someone else fills out your application, the applicant still is required to look through the application and sign the back of the application a truth statement stating that everything is accurate and true in the application. And for whatever reason, the applicant didn't do that. Yeah. She went ahead and signed the application without that. And the financial aspect is another issue that is of concern, because there are numerous financial issues.
I did meet with the applicant and a representative of her, but since then I've received some other type of confidential type reports, and one of them that really triggered me was there's about 25 or 30 different names that she has went by. Are you privy to this?
Yes, sir. I did see that. I did receive the same packet that you are referring to. Mm-hmm. The applicant has used about 50. I found 15 variations of her name, mm-hmm. with using Marks and Adams. On that document that you're looking at, if it's the one that I believe that it is, there are even other names than that. However, I could not substantiate that this was the applicant. So if I can't substantiate it, yeah, I'm not going to put it in the report. So I could not substantiate that information. The other information that was in the packet, the newspaper articles and those things, cannot substantiate. I did ask the applicant in reference to the one of the newspaper articles about the 5 women that had been arrested in San Diego or National City, I believe it was, and it's not the applicant. It's not her family. I was able to substantiate that through some investigation. So again, that was something that I did not put in the report because it's not the applicant. It has nothing to do with her.
Mark?
Thank you, Councilman Weekend, Mayor Goodman. Just for the record, you mentioned this confidential report. That is not a report that is prepared by city staff or Metro. In fact, it seems that in the past we have gotten these sorts of reports with other psychic applicants, psychic arts applicants, and this is where this comes from. I'm not sure we know exactly where it comes from, but I think Detective Weeks explained her review of the documentation and where she stands.
This application is for 425 Fremont Street, which is under our canopy over there. And so that's why I'm really taking a hard look at this application. Like I say, when I met with the applicant and her representative, she went over her history, I thought, very well. Was there any questions? Do we know from the county? I know I'm assuming that they gave her a temporary license in the county.
Yes, that is correct. I believe they gave her a temporary license until the 20th of February when it goes before the BCC.
And the BCC is?
The Board of County Commissioners.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, that's fine.
Mayor, if I could suggest, I think it would be worthwhile to let the applicant respond to some of the concerns.
Yes, I understand
that.
I have one question before the applicant responds. Do you read and write?
Pretty good.
Okay.
But you have to excuse my glasses because I had some eye surgery.
Okay, we excuse them. No problem. All right, let's hear from you, please. Please identify yourselves.
Vicki Greco of Greco Law Group for Ms. Marks. And good morning, Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. I was going to say please apologize or excuse her for wearing the glasses. I think that we need to just understand one thing, and then I'm going to let you question her, but I would like to make my statement that there was no deliberate deception on behalf of Ms. Marks with regard to the two different applications and the differences. I think it's clear, and Detective Weeks would agree, that the paralegal, which was not with my firm, by the way, that was retained to handle the original paperwork was paid $1,000 by Ms. Marks to handle this. She's been a successful businesswoman licensed in California for 14 to 16 years doing this exact type of business with no problems. And I think she didn't really understand the veracity that this would be looked at under. And so, my client had a reasonable expectation, not an unreasonable one, to seek to pay for these services. The cost of the service, once again, was $1,000, and this type of service implies a level of professionalism that was obviously lacking in this manner. Maybe that should become a privileged license. My client simply, although in error, didn't feel the need to dot all of her I's and cross all of her T's, although I think Detective Weeks would even agree that on the second license for the city, there was several whiteouts and several changes made to where my client actually did go over, but she did not keep a copy. She thought the paralegal had. The paralegal, by her own statement, did not keep a copy, and so that's why you see a lot of those differences. And with that, I would submit that if you want to ask us any questions, and I can even go further into some of the discrepancies.
All right, thanks. Ms. Marks, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Yes. The problem was I did have the lady help me, the paralegal. I did not take it as serious as I should have, because in Monterey, when you get a license in Monterey, California, it's not as detailed. And I thought that this paralegal knew what she was doing. And when I would give her an answer, she was putting a different one, and I didn't look over it. That's where some of the differences are. The 15 various names is the creditors, how they want to write and read my name. I spell it L-O-R-I-E. The different names are coming from the creditors, not me. I spell it one way. But I have never used a different name. It's always been Lori or Lorraine. And that I could tell you. I'm a businesswoman. I've been here for, I've been in business for many years. I just want to have a chance to go on Fremont Street. I'm very used to tourism. I know how to handle them. I've been successful. I've had no complaints in Monterey with any clients. I do have a credit problem, and I'm straightening it out. I've showed my paper to some of the councilmen, councilwoman, and definitely am determined to clear that up. And it's already in the workings of being cleared up. Financially, there's no problem. You got that? I mean,
At this point in time, with regards to the financing, I also took the liberty to ask my client personally to bring a copy of her most recent bank statement, where she has over $15,000 in her own personal account, which even without the investment of her husband would be more than substantial to start up this business. And I think at this time she's willing to say that that funding is also there for it.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of either Detective Weeks or Mr. Vincent or Ms. Marks or her counsel, Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Weeks, are you the author of the confidential report, the two-pager, or is it Mr. Vincent?
No, that is not me.
It doesn't have a signature on it. It says confidential report, it's 2 pages, it's not authored by anybody. I want to know where it's from.
That was part of the package, I think, that we received, and that I assume Councilman Reese also received.
Well, the package received from who? I mean, that goes to my next set of questions, which I hold on, Mark, if you don't mind. I received, 15, 20, 25 pages. One of them is an unsigned photocopy that starts off saying somebody else is applying for a psychic arts license in a different location on Eastern Avenue. My question is, how do we get these documents? Do they pertain to this applicant? There should be some screening for this council before we receive documents that don't even appear to be relevant to our discussion. I mean, you're shaking your head like you agree, but you don't have an answer.
I believe, Councilman Wilson, that these documents were just dropped off in your offices. They did not go through my office, I don't believe.
All right, well, then that's...
And I would hope that there would be no weight given to those documents, because we have not been given a copy, and we've seen one briefly, and it's clearly disputed that there's no criminal background whatsoever on my client.
Right, hold on. I mean, Councilman Ross, I think you just said that you didn't even receive these. Well, then, we need to do something about the filtration of things that come before the council, because I took time to read over these documents. Some of these documents do have your client's name on them. I think the articles out of San Diego that we've learned is another Marks, apparently. We need to do something about how we get these documents.
Just appeared.
Well, maybe you have the answer, Ms. Marks. I don't know.
It wasn't us. I just would like to maybe say one more thing. With regards to the code, the privileged business code that this is based on, that we have to make the special application for, it's to ensure persons of honesty and integrity are operating such businesses, operate in a responsible manner to the public. And I think that the great concerns that Metro had in their paperwork regarding the finances and the discrepancies don't contemplate at all her financial situation, like I said, with the over $15,000 in her bank account. She's been an honorable taxpayer her whole entire life. I have copies of tax returns here. No criminal background whatsoever. And to top all of that off, she's been doing the exact same business for 16 years. Keep that in mind that, this is not a capital-intensive type of business to open, so the financing should not really be a concern for anybody. Bringing business and commerce back into the downtown area, which is truly a goal of this council, I do believe, then tourism and foot traffic must be high priority. Ms. Laurie will add stability to the downtown area and help the revitalization that you seek by bringing her past knowledge and expertise from operating this very same type of entertainment business to the area.
All right, Ms. Marks, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem. The NBA All-Star Game is coming up.
Wait a minute, what about LSU? They won.
Forget about LSU. The NBA All-Star Game is coming up, okay? Next Sunday night. East or West?
I want to give you a good answer, but I've been so busy this week and concentrating, but I want to say East.
All right.
I can't reassure you on that because I'm really been so tied up and I had surgery.
But your initial psychic reaction is East.
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
But, also with the application that I got, the temporary license, the lady's name is Patricia Peel. She told me that she was going to recommend the council to give me on the 20th a full license.
That was with the county.
That was with the county. So she did say she was going to put that in her request.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Weeks, the same report you gave us this morning is what the county's going to receive?
The county received their final report over a month and a half ago, or over a month ago. So that report, we didn't even have the city application at that time.
I can hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks until we wait until what the county does, but I'm not going to do that. Again, I was impressed when I met with Ms. Marks in my office. I think she's going to come to our downtown area and offer a service. I hope she'll be successful there. I'm going to make a motion to approve this item, Your Honor, with a 90-day, a temporary for 90 days with a review at that time, and hopefully we won't have any problems. And this is from the time she goes in. It's not from 90 days from today, from the 90 days when she gets her license to go into business there. And hopefully the East wins.
All right, let's vote, please.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we'd also want to make it subject to the planning and fire codes as well.
Absolutely.
All right, please vote. May second. Okay. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 56 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review for a temporary package license for Ragid Kosa, doing business as Apollo Market at 1600 North Jones Boulevard. This is in Ward 5.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, this is a 6-month review. We have only had 2 calls for service. They were pretty insignificant calls for service at this time. We would recommend permanent license.
All right, thank you. Sir, would you like to be heard?
Ragid Kosa, Apollo Market, 1600 North Jones.
All right. Councilor Weekly.
Thank you, Your Honor. We move to follow staff's recommendation, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Continued good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary package license, Thrower and Thrower, doing business as Decatur Packaged Liquor at 2187 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 140. Folks, why don't you just come up to the mic? All right, Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, one slight correction. We have a suite error in here that should read Suite 130, not Suite 140.
Okay. It'll be amended.
Here again, this is a 6-month review. There was only 1 call for service, very insignificant, and at this point, we would probably recommend approval permanent.
Okay. Mr. Thrower, Mrs. Thrower?
Good afternoon, Council.
Good
Mayor
afternoon.
and Council.
All right. This is in Councilman Weekly's ward.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 58, discussion and possible action regarding change of business name for a package license to Herman Thrower Jr. and Charlene Thrower, doing business as Thrower's Liquor at 2187 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 130.
Correct.
Right. Councilor Weekly, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Move for approval, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 60 is discussion and possible action regarding a new non-restricted gaming license, subject to provisions of the planning codes and approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission. Concord Gaming LLC, doing business as Concord Gaming LLC, 235 South Main Street, Michael R. Trainer, managing member. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, you recall that we had a similar item a couple weeks ago on the liquor license. This is just to preserve the gaming rights here, and they're in a different cycle. I think it's a 2-year cycle for the gaming rights. So staff has no areas of concern in this.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Kate Lowenhar from the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck, on behalf of Concord, in case there are any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of anybody? All right, seeing none, Councilman Reeves.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation with all conditions, please.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 61 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review for a temporary massage establishment license. Shuna Do, doing business as Wellness Massage at 3900 North Rancho Drive, Suite 107. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent again. This is a 6-month review, and we do have an area of concern with this review. Detective Weeks is here as well. Although this case is not adjudicated, the applicant herself, Ms. Du, was arrested on December 15th of last year for solicitation. I should mention, I believe she has an interpreter with her, Mr. Alex Young.
All right, fine. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Brooke Bolke from Calstern Reynolds on behalf of Ms. Shuna Du, and as already been stated, we have a Chinese court interpreter with us.
And what's his name?
Alex Young.
All right, very good.
I'm Shuna Du.
All right. And apparently there's been an allegation of an area of concern about the arrest. Could you tell us about that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In December of 2006, there was a charge of prostitution and solicitation against Ms. Shuna Du. Unfortunately, at this time, the matter has been set for a pretrial in municipal court for March 2nd, 2007, I believe. So at this time, we'd be requesting another temporary license, at least for 6 months, up until the time that either the facts are proven against Ms. Du, or we can prove that those facts are false, and there was a clear misunderstanding.
All right, Detective Weeks, I think we have to look to you for some guidance here.
That's going to be, Detective Weeks is speaking for herself, but the fact that this wasn't adjudicated yet, there may be some concerns about exactly how much she can say regarding this case.
Oh, I understand that.
Okay.
How much the detective could say?
Yes.
That's the first time I've heard that, but that's okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Detective Tony Weeks, Special Investigation with Metro. Is in regards to specifics about the case, in order to preserve the criminal aspect of it, I can't really answer any specific questions about that. I was not the arresting officer, and I don't want to taint any of the criminal aspect. So if there's other questions that I can answer for you, I'd be happy to.
All right, I appreciate your position. We do have a report in our confidential material here, which has some bearing, of course, on our decision on this one. But unless there are any other further questions, I'll go to Councilman Ross. Yes, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark, do we know on the original approval for the 6-month review, at times we put a condition on if there are any events that they must report it to business licensing and/or Metro?
That's a good question, Councilman, and I was remiss a little earlier in not introducing Carol Meyer, who is ably filling in for Jim in his absence. I don't know the answer to your question. I don't know if Carol knows the answer to that.
Sometimes, Carol Meyer with City of Las Vegas, at times we will put a condition on their license, and there was not a condition on her license. She does have an independent massage therapist license as well. It was due for renewal, and when I learned of the arrest, I went ahead and renewed it, but I did put a condition that she report any arrest to our office within 24 hours. What is before you today is the establishment license, and there was not a condition on that.
Your Honor,
yes.
I believe there was perhaps a condition on that with respect to not allowing Tom Wilson to have any involvement in that business. That was the only condition.
Yeah, that's a separate issue.
Right.
All right, are there any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Wilson.
I believe, is this in your ward, Councilman Ross? A pretrial is scheduled for March 2nd. I'm somewhat familiar with what happens. Normally, it is then set over for a trial, and that trial setting could be another month or two down the road.
That's correct.
My concern is that I do believe in the presumption of innocence. I understand that your client has only been accused of doing this, but this is not somebody that's under her employment that is accused. She herself has been accused of doing this. My concern is to continue to allow her to operate on a temporary basis, recognizing that she's presumed innocent, but this may go on for 2 or 3 or 4 months. That is my concern that I just wanted to voice.
All right, thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And council members, I appreciate your comments in regards to this. A little history of this location on North Rancho Road. The previous owners experienced some challenges similar to this. We won't go into those. I was very clear to Ms. Dew standing in front of us today, and Ms. Bulkey, I'm not even going to address the allegations, going to pretrial and the whole nine yards. Not concerned about it. I am concerned about good businesses in Ward 6, and this is not one of them. I am not pleased and impressed with your, you stood here, Ms. Dew, and told me that you would do the good things with that business, and you didn't, and apparently didn't, and I'm kind of disappointed. I kind of feel taken advantage of. The residents in that community out north, they appreciate good businesses and people that have good business practices. I might need to ask you, Mr. Vincent, were there hours of operation restricted on this business? They could have 24-hour use?
To my knowledge, I don't think we had any restricted hours.
So we didn't have any kind of restricted hours, because I've driven by this place of business after late meetings and seen several cars parked out front. So I'm really surprised to actually see her here today. When does this business license, this temporary business license, expire?
今年你告诉我根本不是我的错。
This is a 6-month review, so I've got to assume, I don't know the date specific, but it's 6 months is out.
Okay. Well, I've been counseled by our legal team that I can only do so many things. Again, these type of licenses are special privileged licenses to do business within this city. Same thing with work cards. I'm disappointed and amazed at the allegations, and that's what they are, is allegations. And Councilman, I appreciate your comments in regards to innocent until proven guilty. But at this time, I have no inclination to renew this license. And, Your Honor, my motion would be to deny the renewal of the temporary license.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 62 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a Class 3 secondhand dealer license, subject to the provision of the fire codes, to M.J. Christensen and Sons, doing business as M.J. Christensen Jewelers at 856 East Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is just simply a change of ownership. I believe they're transferring the ownership from the father to the sons, I believe. The applicant has a representative here to address any concerns you might have, but at this point, staff does not have any concerns over the transfer of ownership.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yes.
I have a concern. Why can't we hear this at the same time that the other application is coming through with the pawn shop?
I'm not aware that there is going to be an application for a pawn shop.
It's on the planning commission for next week,
Tomorrow.
or this Thursday.
I believe tomorrow. Is it? Okay.
Pardon?
Cliff Miller, CEO, M.J. Christensen, and the transfer of ownership is to me, non-related to the Christensens. The Christensens own the business, the building, and they're selling the building to the pawn shop operator. Has nothing to do with me. I'm a tenant in the building. But I believe he's on the docket tomorrow.
But it says here, discussion possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a Class 3 secondhand dealer license. Now, I understand they got to make application to come before us again. And my question is, why can't we just hold this until we hear that application?
I can't imagine there's any reason why you couldn't. It's not unusual for I think the jewelry store had a Class 3 secondhand license. It's not unusual for jewelry stores to have those.
That's right.
But I don't see any reason why you couldn't.
Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please.
Thanks,
Opposed?
Mark.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 63 is Las Vegas Clark County Library District Board of Trustees, Kelly Benavides. Her term expires March 6, 2007. The procedure for the council requires recommendation by a member of the city council with council ratification. The options are to reappoint Ms. Benavides or appoint a new member to fill this seat. Ms. Benavides was Councilman Weekly's recommendation, so Councilman, we'll look to you.
Well, I think Brent, let me kind of intervene on that one and see how do you want me to handle that, because of course it'd be my recommendation to reappoint her.
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, I think the position, if I'm not mistaken, was coterminous with my office, if I'm not mistaken. If I can get some clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
I don't think this is coterminous. I think this is I don't know what the library board appointments are. If you
Okay.
want to just table this for a little bit, I'll be glad to
No,
check
if it's
into it
not a
and get right
problem,
back
I'd
to you.
like to make a move for a recommendation to reappoint her.
I have the authority. It is not coterminous
Okay,
with your seat.
that's fine. Well, with that, Your Honor, I'd like to reappoint Kelly Benavides to the Clark County Las Vegas Library
All right,
District.
that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd just like to add a word about Kelly, if I might. She's a recent graduate of the Emerge program, which is training young women for leadership positions, and I've just had several people from that group tell me how highly they think of her and the work she did, and I just wanted to share that information with the City Council.
All right, thank you. There was a vote. The motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is Historic Preservation Commission. Janet Ruth White, her term expires March 6, 2007, and Raymond Akins, his term expires March 8, 2007. Our options are to reappoint Mr. Akins or appoint a new Category 4 member. This particular board or commission has specific requirements as far as experience is concerned, and this particular Category 4 member's experience in real estate. And we also have a choice of reappointing Janet White or a new member. Commissioner Stodahl is recommending Greg Seymour for Category 7, which is a citizen at large. I understand from Ms. Bridges that Ms. White desires to be reappointed, and I don't know whether my memory serves me correctly on this, but there was some question about her active participation and attendance during the course of her tenure. So with that in mind, the Akins appointment was made originally by me, and I understand that he is doing a good job there, so I would move to have Mr. Akins reappointed. Let's just vote on that one, and then we'll take care of the other one. My motion is to appoint Mr. Akins. Vote, please. Post. Thank you. Motion carries. And the category, the citizen at large, was Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation.
No, I just made my motion because I'm the Mayor Pro Tem. It's not really.
It wasn't yours?
No.
I see.
But I am, I have not talked to Ms. White, and I would like that opportunity before we do make an appointment here. I think she at least deserves the right to be heard by somebody on the council, so we can come back and give everybody a report. I certainly appreciate Mr. Stodahl and what he does. So my request, Your Honor, we hold this in advance for 2 weeks, please.
All right, thank you very much. With somebody to, if somebody would please advise Ms. White to get in touch with the Mayor Pro Tem so you can have a discussion with him. Thank you very much. All right, let's vote on the abeyance, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we have item 65. This is a Conservation District of Southern Nevada Board. Derek Van Gorp. His term expires March 17, 2007. The options are that we nominate Mr. Van Gorp to continue service on the board or place another name in nomination for service on this board. Is there any motion at this time? That was, once again, you made the motion last time.
Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation and reappoint Mr. Van Gorp, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, we now go to Bill number 2007-1, levies. This is item 66. Bill 2007-1, levies, assessment for Special Improvement District number 1493, Wallapai Way, Alexander Road, between Cheyenne Avenue to Cimarron Road. Councilman Brown, were you at the recommending meeting?
Hold on just for a second, Your Honor. Councilwoman, is that the one you and I shared together?
Yes.
All right, Councilman Brown, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mayor. Bill number 27-1, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1493, Wallapai Way, Alexander Road, Cheyenne Avenue to Cimarron Road, providing for the payment of the cost of the expenses of said improvements against a portion of the cost of local improvements against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, repealing ordinance number 5833, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
All right, thank you. Councilman, do you have a motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for adoption.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 67 is Bill number 2007-2, levies assessment for Special Improvement District number 1505, Sierra Oeste Neighborhood Street Lights. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 27-2, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1505, Sierra Oeste Neighborhood Street Lights, providing for the payment of the cost and expense of said improvements against a portion of the cost of said improvements against accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of said land benefited by said improvements, ratifying and approving and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for its adoption.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. 68 is Bill number 2007-3, annexation number ANX-12215, property located on the north and south sides of I-215, the Clark County Highway 215, between Schaumburg Road and Fort Apache Road. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman. After I read the bill, Mr. Skeet is here to propose a First Amendment to it. With that, I'll read Bill number 27-3, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, and make its inhabitants subject to the laws and obligations and benefits of the city, and provide further related matters. Mr. Skeet?
Yes, thank you. There has been a request to remove 2 parcels from this annexation, and we've had a new legal description prepared that we'll put into the First Amendment. In addition, Section 7 of the ordinance contains a zoning table. We would also need to remove those 2 parcels from the zoning table. And finally, there are 4 parcels whose numbers have changed, whose APN numbers have changed, and so we'd make those corrections also in the First Amendment.
All right, thank you. Councilman, do you have a motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for its adoption as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 69 is Bill number 2007-4, clarifies and standardizes the provisions that govern the expiration and termination of zoning-related applications and approvals. Councilman Brown, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 27-4, an ordinance to clarify and standardize the provisions that govern the expiration and termination of zoning-related applications and approvals and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Do you have a motion?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for its adoption.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Bills, new bills, items number 70 through 72, which are bills 2007-5 through 2007-7, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, February 20th, 2007. Mr. Jervik, can you read those, please?
Your Honor, with your permission, I'll read them for Mr. Jervik.
Please.
Bill number 2007-5, an ordinance to allow the use accessory massage as an accessory use in certain zoning districts and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2007-6, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1506, Fremont Street pedestrian improvement, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the cost and expenses of said improvements, assessing a portion of the costs of local improvements against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith. And finally, Bill number 2007-7, an ordinance to amend the city's regulations concerning the collection, transportation, deposit, and disposal of solid waste and recyclables, and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman, will you be available on Tuesday, February 20th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Good. And Councilman Ross, will you be available?
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
All right, excellent. I'll sign these to you, and thank you very much. The council meeting's in recess until, let's say, 1 o'clock. I think at 10 after 1. 10 after 1. I have some matters up there. And we'll move on to our redevelopment agency meeting. The redevelopment agency meeting of February 7, 2007 is called to order. The meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meetings of December 20, 2006 and January 3, 2007. Councilman Reese?
No questions or comments, Your Honor. Move approval of the minutes, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 4 is discussion and possible action regarding a second amendment to owner participation agreement between City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and Simon Chelsea Las Vegas Development LLC, located at 695 South Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This item respects a second amendment to the owner participation agreement between the RDA and Simon Chelsea Las Vegas Development LLC concerning the expansion of the Chelsea Factory Outlet Mall downtown, and the desire by the developers of that project to receive TIF rebate assistance on Phase 2 of their project. As you know, they are expanding their retail space on that project and adding 2 new parking garages. I've got a aerial photograph of the site on the overhead, and this amendment basically incorporates their expansion into the owner participation agreement. What it provides for is a form note payable to the developer at the point where this project goes on the tax rolls, and we can get a definitive determination what the exact amount of that note will be. Based on current projection of investment, we expect that note to be somewhere in the vicinity of $650,000. That is going to represent the 41% of the taxable value of their new parking garages in their expansion space. As you know, their construction has been underway. They expect completion of that by later this year, and everything is in order on this item, and staff recommends approval. There are representatives of the Factory Outlet Mall here that might answer any questions that you might have on the project.
Very good. Ms. Lazovich.
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. With me also is Mark Silvestri. We are here to just answer any questions that you might have, and I would like to say how much we appreciated working with your staff. They were very good to work with through this entire process, and we respectfully request your approval.
Well, we think that the mall is great. I have to congratulate our staff for what they did over the Thanksgiving holiday. They actually worked double time, triple time, triple time. I don't know what it was, but they worked to get those garages done so that you would have a successful season over there, and I'm very proud of their effort. It was way beyond the call of duty, and they did a terrific job. But on the other hand, the improvement that you've brought to our downtown area between you and World Market Center and the various projects that are taking place around the 61-acre Union Park, it's remarkable, actually, and we thank you for your investment as well. All right, if there aren't any questions, I'll turn to Councilman Weekly.
Your Honor, thank you very much. Mark, thank you for our meeting and for addressing the concerns that I had in reference to the second garage. And I'm sure once we complete the aesthetics on the first one, everything will work out real well. So with that, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation, please, for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're time for citizens' participation. Public comments during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up to the podium, give us your name, and we'll put a 3-minute timer on.
I require 1 minute. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, candidate for election as mayor of the city of Las Vegas. I will neither solicit nor accept campaign contributions of any kind, because public officials should be freely elected by the will of the majority and should not be bought and paid for by limited special interests. As mayor, I'll raise the community standard of decency, and I'll make sure community development is successful and benefits not just some, but all city residents. I'll solve the problems of homelessness, affordable housing, transportation, traffic gridlock, nursing issues, diversity, violent crime, and illegal immigration. And I'll put an end to racketeer influence, corrupt government in service to limited special interests. And I'll achieve those goals within the single 4-year term. Anyone who has seen or heard me speak on public forums knows that I stand for open public government of, by, and for the people, and the public record is available for review in the office of the city clerk by anyone. We can change the city government for the better by using one index finger. It remains for you, the local public, to do precisely that in order to benefit yourselves, your children, your grandchildren, and posterity. The written text of my public comment is submitted and requested inclusion in the meeting minutes in compliance with NRS 241, the Nevada Open Meeting Law. And I'd like to offer my best wishes and best regards for future success to the appointed Commissioner Gwynn, or Wakely, beg your pardon, who is leaving his duties in this city and moving to the next higher level. Thank you very much.
All right, next, please.
Al Hessen, retired Navy veteran, city resident. I've ridiculed this mayor and this council over your lackluster and feeble efforts at providing affordable, decent housing for people with limited incomes, including senior citizens. I subscribe to the saying, where there is a will, there is a way. Too bad you people lack that will. A January 26th article discussed the deplorable conditions at the Desert Breeze apartment complex. It stated the city's Neighborhood Services Department has but 2 inspectors for 52,000 rental apartments. And I say that speaks volumes as to the apathy and lack of leadership by Mayor Goodman and you rubber-stamped city councilors who are his enablers. A Review Journal article of January 28th with a subheadline of Salvation Army, Nevada Housing and Neighbor Development plan to create affordable housing. 2 nonprofit organizations teaming up to build affordable housing for low-income Las Vegans. 78 units in a project that could provide a boost to downtown redevelopment and provide affordable housing to those who otherwise wouldn't have it. Salvation Army spokesman Charles DiCiderio asked, what happens when a human being comes to you and you give them a bed, a shower, and a meal, and then the next day you give them the same thing? What have you accomplished? Nothing, DiCiderio said. But if you can get that person a place to live they can afford, you've begun to turn their whole life around, in my view. What I have just quoted is pretty basic, and why doesn't Mayor Goodman understand this? His mantra is to send people to shelters, to fail time and time again, and then in his snide remarks comments, I'm oh for whatever, in his office. Is Goodman really that dense? On affordable housing, the city should be taking the lead, and non-profits should be contributors. Right now, it is asked backwards. And finally, this week, in a Las Vegas Sun article, Councilman Wakely talked about his compassion for people and also alluded to people not knowing certain things favorable to Mayor Goodman. And today I tell Wakely, compassion for people, most especially for the homeless and less fortunate, by Goodman is non-existent. And as Wakely's people have been beaten down unmercifully by Goodman, Wakely has been his trained seal and head cheerleader at the expense of his own people and race. And I submit Wakely has been the beneficiary of reverse discrimination. If Wakely were white, he would never have been appointed to this council, and now the crooked is a corkscrew Clark County Commission. Talk about catching lightning in a bottle 2 times.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, and all the members that are...
You have to give us your name, please.
My name is Vincent James Walter Watley IV. I'm the name entitled executive residence at the White House. I'm name entitled to that first motion, what constitutes residence. As I stated, my name is Vincent Watley. What I wanted to bring here today is that I believe it was in 1995, I helped build the Constitution. worked with two other contractors in helping the development of that, the building the vault, in which me being named entitled to the executive residence at the White House, I would have to justify the I'll have to justify the 1101 tax form to have a position as an earned income tax credit or as a federal agency. I'm what would validate the police department and the parks services and the Secret Service agencies. I'm what will validate your position to have a jurisdiction within the city of Las Vegas. I asked numerous of times for police cooperation. Each time they would come out to or respond to one of my calls, they would shoot me down, not being respected to the order of the Constitution. Now, the finance for that was peanut oil. Now, whether or not the persons or the police department have occupied residence or have the right to work in the state of Nevada is what is called cottonseed oil or sunflower oil. Now, to distinguish whether or not they have the right to work in the state simply is whether they have been honest in the Constitution of 1964. Now, the labor commissioner, they would need for every 2 hours that a person works that has the right to work in the state of Nevada, they are guaranteed a 15-minute break. That's how you get the hour break. Now, in the telephone system, it'll reflect that they have the time zone for the map is 0100 hours. Franklin was the postmaster. I worked for Franklin also as the foreman of the payee company. So I helped development in the volume or the magneto-optical. I'm here today because I need a little bit of assistance.
Okay, I have to cut you off now.
All right.
The time's up, but thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Can I get just like one more minute?
No, I have to move. I have an appointment. I want to hear everybody out.
All right, but I validate the Speaker of the House.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, again, Mayor City Council Anthony Snowden. What I actually need to ask is in reference to item 30 that came before the City Council, and that was the $554,000 that was going to be used to facilitate the Senior Citizen Center that's in Ward 5 Doolittle Community Center project. What I need to know is that in that particular, since the community development block grant funds are being used for that particular project, then there's a provision that's within the utilization of those funds that says it's supposed to use community and also try to use community residences or to help facilitate that project. And I want to know if the city has gone online before they go out and let that contract, that they need to add that as a part of their provision and have they provided information for the City Council for review to ensure that we have neighborhood people that's able to participate in the construction of that project. If anyone would be so kind to answer that particular question for me.
Are we in a position where we could answer Mr. Snowden's question at this time?
When we award the contracts, we'll comply with all the federal requirements.
Okay, thank you.
We will.
And okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And I hope that we actually see that. And also, arguably, I know the city has been challenged in trying to develop a grocery store for West Las Vegas. And at the January 17th meeting, they had the gentleman who was actually doing the consultant work for that particular project to come here, and at that time he was given by Council Weekly 30 days in which to come back before the City Council to ostensibly do it or get off the pot, one or the other. 30 days has since passed. That item was not back on the agenda for the last agenda meeting today, which is ostensibly 45 days later. That item has still not come back before the City Council, and I'm trying to see is where we are specifically in terms of the construction of that project and getting that project online. Because word on the street is what they're going to do is they're going to use Mario's Market and going to move him across the street to become a full-service supermarket. And, you know, that's a disservice to the community, I think, if that's true, because of the fact that what he's doing there now on that corner is not going to change if you move him across the street in Enterprise Park. And for my own edification, for those people who are not here who are interested in the grocery store, can the city please elaborate on what the status is on that project at this time? Thank you.
Mr. Adams, are you able to shed any light on that?
We have not received anything as a result of, I think what the gentleman was referencing was the contract that we have with DLC Urban Core and the fact that we gave them an extension, a 30-day extension, specific to Food for Less, to come back with something committed from that company. We do have a letter of interest from Food for Less. It's not anything definitive. It's not a binding letter of intent or anything I could stand here and tell you that Food for Less is going to be building a grocery store on that site. So as a result of the fact that we did not receive anything specific, we've elected to just let their agreement lapse.
Okay, that's the answer. That's fine.
That's correct.
Good. Next, please.
Let it lapse. I'm sorry, that doesn't work for me.
Well,
What's that mean?
Why don't you talk to him, and then we'll hear from...
But I asked in the public forum, Mayor Goodman, I appreciate you give a response in the public forum. I mean, that's what you part of people's business here to do.
I understand that.
It's not an agenda. Give us something more than that. Oh, that's sufficient. That's not sufficient.
All right, that was... ma'am, please.
Mr. Yona?
Yes.
Just real briefly, please. Mr. Snowden, in reference to your question, in terms of the agreement lapsed, it's null and void at this point. 30 days, as we had talked about originally in January, they were given 30 days to negotiate exclusively with Food for Less and to come back with an updated report on where their progress is going to be. That since then, that E&A agreement with them has since then lapsed, meaning it's null and void at this time, which gives the city of Las Vegas an opportunity to now go out and negotiate and accept other proposals at this time.
I understand. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But as far as public information, to keep the process as transparent as possible so we all know what's going on, then those type of items need to be brought back and put in the agenda.
We
That's
do
what
understand.
I'm saying.
Thank you, sir.
Next, please.
Beatrice Turner, candidate for mayor. Appreciate your vote. This going back and forth with this grocery store and back and forth with this grocery store, come on now. It's time that somebody brings something to our community and give us the information, because I met the man in the park getting off the elevator, coming to the meeting, and he said, well, he had Food for Less. Now we still haven't seen him produce no Food for Less. And our community do need a grocery store. We're the only community without a grocery store. We have elderly people over there who don't have cars, who can't get to the grocery store. Then you have shysters that have vans that go around and pick the people up and take them to the grocery stores and charging each person in the van $5 a ride to take them to the grocery store. That's extortion to our community. And I also want to say, as the good mayor, you said when you first got in office, when we all worked on your campaign, when I took a leave of absence for my job, for you to run for mayor. You said you was going to have a rainbow coalition. Well, what color is the rainbow? Because we have not seen the rainbow coalition that you have supposed to have put in place and supposed to benefit all the citizens in this community. And then you say how wonderful our community is, how it's looking. We got the FBI building over there. The community can't even tour the building. Come to think about it, I don't think they will even let you in there, Oscar, to go in the FBI building before they let it to the community people in. And the next thing that I have to say to you, Councilwoman Tarkanian, I was looking at the TV the other night and I seen your opponent that's running against you, and she said that your problem is that you're not a go-along to get along with the council. I tell you what, you stand on what you believe in, and don't you be a go-along to get along when things is not right and it's not a benefiting the citizens. And and any time you have a person that sit up here with you will go pick somebody to run against you, that show you what kind of loyalty they have. And the last thing that I have to say, when this seat is vacant come next month, we're going to ride the election out. And whoever wins, so be it. We don't need you to be no caretaker for us to pick nobody to represent us. So when he leaves, the seat will stay vacant, and whoever wins the election, then that's who sit there. But we don't need you to handpick nothing for our community. Nothing, anything. And you can even do us a favor. You don't even have to come in our community. And thank you.
Okay, next, please.
Al Gallego, a citizen of Las Vegas. It sure feels good to be here. The only little problem, and this is not what I want to talk about, is the hospitals do not have Channel 2. You cannot watch the city council at the hospital. So I'm very disappointed with that. But the problem is, and Councilman Weekly knows, and some of you know, that I've been in jail several times for taking care of my neighborhood. We have a big problem. I ask all the city managers to be here because we have a problem and nobody knows how to take care of it. About a month ago, my children in my neighborhood started smelling smoke. We couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And in my daily walks, I would smell it and smell it and smell it. I could smell it, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Until one day, one of my new residents opened the door, and when he opened the door, he had a cigar that was that long. The odor in the street is real bad. Our kids cannot play there. With my lung problems that I have, I can't go near that house. I talked to the Air Quality and Environment Management for the county, Clark County. They laughed at me. There's no law about cigar smoke or any kind of smoke in city streets or in the environment. We need to take care of this problem. And they laughed at me. While I was here at the city council, the acting director of that department called me, and he says, I don't smell it. The first question that I asked him is, are you a smoker? He said, yes. He can't smell smoke. I don't smoke. I can smell it. So I'm requesting that any of you that do not smoke in the city manager's department, come to my neighborhood and walk around and smell that smoke before it gets very, very bad. This man that's living in this house is only a caretaker of this house. The renter is in Arizona, so he's only staying there part-time. I have talked to the gentleman that owns a house in the Philippines, and until he comes to Las Vegas, nothing's going to be done about it. The first thing I told him, I said, don't bring your mother when you come to the neighborhood, because her mother has lungs like I do. So who can we talk to? We can't talk to the county environment management department. The only thing is, please, come to my neighborhood, and if you smell it, then we can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll be in recess. The redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you back here for the council meeting at 1:10. Stand there.
Take care of my problem, sir. Come to my neighborhood. 7-Eleven Belt Drive. You smell it.
That man over there smoking blood.
Yeah.
How are you? Very cute like that.
What's going on? Good. Nice to see you too. What's happening? Look at you. All nice and everything. Working, huh?
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I said, are you back yet?
For a little bit. They do back at 1 o'clock, right? On 1:10?
Yeah.
Oh, we got plenty of time. Hey, Nance, you know, they're due at 1:10, so we got plenty of time to go grab something to eat. The security officers are the ones who open up. Don't the security officers are the ones who open the doors? Yeah. Well, we'll be here with them at 1 o'clock, so let's go eat.
Yeah, I won't.
He's good. Well, I don't know how good he is. He got jumped by a gang the other day. Yeah. By my house. One of the big gangsters, you know. Yeah. No. He, you know, he trains on mixed martial arts. But there were 7 of them. So I put a beating on him. Yeah. Control. Q Victor 1. Be advised that you can break the order on this time.
Beverly. We have a little issue with our VHS, so we're redubbing the morning session for you. So we'll get that to you soon. Before the afternoon.
He got beat up, you know.
We had it on the wrong speed, so the tape ran out.
Yeah.
So we're redoing.
Knucklehead.
I need it between now and then.
Mm-hmm. You want to fight a war? I'll fight a war, you know. Yeah. Fucking knuckleheads, you know.
Especially with Granicus now. But,
It will probably will do away really.
really, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, absolutely.
We're still kind of
Yeah.
getting into this new wave.
Exactly. No, we're going tapeless as we speak too,
Oh, yeah?
but yet we still are doing our dubs, or when we do shows and whatnot, we still run on tape as backup because, you know, everything's so new.
Yeah.
No, I'll get my notes news page and any conditions. I'm just gonna go up and put something.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes no sense. It's going, brother. You can't. Yeah. You can't. Yeah.
Carrie took the books.
Yeah, books been taken over.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess I'll go eat too.
Okay.
I'll see you in a little
See
bit.
you later. You take your. I won't be here in the afternoon.
Yeah, no.
No, yeah, somebody else
Oh,
comes.
then,
So you take care.
Okay, you too.
Be
Be good.
good.
Nice seeing you too. You take care, and I'll see you in a little while. Oh, yeah. Already.
You still haven't lost it.
Yeah, I hope I never do, because I go like that.
Bye.
I'll see you.
Okay. have anything for me?
No, everything's been, everything we needed to go over so far is gone.
Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
You're gonna come through here, okay? Thanks. You're welcome. Oh, there's one more book over here. Are you coming down?
Yeah. Oh, Orlando's. Didn't see it. I don't know. How's the family?
Doing really well, thank you.
Good.
the new source. the vantage point of my here, I never hesitated to impose my unsolicited opinion.
How are you today?
That's never been our problem, it's a lack of those.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Item number 73, any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, we have item number 74, which is Special Improvement District 1490. Staff's asked for that in advance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting. And items 91 through 94 is the General Plan Amendment 165-111, rezoning 165-119, variance 16525, and site development review 522 Richmond American Homes, Snipple Family Trust, Smoke Ranch Road, and Decatur Boulevard. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting. Items 104 and 105 is variance 17871, site development review 17312, Deja Vu's Little Darlings, 1508 Western Avenue. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting. Item 106 is special use permit 15442, BF Trust, 519 East St. Louis Avenue. They've asked that to be held in advance until our June 20th, 2007 meeting. Item 111 is a site development review 15747, Twin Lakes Baptist Church, Rainbow Boulevard, and Westcliff Drive. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting. And item 112 is a site development review 17298, Republic Services of Southern Nevada, Premier Trust of Nevada, 600 feet east of 6th Street. The applicants asked that to be held until our 4/4/2007 meeting. Item 122 and 123 is a variance 18312, special use permit 18314, T-Mobile USA, Inc., adjacent to south side of Cimarron Road. It's in Councilman Brown's ward, and they've asked that to be held in advance until our March 7, 2007 meeting. Item 130 is a special use permit 18266, Craig McCall, 6032 West Shine Avenue. The applicants asked that to be held until our February 21st, 2007 meeting. And item 131, special use permit 18279, Biomat USA Civic Center Plaza, 611 through 623 Las Vegas Boulevard North. They've asked that to be held in advance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
I'd like to pull forward items number 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, and 103, please, for discussion. Possible action, please.
Okay, 98, 99, we'll do that after we take action on these items here. Are there any other items we need to take action on? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring all these items forward and take the appropriate action, please, with all staff conditions. And we're going to make Council Weekly's last meeting here a big one.
Right, that's true. All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
98.
All right, we'll call 98 through 103. Bring it forward at this time. 98 is ZON 17740. The applicant owner is Larry and Patricia Schusner Family Trust, Poulos Family Trust, and Ashton Boyd Family Trust. Request for rezoning from R4 high-density residential to R5 apartment on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 99 is VAR 17741. The same applicant, the same owner, requests for a variance to allow 150 parking spaces where 425 spaces are required in conjunction with a proposed apartment development on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 100 is VAR 17742. The same applicant, the same owner, requests for a variance to allow a proposed apartment building to be 8 feet from the north property line, where the residential adjacency standards require a setback of 198 feet, and to allow trash enclosures to be 10 feet from residentially zoned property where 50 feet is the minimum setback required on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 101 is VAR 17743. Same applicant owner requests for variance to allow a proposed apartment building to be 0 feet from the west property line, where 10 feet is the minimum setback required, 0 feet from the east property line, where 20 feet is the minimum setback required, 0 feet from the south property line, where, let's see, how many feet? 5 feet is the minimum setback required, and to allow a building height of 66 feet, where 55 feet is the maximum height allowed on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 102 is VAC 17744. Same applicant owner petitioned to vacate a portion of an existing alley generally located north of Bridger Avenue, 140 feet east of 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 103 is SDR 17745. The same applicant, same owner, requests for a site development plan review for a proposed 300-unit, 66-foot-high, 6-story apartment building, and a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffering standards for 0 feet of landscaping where 10 feet is required along the southern, eastern, and western perimeter, and to allow 5 feet of landscaping where 6 feet is required along a portion of the northern perimeter on 1.38 acres on the north side of Bridger Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Councilman?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I see Mr. Biagiotti has arrived. Mr. Biagiotti, if you can come up, please. And I was hoping that Tim Whitwright from Neighborhood Services or Steve Harsons from that department, if they'd come downstairs so that we can discuss this particular. So not yet. So that we can talk about this particular item here. Mr. Biagiotti, one of the things that I wanted to do is I pulled this item forward because I do still have some areas of concern, and I'm very uncomfortable with moving forward with this project. And I think when we last spoke, I know that we have, Tim, if you could come up to the podium as well, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. When we last spoke about this, I guess my areas of concern was that we were doing something compatible as to what we did with Phase 1. And my concern is the lot size and the acreage of this particular project here. And not only that, but just some of the variances that we've been discussing here. Now, I know that, and I appreciate the fact that you all took the time out of your schedule to go out and meet with many of my constituents in that area. And you've gotten a lot of people who've offered their support for the project. But I've since then have spoken to several of those constituents in the neighborhood. And one of the things, Tim, I guess that I'm having a problem with, and I spoke with one of your directors one yesterday, is that I don't want people to feel like they're desperate, that they have to say yes to anything. And although we've been talking about affordable and attainable housing is something that we need to be able to keep housing in place that people can afford and have somewhere nice to live, opposed to us continuing to talk about all the high rises that a lot of folks can't, they don't have the income levels to live in those. I mean, those are beautiful, and I love a lot of the projects that's coming on, and so I'm 100% for this. But I'm still just having some concerns about the size of this project here on this small lot here. And I think for us to try and duplicate Phase 2 like we had on Phase 1, it's just a totally different configuration in my mind. And maybe I'm missing something here, but today I'm just really not comfortable with it. Now, I'm not sure where everyone else is, and I'm not sure if you all had an opportunity to go around, Tim, and talk to everyone else on the council here. But where I stand here today, I don't want to, Mr. Biagiotti, recommend a denial on this. What I do want to recommend today is that this item be pulled without prejudice, if you will. We withdraw this application without prejudice and allow you an opportunity to continue to work with Neighborhood Services. And maybe there is something, Tim, that we could do financially from your department to make this pencil out, or I'm not sure how you all can use some of your federal funds to help make this work. But I think with what we're dealing with here today, as for me and several of the constituents in the area here, they want to see something happen here. They want to see some positive development here. But I'm saying to them, you don't have to be desperate. You don't have to say yes because you think this is something that we want to shove down your throat. And I'm not going to do that to those folks. I'm not going to shove this down their throat. And so those are my comments. And I thought long and hard about this. I spoke with your directors on yesterday, and I thought maybe when I got up today, I'd feel a little bit better. But I still feel the same way about it. And I drove by the project again, and I just kind of stood out there and looked at it, and it just doesn't rest well with me.
Thank you for your candor, Councilman. And we do not want to do anything until we're at a stage where the council is going to approve it, that the neighbors are going to support it. And so the idea of a continuance would be fine with me. Yes. What I would love to do is, sit down with the staff again and perhaps ask to come back here in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I don't feel that I have properly educated people as to what I'm doing here and why I think it is just going to complement the Phase 1 of City Center, yes, which I think the community feels is a quality apartment community that fills a big need downtown.
Yeah, well,
so maybe I just need to spend some more time.
I think so, Mr. Biagiotti. I know myself, along with Mayor Goodman, we were there. We cut the ribbon on it. We approved Phase 1. So
that's right.
It's a beautiful project, and it's been successful, 100% successful. My concern is Phase 2.
You want to make sure it's right, and I agree with that, and
Well,
I would
you're
love to.
duplicating phase one,
Yep.
and the configuration on the lot size is totally different, in my opinion. And I just think that to go and try and put the same thing on a smaller lot, I just have concerns with it. And I know that in speaking with staff shared some of those very concerns and some of the variances that we've had to deal with as well. So, Margot, I'm not sure if you want to chime in or if you all had anything from a staff standpoint on your recommendation on why you all asked for a denial on this also.
Mayor and Councilman, certainly it is the variances that lead to staff's recommendation. With regard to the concerns and your idea that it could probably be changed in a way so as to be more acceptable, staff could certainly concur with that.
And I do want to say, Mr. Biagiotti, one of the things that it had absolutely nothing to do in my decision on this, on how I felt, in reference to one of the neighbors who has voiced a lot of opposition, because one of the things, sir, and I assume you will come to the mic and speak, for me, back remarks and threats don't move me at all. That doesn't move me at all. And I thought that, one of the things about me is that I do things when I get constituents who come to the mic and they share some concerns or they don't understand something. For me, it's important that an applicant go back and make sure that the constituents that I represent understand. But I'm not moved by a constituent who gets out and makes idle threats. That doesn't faze me one bit at all. And I want to make sure I put that on the record so that he will know where I'm coming from, because I don't operate like that. Okay?
I'm not aware of that.
So
What,
no, he's
Councilman?
aware of it. So I
No.
just wanted him to know what I'm talking about.
And he was someone that was against me, I hope?
Don't worry about it.
Councilman Weekly, if I could, Mayor?
Yes, Mayor.
I've looked at this project 2 or 3 different times myself, and to me, it's just too large at the location. It just needs to be, to me, somewhat smaller. Maybe what Ms. Wheeler said about the variances and stuff. So to me, I think that what Councilman Weekly is doing is offering you a chance to, downcast your project a little bit so they can be fit on the property where we don't have to have all these variances and stuff. And I like the first one also. I think it's important to our downtown efforts. But again, though, it's just too big, too much on that little acreage that we have.
Councilman Reese, I'm hoping that what I can explain is that the first building is a 5.5-story, 300-unit apartment community that has a separate parking garage. The first one is a 4.5-story building with a separate parking garage, which required more land. This new building is a 5.5-story building, and the parking garage will be under the 4 stories of housing. So I feel when I'm comparing the density, yes, I will own less land, but I still have 300 units on the same amount of land at the City Center Apartments that I'm having on this. It's just I owned a separate parking garage. So, I'm hoping that I can explain it better and show you what I'm doing and show you that the impact isn't negative from what I'm proposing to build here. The economics of just changing the deal and reducing the units, that will not work for me. But maybe I need to spend some more time educating the staff and showing what I'm doing.
Well, not only the staff, but the people who live in the neighborhood.
And the people in the neighborhood.
That's of great concern. We've received some correspondence from folks who were there, and I think if you give them a tour through your first project, that will give them a certain degree of confidence that your second project will be an excellent one as well. But I think it's something that you have to work with the community.
Mayor, Councilman Weekly arranged a meeting last month. We had about 22 people on site. I invited everyone after that meeting to walk through the City Center apartment.
Yes,
6 of the people did do that. All 6, 4 of which were against the project before it started, all 6 of them said, this is very nice. This is a good building in the community.
Well, it's the old story. I think in order for us to do our job right, and also for the constituents that we represent to get a fair shake, that everybody should go into these things with an open mind and listen to the discussion and then come to their decision of their conscience. But they should know all the facts before they take a position, and they shouldn't be intransigent when the presentations are being made. That's just a word of advice. Okay, Councilor, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, my motion is that we withdraw this application without prejudice, please.
All right, that's the motion. That's on all of these items?
Yes.
All right, let's vote.
98 through 103, please.
Fine, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. I received a letter, Ms. Bridges, from John Thorndall, which I'd like to make part of the record. I don't know whether it is. In opposition. Thank you. All right. We'll go to the consent agenda. Let me ask you this, Ms. Wheeler. Did you contact those folks that I suggested be contacted, the owners of the Urban Lofts, the owners of the Club Renaissance, and also the Sandhurst folks?
Yes, we did, sir.
Are they here today? Is anybody here on behalf of Urban Lofts? Yes. Roman, you are? Okay. Anybody here on behalf of Club Renaissance? Yes. All right. And anybody here on behalf of Sandhurst? Yes. Okay. They're all represented. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to ask that we call forward on the consent agenda for consideration. I have 82, 83, and 84, and then 85 and 86, and then 88. And I can read those into the record at the time. All right. Items 75 and through 88 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding 82 through 84, 85, and 86, and 88?
That'll be my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to call 82, 83, and 84. '82 is EOT 18797. The applicant owner is Urban Lofts, Roman numeral 10 Limited. Request for an extension of time of an approved variance that allowed 78% of the total floor area of live-work unit to be used for residential purposes, where 50% is the maximum allowed on 4.24 acres at 1980 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 3. 83 is EOT 18798, same applicant owner. Request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit that allowed a 71-unit live-work development on 4.24 acres at 1980 Fremont Street, Ward 3, of course. 84 is EOT 18799, same applicant owner. Request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review that allowed a 71-unit live-work development on 4.24 acres at 1980 Fremont Street in Ward 3. Would you please identify yourself? God bless you.
Yes, Trinity Slotman with Urban Lofts, 1700 East Desert Inn Road, Suite 202.
Nice having you here. You'll recall that you're the first guinea pig.
Yes.
Of my statement that I was very concerned that the city was being played for a fool by developers who were coming to us and asking us for entitlements. And what we did was we granted the entitlements with apparently no expectation on the part of the developers to develop the project that they represented to us. And we put a one-year review on that to make sure that we're not the fool. And all I want, I'm not going to be hard-nosed about this, I want to find out what you've done in the year to make us want to extend you even further.
Our plans were, final Mylar plans for the civil improvement plans were submitted to the city yesterday, and the city is routing them for permits right now.
Okay,
so
that's
10,
enough.
10 days.
That's enough. You passed the test.
Okay.
Okay. This is Councilman Reese on those items.
Yes, Your Honor, and we do have some of these that are, we do have some of these that are just about for sale up there on 11th Street in Carson, so I think they are going to build. My motion, Your Honor, would be to approve these three items with all staff conditions, please.
All right, thanks.
For another 1 year.
All right, 1 year?
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll probably need to take those separately.
All right, fine. That'd be 82 first.
On item 82, I make a motion for approval with staff conditions with a 1 year review.
All right, let's vote, please.
If I may, then that would be a change to condition 1. The date of expiration would be December 1st, '07.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Same motion on 83, please.
Thank you. Let's vote.
With the same change?
Yes.
Sir? Thank you.
Opposed? You're fired, Ms. Bridges. Okay. All right, let's vote again, please. Post. Motion carries. And 84, please.
Same motion on 84 with those changes.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. 85 and 86. 85 is EOT 18622. The applicant owner is Club Renaissance Partners LLC. Request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit that allowed a mixed-use commercial and residential development on 1.28 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Bonneville Avenue. This is in Ward 3. And 86 is EOT 18623. Same applicant owner, request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review that allowed a 60-story mixed-use development to include 950 residential units and 91,000 square feet of commercial space, and waivers of the Centennial Plan building step back and build to requirements on 1.28 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Bonneville Avenue. All right, would the representatives of Renaissance come up, please? You want to tell us what you've done this past year? Please identify yourself.
Leonard Messina.
Yep.
Well, we're at 85% working drawings, 85% structural drawings, 85% mechanical complete. And, you know, we're just a victim of construction costs and pre-sales. So financing has dried up to a large extent for Las Vegas. So we're redesigning, trying to value engineer, trying to come up with something that's affordable for people.
Well,
to
certainly
buy.
the project that you've brought before us is off the boards.
No.
It's on the boards?
It's on the boards.
Based
But
on
we
what
make-
you
but
just
we-
said to me, Mr. Messina.
No.
You
Let
plan
me-
to build 950 residential units and 91,000 square feet of commercial there?
Well, the design is for 912. We're in negotiations with some large construction companies to joint venture it at this point, because it's the only way we could finance it.
And how much time do you need?
I don't know.
Well,
A year?
No, I'm not interested in a year, to be quite frank with you. We've got a beautiful piece of property there, Casino Center in Bonneville, and I've been to about 3 groundbreakings there so far, and I haven't seen ground broken, to be quite frank with you. And that's the reason that I'm doing this. This is serious business for the city. I want to see development in the downtown, and if your project is, for one reason or another, and it may be beyond your control, to be quite frank with you, with the changing economic market, if it's not going to go forward as represented to us, I don't want to allow the extension to go on for another year.
Listen, it's your, I mean, I can't say anything other than tell you the truth.
I appreciate
May I?
Yeah, sure.
There's a possibility we could get 912 units built there. If not, we'll build 400 or 500 or some other number, and we're exploring many designs and construction methods to try to come up with something that is affordable. We do it day in and day out, so...
No, and I appreciate that, but I don't think this project that we approved and that we entitled is going to take place. I just don't think you could look at me with a straight eye and tell me that what we approved as a council is in fact going to become a reality.
I would
that doesn't
say,
mean to say that you're...
I would say today, there's probably a 30% chance that it'll go in its current form, and a 100% chance that it'll go in some other form.
Well, I hope you're right about that.
I do too. We've spent close to $9 million cash out.
And I don't doubt that you're still going to own the property. I just feel that with the entitlements, I think you should come back to us again when you have a plan and let us reconsider it.
Well, give us a little bit of time to complete our negotiations, because the negotiations are, well, give us 6 months.
No.
Give us 1 year, if you could.
No, I'm not interested. I'm sorry, I'm not interested.
Well,
Can you do it in 60 days? We'll give you a 60-day extension.
I could do it in, well, I'd be more comfortable with 90.
60 days. You got a 60-day extension if, in fact, Councilman Reese would move for that.
I got to.
You don't have to, but that, yes.
I'd like to weigh in here. I understand what you'd like to see accomplished as far as the speculation and the entitlements that someone sits on for 2 years, doesn't do anything. But I'm trying to balance that with the fact that these are privately held properties, and the market sometimes impacts these projects as much as anything. 2 years has traditionally been that time frame. Just what we heard the last presentation, that the year update he had gotten plans submitted, but even, it took him a year to even get plans submitted. So I'm just uncomfortable saying no after 1 year in a market that's as volatile as we have right now, both up and down. I don't want to discourage, it's great to say only legitimate projects can come downtown Las Vegas, but that has to be balanced against the realities of the marketplace. And I'm going to support your motion, and I'll support what you want and envision downtown.
I appreciate.
I'm not comfortable with.
Well, what would you be comfortable with as far as giving them time? 6 months? I want you to be comfortable. This is just my position. I want to make sure that we're not being played the fool, and I'm not suggesting you're doing that with us. Believe me, I'm just saying that I want to make sure that what we're trying to accomplish is maybe I'm in too much of a hurry. Okay, that may be my problem. I want to see these things get done. I'm not going to be around here forever.
I can only tell you, the development climate all over this valley is not good right now. Construction costs are driving land prices down. Developers, and we talk to them from all over the country and internationally, they're afraid to come here. There's a shortage of labor. Subcontractors here make more than they do in any other city. I cut my teeth in New York City. I could build a building in New York City 30% cheaper than I could build one here. You're right. You've got to be very, very patient in this type of a market, in my opinion.
Is it, Your Honor?
Please.
Is it proprietary information, or are you allowed to share with the mayor and the councilman the things that you have verbally put on the record today? Can you demonstrate that you haven't been sitting around doing zero for a year? You've been...
Oh, absolutely. I could...
That would
very,
be...
very...
Then what I'm going to do, with all due respect, I'm going to move to obey this for 2 weeks, and I want you to go up and down the hall on the 10th floor and show the council members what you've done.
Okay.
And when you come back, if they're convinced that you're making a good faith effort, I'll give you more time, at least as far as suggesting to the Mayor Pro Tem that be the motion. If they're not convinced of it, then I don't feel I'm going to give you any time.
Fair enough.
All right.
Mayor
Thank
Goodman,
you.
may I ask a
Yes.
question, please? First of all, I'm not going to be here next week, so I'd invite you.
Where are you going to be, Councilman?
I'm going to be somewhere else.
Can I come?
You want me to?
I know where he's going to be, but
Like
that's
I said,
okay.
I'm not going to be here.
Right.
I'd invite you, though, to take up the mayor on this suggestion, meet with one of my colleagues, and I'll certainly be speaking to my colleagues before our next meeting. But here's my question. Can we grant an extension up to a period of time? In other words, rather than a 6-month extension or a year extension, can we grant an extension up to 1 year and then ask for some sort of periodic status checks with staff? And for example, Margot, this gentleman could report to Margot on a monthly basis what he's done, and then she can report to us, and if we're not satisfied that steps are being taken, we can put it back before the council for review. Rather than give this 1 year with no way to gauge, can we ever do something like up to 1 year?
Council?
Are you saying that it would be approved up to 1 year, and then after that point it would expire, or?
Well, they're asking for an extension.
Right.
And their request initially was a year.
Correct.
And if we were to grant that versus 6 months, whatever it is, we give them that period of time as a block period of time. My question is, can we give them a period of time which is up to that period of time?
Yes.
So that if we're not satisfied, and I'm not saying we wouldn't be satisfied, but if we're not satisfied with progress, we don't have to wait until a year to review the matter. We can review the matter earlier if staff were to tell us that this gentleman or any other applicant hasn't taken enough steps to our satisfaction.
Yeah, normally that doesn't happen on a site plan review. It would normally happen on like a special use permit. You could probably do it on the special use permit because you can review those at any time once they're granted. Normally what we do is we set a finite time. We'll say a year, 6 months, and then it comes back for review. If you're not satisfied at that point that the applicant's done anything, then you can just let the site plan expire, the SUP will expire at that time.
I guess my question is, can we legally do it? And from a practical standpoint, it seems to me, and I'm going to certainly support what we're talking about, just putting it over 2 weeks.
No, I understand
but
that.
For future things, it might give us what we want, Mayor, which is give them time to perform subject to us determining that they're not performing, and then we can act earlier, rather than just a blanket period of time.
All right, well, we can certainly get that
Yes,
answer
you
by the
can.
next.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, Mayor Pro Tem?
Your Honor, my motion would be to hold in abeyance item 85 and 86 for 2 weeks until our February 21st meeting, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Mr. Messina, you'll make
Weeks.
arrangements. Yeah, but you'll make
Yeah, well,
arrangements in the
in that
meantime.
period of
You
time.
get up there and show us what's happening, all right?
Can we have this first on the agenda?
We'll give you a time certain, so you don't have to stick around. We'll put this first on the agenda 2 weeks from now.
Great,
We'll
thank you.
start at 1 o'clock. All right, and then the last one that I want to check on is 88. 88 is EOT 18770. The applicant is Sandhurst Development. The owner is Taurus Sandhurst Limited Partnership, a Delaware limited partnership. Request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review that allowed a 35-story mixed-use development in Parkway Center to include 413 residential units and 35,435 square feet of commercial space on 3.23 acres on the north side of Iron Horse Court, approximately 300 feet east of Grand Central Parkway. Gentlemen?
Hi.
Hi.
Joseph Manzella from Sandhurst Development.
Jeff Theobald from Taurus Sandhurst.
Okay, now I got a phone call saying that it's dead.
We have not stopped looking for an investor. As you know, Sandhurst, we've been in the building department. Our plans are just a few weeks away from being approved. Our problem has been our equity. We lost that back in July of 2005. We've been working nonstop. The phone call was a result because we were at that point where Sandhurst is a limited operation right now. We want to continue the extension because we are continuing to work with our landowner now, who Taurus took the land over. They bought the note. They're working with us for us to purchase it back. We are talking with some investors right now. We're working very hard to still try to get this built. I mean, we believe it. We believe in the project.
I thought it was a great project.
It's still it's a great project. We want to build it. We want to try to buy some more time on the site development. So we can continue to find an investor. We still believe we will. I mean, if you need to speak with Michael about it, Mr. Mayor, he's Michael Marola. He's the one that's spearheading the investment. We're talking with 3 people.
Okay, because as I say, the last word I got, it was a message from
Yeah,
Mr.
that
Marola
was-
saying it was dead. And
Right.
that was one of the reasons that I wanted to call this today to, I
Why
want to give you good
that,
burial.
Right. Why we made that phone call was we wanted you to know first that we
No, and I
kind
appreciate
of
that.
limiting our operations because, we don't have funding. We're trying to do everything to get that funding to get this thing back in play.
Okay, what disadvantage would you have if we don't give you the extension?
Well, then we have to go back for the site plan.
You own the land.
Well, no, they own us. Taurus owns the land. Taurus is working with us. Taurus Investment Holdings is working with us to purchase the land back. See, we lost the land in this process, but Taurus has been willing, and that's why they're here today, to work with us to purchase it back in an investment scenario.
So you're not going to develop it, correct?
No.
Taurus is not going to develop it.
We're not developers at the end of it. We're lenders.
So
And
basically, you took back a note, so to speak. You own the property, and now you're dealing with the developer to see whether or not the developer is going to be able to come up with a development.
Right. They're trying to
It's all-
recapitalize the deal.
It's all about the finance, Mr. Mayor.
I understand, but
We've been close so many times, as you know. We believe we're close again. We just, it's at that point where if we don't get our extension on a site plan, we have to go back for a site plan approval.
Right.
I think that's only going to only hurt our chances of landing these investors.
All right.
If we-
Well, Councilman Weekly, how does 60 days sound?
You know what, Your Honor, I was going to suggest that I'd like something similar to the last item that we had, because I'll be perfectly honest with you, gentlemen, this is the first of my knowledge, and this is in the district that I represent. I haven't heard from Sandhurst since I approved this, and one of the things I like to always emphasize is that it's so important that regardless of who represents a project and it's in their area, they should be on the front line of knowing what's happening. It's okay that people contact the mayor and share with him all of their stories, but if the person who represents the area doesn't have any legs to stand on to speak in your behalf, then it leaves you with nothing to talk about. And so I think that these guys should kind of have the similar deal that this last applicant had, to come up and show what they're working with and see what it is that they're presenting. And
Well, the bottom line is the drawings are the drawings. The building design is the building design. We have gotten control of pricing and construction based on what caused our investors to book back in 2005. We understand our pricing now. We understand how to build this project and to bring it in at the cost that it needs to be.
Well, I think
that we're not doing anything on.
I think in all fairness,
it's all about an investment.
Okay, and I appreciate this. I think that Councilman Weekly is going to move for a 2-week abeyance. I want you to meet with him.
Okay.
And then if he feels after you meet with him that there's a value to meeting with the rest of the council, you'll go down the hall and speak to us and brief us on it.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to put on the record today, I'd like that each person on this council have that information as to what it is you're trying to do, and that will be able to give you some more support. And I think it'd be helpful to you as well.
Very good. So your motion 2-week abeyance? With
Yes,
that
please.
understanding?
That'll be my motion.
All right, let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Sir, I'm going to have some, Your Honor?
Yes.
Councilman, is it okay? I'm going to have someone come out and get your numbers. If you guys would just kind of wait in the wings over here for me.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Brown.
Your Honor, if I could, if we could ask the city manager's office for next, next week's briefing cycle, separate from that person that comes in, buys property, gets an approval, and doesn't do anything. I have no sympathy for them. Excuse me. But in cases like this, I'd like to be better educated on when we're talking, the first applicant talked about $8 or $9 million tied up in the project. The last speaker at least indicated there was a lot of investment in there. As the mayor asked him, and I don't think it was answered properly, is how are they harmed? If they've come through with a site development review, invested in engineering plans and design and all that, if they lose the entitlement, how does that harm them? And furthermore, what gain do we get from the city? I can certainly see that we want to send a strong message from the mayor that we are only going to consider and encourage and promote and ask for real projects. But that's in a somewhat of an idealistic world. So if we could, I know it's short notice, but if we could get that on next week's briefing, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Be very helpful. Thank you. Okay, that's great. 89 is ARC 18824. This will be a public hearing. The applicant is Centennial Sign, Inc. The owner is Joseph Scala. Appeal filed by the applicant of the denial by the Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee of a request for a waiver of the town center sign standards to raise the height of a previously approved pylon sign and to include a reader board sign for People's Auto Center at 6401 Centennial Center Boulevard. This is in Ward 6. The Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which is now open. Gentlemen.
Mark Whitehouse, Ultra Signs, 10 Research Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, representing the applicant Centennial Sign, Inc. With me is Harold Dresner of Centennial Sign, Inc. And, like you just read, we're asking for is to increase sign height up to 100 feet from 79 in this area due to a ramp that is 27 and a half feet high directly in front of the sign, which restricts the visibility of said sign. What we're also asking for is a reader board at the top of the sign to display goods and services, which has become commonplace in the sign industry, as you can see all over this city and many other cities. I'll answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, the folks, a public hearing. If anybody would like to be heard, this is your time to be heard.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Just a quick, brief question. Which came first, the sign or the ramp?
Are you able to answer that? He wants to know what came first, the sign or the ramp.
The approval for the sign was developed in this whole town center concept was well before the ramp. So it was actually built and constructed.
Very good.
The final question is, whose idea was the ramp in that case? Thanks.
Look to end on about that.
Okay. All right. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. There was a sign approved there for 79 feet prior. This ramp is definitely going to hinder the opportunity for advertising on this. I'm a little confused because I've got my notes from our previous meeting, and it still shows 100 feet. How high are you going for?
Just 100 feet.
100 feet. It's approved at 79.
I don't recall that was part of our conversations when we met about this sign. My notes say we talked about 90 feet. So I'm prepared to move on this item unless you guys want to hold this a couple of more weeks so we can meet again, because my notes aren't matching to what you guys are expecting out of this meeting today. So I'm kind of concerned for your benefit, not for mine.
Oh, I thought the plan that we submitted showed it at 100 feet.
Well, it does, but that wasn't part of our conversation. We talked about your 100-foot sign, and my notes right here show me that we talked about reducing that about 10 feet. The Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, very important to me. Commissioner Dunham's comments, he serves on that committee. His comments are very important to what happens out here in the Northwest. I drove by there last night. I was looking at the other sign that's out there. I'm not in disagreement with you. I think you need to do something out there, but I think we need to tweak this a little more. And I'm not sure you gentlemen are prepared for me to do that from the dais, or you want to hold this for a couple more weeks and we can work some issues out.
I think that, you know,
We're welcome for you to proceed with this matter.
You sure?
Yeah, because I think it's a give and take situation, and we appreciate your wisdom on the matter. So we're ready to hear you out on what you suggest.
Well, it's not just my wisdom, but it's the folks that live out there, and
Yes, sir.
it's the Shark Committee as well.
Absolutely.
And I take into
Absolutely.
account what they say.
Absolutely.
Are you gentlemen prepared to move forward then if we reduce the height of this sign to 90 feet?
Yes, sir.
And in my notes also, we only talked about 2 sides having signage on it, and now I'm seeing 3 sides.
only 2 sides will have the reader board on it, the electronic reader board. Only 2 sides facing the Beltway and the freeway.
Right, but as per Centennial sign standards, there's a 59-foot sign and a 79-foot sign existing. It has tenant panels on all 3 fascias. What we're asking for just is a double-face electronic reader board facing only roadway, facing away from any residential behind Centennial Hills.
Okay, the square footage of, what are you asking for in square footage in regards to the sign?
The fascia of the square footage would be approximately 1,800, I believe.
For all 3 signs, what's the total?
For that one sign?
Yeah.
The fascia area would cover 5,400 square feet. Because
5,400 total?
Well, yeah, you basically have 60 times 30 times 3, because you have 3 faces. I mean, and all the other signs do have 3 faces out there.
And I recognize that, too.
Yeah.
Director Wheeler, if I can hold on one minute.
Yes, sir.
Director Wheeler, what is our Centennial Hills standard for square footage on those signs out there?
Mayor and Councilman, it is a relationship of the square footage to the gross floor area, and so it would be 900 square feet for each of the 3 sides, or 20, I'm sorry, that's what's requested. I apologize. It's the 2533 is the maximum for the 3 faces that's allowed.
And gentlemen, you're requesting a maximum, do the math there real quick.
Yeah, I mean, just estimating and looking at it, it comes up to be about 1,800 square feet if you were to take 30 times 60 times 3, which I'm estimating that to be, but that's based on my 100-foot drawing, so.
Additional, though, beyond the 2533 that is allowed?
It would be near double.
Near double.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, right now, on the 79-foot sign out there, which has approximately a 15-foot base to it, you're still looking at 27 feet wide times approximately 63 times 3. So right now, you're very close to that number already on a 79-foot sign if you do the math on those.
Right, I see that.
So it's just what's existing out there already. On a 59-foot sign, obviously you're giving up some height on that, so maybe you're down at the 4,000 square feet area. All we're asking for on this is the legs to be increased. We're not increasing any tenant fascia area as compared to the other 79-foot sign. Let me show you. This is a rendering of what it would look like basically without the rays. You see the ramp in front of it, and then I've got another photo of it with the rays. And this is
Well, while you're digging for that, is dropping that down to 90 feet going to be a big deal? Because it looks like you got a little extra room there. Put your next picture up there on the overhead.
And once again, I mean, this is me going out and measuring the ramp, taking photos, having a designer place the sign in there. So, I mean, don't bring the mob with you to come get me if I'm wrong, but this is pretty accurate. You can see that all we're asking to do is just show the tenant fascia area. I mean, when you think about it, if you say, hey, do a 79-foot sign, but we're only going to make it 70% visible, it's not a 79-foot sign anymore.
No, and I recognize that. And I recognize the need to better advertise the businesses out at Centennial Hills.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you.
That certainly is not the issue. It's just finding that happy medium with not only the Shark Committee, but with the residents out there.
Right,
I'm concerned about the third sign, the third side of that sign being pointed toward residential. That's a big concern of mine. How do you guys, can you address that?
Well, we agreed, and the whole idea was not to have any electronic, reader board on that. We could certainly do that with a non-lit portion, so it would just be visible to the people in the center during the day.
Would you be prepared then if that lit side became a nuisance to those folks out there? And I don't want to pave the way for future phone calls, but I do want you guys to recognize that we may get some issues with that facing the residential neighborhoods. I'm reading staff's general analysis and discussion here. This is staff, and Margot, bear with me. The reader board or EMU proposal would go against the entire intent of the town center development standards. And both of you probably know that reader boards are not allowed in Centennial Hills Town Center. And I don't believe and don't necessarily agree with staff that this would change the entire intent. We have a special circumstance here with, soon we'll have an interchange-to-interchange combination just down the road from there. As the freeway grows to meet our traffic needs, these things are going to come up. I certainly don't want to slow down the progress of Centennial Hills, especially the businesses out there, and I want to support them. But I also want to support Shark in their efforts to keep those standards realistic and keep everybody on the same page. So this is really going the extra mile in regards to these reader boards. I'm prepared, Your Honor, to move to approve with and gentlemen, if you don't like it, you tell me. I want to approve this sign at 100 feet. And we'll allow the two sides reader boards facing traffic only. The square footage hasn't changed, Margot? Is that what it looks like to you in regards to the signage itself?
Mayor and Councilman, their what they purported is accurate.
Okay.
They're requesting the three faces at the size they indicated, the 1,800.
But on public record, gentlemen, be prepared for that one sign not to be lit, the one side headed towards the neighborhoods.
That's fair enough.
Those folks are very important to me. I want to make sure that they're protected. No, I'm sorry, 90 feet. 90 feet on the sign. Did I say 100?
Yes, you did.
We like the 100 better.
90 feet.
Yeah.
Nice try. We'll go 90 feet on the sign and follow and allow the rest of it to go through. Margaret, did you have anything to include?
If I may, so that would be a change to condition number 3, that it would read that the waiver from the town center development standards to allow a pylon size, a maximum height of 90 feet. Condition number 4, if I understood correctly, you want the reader board to only be two-sided to face the freeways.
That is correct.
Okay, and so the condition number 4, waiver to the town center development standards to allow for a two-sided reader board sign or EMU sign facing the two freeways where none are permitted. And then we would also add that the sign size waiver is hereby approved. That would be an added condition. So your changes, sir, would be the 10 feet lowering in the height and the allowance of the reader board only on two sides.
Correct.
Facing the freeway. That would be the changes as I understand.
That is correct. That's my motion, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wisdom.
I think we did. Item 90 is SUP 18316. This will be a public hearing. The applicant is Insight Towers LLC. The owner is Laco Limited. Request for a special use permit for an 80-foot high wireless communication facility, stealth designed to be 320 feet from a single-family detached dwelling where the town center standards require a distance separation of 330 feet on 1.98 acres at the northeast corner of Kevin Way and Centennial Parkway. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, council members. I'm Tracy Klein, appearing for the applicant. My address is 320 East Warm Springs Road in Las Vegas. We've read and concur with all the staff conditions, and we hope you can support our project. I have some folks from Insight with me today if you have any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman or his accompaniment? All right, folks, public hearing? Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Councilman Wolfson points out, Your Honor, that there are tall things in Ward 6.
Yes.
Met with you folks a couple of days ago, and I've got to tell you, council members, and I recognize you as a developer, so to speak, even though they're developing towers. I asked these folks early on to go knock on some doors out there and visit with the neighbors that would be affected by this tower. They went above and beyond, went the extra mile. Not only did they log each time they knocked on the doors, because a lot of folks weren't home. They wrote down the time, the date they were there, they wrote down the address, and when they finally spoke to me, who they spoke to, got their permission, and signed the paperwork, which I've got. I mean, you've gone above and beyond, and I really appreciate that. Whenever these kind of things affect neighborhoods, it's important to get out there and knock on those doors.
We should hire them for our campaign.
Well, with that, Your Honor, I'll move to approve agenda item number 90, subject to all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks. And thank you for doing what you did. Okay, we're going to go to 95.
Mine too.
95 is GPA 16578. It's a public hearing. The applicant is John David Burke, architect. The owner is New Vista Ranch, Inc. Request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the master plan from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to PCD, Planned Community Development, on 15.05 acres at 7875 North Rainbow Boulevard. It's in Ward 6. There's been an addendum. The New Vista Ranch is the applicant owner. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Kemfer.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kemfer, here on behalf of New Vista. With me is Mr. John Burke, the architect for the development. He is here should you have any questions appropriate for
what
his
I should do,
consideration.
please let me do this. I did not make a note. This has a companion item as well, 96. Let me read that.
I believe 97 as well.
And
Your Honor.
97, yeah, let me read those into the record so we could do it all at once. 96 is ZON 16580. The applicant is John David Burke, the architect owner is New Vista Ranch. Request for rezoning from U, undeveloped, DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, general plan designation to PD, plan development on 15.05 acres at 7875 North Rainbow Boulevard. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. And 97 is SDR 16581. The same applicant, same owner, request for site development plan review for proposed two-story, 56-unit assisted living apartment development within a 43,283 square foot commercial amusement recreation indoor facilities, 3,024 square feet of medical office space, and 1,382 square feet of retail space on 15.05 acres at 7875 North Rainbow Boulevard. The applicant is requesting an abeyance on the February 7th City Council meeting. Apparently that's not correct. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. These are all public hearings which are now declared open. Thank you. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, that's fine, Your Honor. Thank you. Again, on all items, Chris Kemfer and John Burke here on behalf of the owner of the property and the applicant today. It is not often that we are afforded the opportunity to do something so right and so good for so many deserving people. But that is exactly what we have here. New Vista Ranch owns the property on the southwest corner of Rainbow and Grand Teton. If we could zoom in a little bit on this, we'll go over the site just briefly. Could we zoom in, please? Thank you very much. And then Mr. Burke will...
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Kemper, my screen is blank. Okay.
Okay, do you have it now, sir?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. First of all, as we go through this, you'll see Rainbow is a section line street. Grand Teton, which is the street immediately to the north of us, serves as a section line street because Horse dead ends into the Silverstone Golf Club. So essentially, the major streets in this area are Grand Teton, which is the street immediately to the north of us, and Rainbow, which is the street to the east of us. To the west of us is the Gilcrease Ranch. To the east of us is Rainbow, and then further east are some vacant parcels. Again, to the north of us is Grand Teton, and across Grand Teton, as you can see, now my screen's blank, but I assume you can still see it.
No, our screen is blank, so we'll push the other button. We'll go back to the first button. We'll try both buttons.
They're resetting the system.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Those things happen.
It only costs millions of dollars of taxpayer money.
If that's the worst thing that happens today, I'll be okay. So, again, to the north of us is Grand Teton, and across Grand Teton are single-story homes on approximately 1/6 acre lots located within the Silverstone Golf Club. Now, because these homes on Silverstone are single-story, and because of our significant setback of the buildings off Grand Teton, this project represents no site impairment at all for those folks across Grand Teton. Just so you have an idea, this whole area, catty corner from us, is Father Flanagan's Girls and Boys Town, Nevada. That's located there. New Vista has been on this property for 20 years, serving the intellectually challenged, most with Down syndrome. The property was donated to New Vista by the Gilcrease family for this particular use. The New Vista vision, if you will, is to create a place where intellectually challenged adults can live, work, and play. The unfortunate truth is there is no acceptable place for the intellectually challenged adults to go once there are no longer family members to house and care for them. This place is the first step in plugging that hole. Our proposed development consists of not just the existing ranches, but a new assisted care facility for approximately 60 adults, a community center where these folks may dine and interact with others, a basketball court and swimming pool and related facilities where they can recreate together and on occasion hold events for other intellectually challenged individuals living in southern Nevada, and studios where they can actually learn a trade or make things so they can share the same kind of pride that all of us feel when we earn something ourselves. Despite whatever notices that were sent and despite what you just read in terms of the agenda item, and because that was some concern of neighbors, this place is not open to the general public. There are no retail sales. There are no retail uses. Nothing is sold from this site. This place is solely an opportunity for the residents of this community to live, recreate, and work together. We had a total of 3 neighborhood meetings. During the second meeting that we held, we discussed numerous conditions of potential approval for these applications. New Vista agreed to virtually every single one of those conditions. The purpose of the third neighborhood meeting was to provide the neighbors who had attended either one or the first or second meeting with a written list of conditions which we had prepared as a result of that second meeting. At this third meeting, there were people present who were not at either the first or second meetings. So at this third meeting, many issues which had been discussed before had to be discussed again, and an agreement that we thought we had reached actually was not in place, and no compromise was made at that time. However, because we promised the neighbors from the first 2 meetings that certain conditions would be acceptable to us should this item be approved, I would like to read those conditions into the record and ask that you impose those conditions on us should you, in your discretion, determine that such approval should be given to us. Now, these conditions were read at the time of the Planning Commission hearing. It's my understanding that all of these conditions are already incorporated into any approval you might give. But for those people who are in the audience and others who may be listening, Your Honor, it's important if I could just please read these conditions so they are aware that they are part of the record. The new Vista facilities for this project are for the use of the new Vista community and its residents and members, as that term is defined in the New Vista Community Master Development Plan, and are not open to the general public. The new facility does not have retail sales, and it's the intention of what is called mini business craft studios is to encourage the development of the residents' skills so that they may earn a living and start businesses in some cases. Any products produced from such studios would be offered for sale in an off-site commercial location, for example, the New Vista Thrift Store at 3085 South Valley View. Primary access to the site shall be on Grand Teton Drive. There shall be no access on Rainbow Boulevard except limited access for fire department use and for special event parking. That was a very important point for those neighbors living south along Rainbow. There shall be a 200-foot setback from the center line of Grand Teton Drive to the main structure on the property, being the Community Recreation Center. There will be a 120-foot setback from the center line of Rainbow Boulevard to this same building. The maximum height of all buildings on the property shall be 35 feet, except for any portions of the buildings fronting on Rainbow Boulevard, which shall be a maximum of 29 feet. All buildings shall have a residential appearance. The applicant shall provide for a 20-foot mixed-use trail on Grand Teton and for a 25-foot mixed-use horse trail on Rainbow Boulevard. Now, there was some discussion on that. I'm not exactly sure how that resulted from at the Planning Commission, but there were some modifications that I think staff indicated that the trail system may not be entirely a horse trail or whatever, but it was discussed at the Planning Commission. We agreed to whatever staff said. Whatever trail we have to put in there, we'll put in there. So,
do you want to define that with a little more particularity so that those who are listening will know exactly what Mr. Kemper's talking
that's a
about?
little unfair to Margot. I know, Your Honor, because I'm. All right, we'll pass it on to Bart, and then.
Okay.
I can say that there is a non-equestrian multi-use trail requirement along the south side of Grand Teton. The city has standards for trails. This would be for pedestrian and non-equestrian use, and we'd certainly be willing to work with the applicant to make sure that what they propose meets with the city's agreement.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we wanted to, and Councilman Ross, we wanted to make sure that there was a horse trail, if that's in fact something we could do along our property that would serve the folks to the south of us. If and to the extent permitted by the City of Las Vegas, we wanted to see if that flood channel could be grass-lined or other non-man-made material, and the bottom line is no. It's been made pretty clear to us it's got to be a concrete channel. So even though that was one of the conditions we discussed, it has to be a concrete channel. All lighting on the property shall be low-intensity, downcast lighting designed to minimize to every extent possible light shining on adjacent properties. Height of the light standards on the property shall be as low as the City of Las Vegas will permit. The Planning Commission actually imposed a 20-foot high maximum on those site poles, which is acceptable to us. The applicant shall apply with the City of Las Vegas for a waiver/variance to allow for Rainbow Boulevard to be developed to rural standards. This would include a waiver variance to allow for no street lighting on Rainbow Boulevard. Again, Grand Teton will have to have street lights. The concern was Rainbow, and we agreed that if staff would agree, we would not put lights on Rainbow Boulevard. Applicant shall apply with the City of Las Vegas for a waiver variance as to parking standards so as to permit the alternative parking lot. That's the existing parking there, and then the alternative parking is down there to the extent that a variance is needed so to allow us to create that alternative parking. We would be willing to do it. The issue was they did not want to create too much permanent parking on this place for fear that that would could lead to additional or different and unsatisfactory uses on the property. So we agreed to that we would do that. Probably most important is this particular condition, which is any change in use for the property, the addition of any buildings on site, and any other substantial change to the approved site plan shall require a public hearing, notice to all property owners within a 1/2 mile radius of the property, except that written notice shall extend south to Elkhorn to make sure that all the neighbors south of Elkhorn in this area are notified as well. Those were the conditions that we agreed upon, and as noted, Your Honor, those are conditions that were made part of the approval by the Planning Commission. Also, for the record, Your Honor, I would like to introduce the New Vista Community Master Development Plan and Development Standards. And before I introduce it, I have to tell you, I want to thank especially Brian Scott, who worked very hard with me in coming up with this particular document in as short a period of time as we had. Doug Rankin was absolutely incredible in working with us. And so everyone who was involved in that, thank you very much. Sheila Lambert of Councilman Ross's office as well. With regard to this particular document, there is a section that is important, I know, to the neighbors. The issue was what happens if New Vista were to sell the property. Well, there is no desire or intent on New Vista's part to do it. However, we wanted to cover that in this document. And it says, except as expressly provided herein, no assignment or transfer of all or any portion of the property shall relieve New Vista of its obligations hereunder, and such assignment or transfer shall be subject to all of the terms and conditions of this document, provided further, and here's the most important point, that no such assignee or transferee shall be entitled to any rights or privileges under this document or otherwise with regard to this property or the use thereof, unless such assignee or transferee assumes in writing and in full all obligations and duties of New Vista under this document and is required by the conditions of zoning approval related to and imposed with regard to GPA 16578, Zone Change 16580, and Site Development Review 16581, the three applications before you today. So for the record, we are introducing that document into the record to be part of the zoning file so that anyone, if whatever purchase this property, they would know that that document's there and know that they would have to do the same thing with this property that New Vista seeks to do.
Will that be on any type of a deed? In other words, if somebody were to go to a title company and ask for a search of conditions on a piece of property, would they be able to find that those conditions?
That document can easily be recorded, and I can work with Mr. Scott, and we'll do that.
And I'd recommend that we place a condition just indicating that the document shall be recorded with the county recorder's office, just so that any subsequent purchasers will have notice of that agreement.
That's absolutely fine with us. Okay, now, one final...
Did you make that part of the record? All right, fine.
One final point. You will shortly hear from neighbors who have some concerns over this project, I am sure. And while I should not, cannot, and will not seek to speak for them, I can tell you that from the 3 meetings we've held and from the Planning Commission meeting, you will hear, among other things, that this project can be accomplished without the general plan amendment and the zone change. Mr. Burke has checked with staff on numerous occasions, has been informed that's not the case. The way we are doing it is the way we have to do it, and that's why we are proceeding this way. The other concern is that this project could become a commercial development, for example, like a 24-hour fitness. The concern being that you now have a gym, and maybe the gym would turn into an athletic center of some kind. That won't happen because per our agreed upon conditions, any change in the use requires a fully noticed public hearing, and under no circumstances would Councilman Ross, would this council agree to change a piece of property that the purpose is designed to assist, as the New Vista community is assisting this area with a 24-hour fitness. And just as importantly, the Gill Creeks folks who donated the property to us would not sit still and allow us to change property from this particular use to a commercial use. So that's should not be a concern. The concern is that this project would set a precedent for other commercial development in the area. The argument was actually made that if you approve this, that a McDonald's would be able to go in this same area because this particular project was approved. Well, if somebody stands up in front of you, Your Honor, Councilman, Councilwoman, and says to you that you ought to approve or have to approve a McDonald's because you allowed the New Vista Ranch to create a community for the intellectually challenged, that person would have some explaining to do. So I would not think that you would entertain that kindly, and I don't think that's a legitimate concern. The question was stated that the project doesn't have to be this large. In actuality, it was reduced tens of thousands of feet from what was originally proposed. And yes, it does have to be as large as we have it right now, because you have to have if we have a basketball court and a swimming pool, they have to be a certain size to be functional. And we're not creating anything more than what is needed for this particular area. We were told that, well, yes, but you could build your basketball court or your swimming pool outside. Well, that doesn't work because that limits the time that they can use the facility, and more importantly, many of these folks are on medications that do not allow them to have exposure to the sun. So that is not an option for us. The question was, then why don't they use existing facilities so that we don't have to build something specifically for this community? Well, the truth is they won't. They won't use a facility for just in somewhere else in the community, because they need a place where they can go where, quite honestly, they won't be teased or stared at or looked at or feel uncomfortable in a place where they otherwise don't feel welcome. This is a place where they can recreate themselves and have events themselves and enjoy living and working and playing together. And that's the whole purpose of this, so that they have this community for themselves. And then finally, we were told that this project should go in some other area, not in or near a rural lifestyle. That argument doesn't work on several levels. One, New Vista has been here for over 20 years, and at the Planning Commission hearing, a very nice lady spoke and candidly offered that when she bought her property in 1988, she knew that New Vista was going to be building a community center. She just said, I didn't know it was going to be this big. So while there's certainly other rural elements to this community, people in that area knew or should have known, and many did know, that New Vista had plans for this property, including the community center, which is planned now. Secondly, when you look at the aerial, you'll see that it's not necessarily in the middle of a rural area. There is, in fact, a Silverstone Golf Club immediately to the north of it, and it is on Tenay and Rainbow. And finally, a somewhat rural area is exactly where this type of place has to be. The whole idea of a project like this is to offer a place for these folks where they will feel safe and secure and welcome in a neighborhood. You cannot get this by placing them in a commercial area or some high-traveled area where they will not feel secure, or where they may be preyed upon by the uglies of this world. This is the community where they fit in the best and where they want to be and where they've been for 20 years. Finally, an argument was made, I forgot that we don't have funds for all of this. And, Your Honor, I need to make sure this is clear. We don't have the funds to build this now because you can't go out and solicit funds until you have approvals in hand. If you go out and ask people for money and you don't have approvals for it, there are some real legal and ethical challenges involved in asking people for money when there's no project that's been approved. So there are other concerns, I know, and you may shortly hear those.
Let me ask you this. Assuming arguendo that the council approves the project, how long do you think it would take in order for you to raise the necessary funds to begin construction? Because I don't want to have you come back here, assuming it's approved, and have to have the same kind of reprimand that we had earlier with some of these condo builders.
I suppose that depends on how big the hearts are of the people that we're going to be asking. We have people who have donated to keep New Vista going now. We're going to expand those efforts, and we certainly hope that I don't know what kind of a time frame, John. I don't know if you can speak to that.
I was asking Kelly DeGuzman, the executive director of New Vista, that very question. She was saying that we're starting the capital campaign. They've hired Ketchum & Associates,
professionals to carry that out. Currently working with Reynolds Foundation to obtain the money. If you'd like to have further discussion, we can ask Kelly to come down.
I'd like to find out how much the project is estimated to cost.
The estimate we have right now is $30 million.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would just like to say that my contacts with this New Vista group, I found very exceptional individuals. It's taken them a while because it takes a while to get a charity going this strong. But everything they set out to do so far, they have accomplished. This is a big goal for them, but I think they will accomplish it because they are very hardworking, dedicated, exemplary individuals, and this is an exemplary project for children and young adults in need.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, that's fine, Your Honor. I guess the point I was making is that there's fear out there that this is going to become something different. But you can all but eliminate that because the fears that they have are, although real to them, are not justified by the facts. You know as well as I do that the things that they're afraid of are not going to be realized because you won't let them be realized. You're not going to say that this particular facility opens up commercial use otherwise in a rural area. It just doesn't work. And what we don't want to do is let the fear of something bad, which you can all but eliminate, stop you from doing something that's wonderfully good. And that's what we have. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, and we would respectfully request your approval as well. We do have some supporters here, and residents actually of some of the New Vista community, and maybe we could have them stand, if you would.
All right, fine. Would you folks be kind enough to stand? Very good. And of course, it's a public hearing, and if any of you would like to address us, we welcome that.
That concludes my comment, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
fine. This is the time for public hearing. Anybody who would like to speak to this is welcome to come forward.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Before you open the public hearing, there were a couple of changes on the master development plan that we saw that may need to be addressed now. I don't know if you want to do that now or do you want to wait till?
Whatever you suggest.
On page 9 of the development agreement, under the area 4.3, service and loading areas, it should say service. To the end of that should be added the phrase pursuant to Title 19. It currently says service and loading area yards shall be screened from adjacent streets. And at the end of that, it should say pursuant to Title 19. As well as we would recommend that you add a condition on the bottom of that, of the bottom of the agreement that says Title 19 shall govern any subject matter not specifically provided for in this master development plan.
We absolutely agree with that. Mr. Scott, if you could just give me that in writing, I'll put it in the agreement and also then redo it so that it can be recorded.
We will do that.
Can you have Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Mr. McGowan?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. The only thing not covered in the speaker's eloquent presentation was this, and it's a very important question from my point of view. How are the mentally challenged residents protected from the surrounding community at large, including the local residents in the area? Because this seems to be a no-brainer, very obviously speaking. This project clearly is highly commendable. It is long overdue. It is humane within a community that some regard as less than humane in many other areas of its activities. And if you waste 1 minute in approving this, there's something wrong in Denmark.
Thank you. Chris, can you...
And thank you very much. I'll now be completed.
I was going to ask him if he could address your question.
I'd like to address that right now. We're not worried about the members of this community one iota. These are good people. These are people who care about their homes. The only comment they've ever had is the concern that it somehow would affect their neighborhood. They harbor no ill will toward these folks. I hope they don't harbor any ill will toward me, but the point is we're not worried about those folks. We're honored and proud to be part of their community, and we know that once we're there, they're going to be as supportive of us as they possibly can be.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ted Russell.
I'm a resident of the fun capital of the universe, the come-as-you-are city, Las Vegas, Nevada. I only approve this project about 110%. And I have more to say. This is a model that will be replicated throughout our nation. I have this also to say. Very fascinating. I was in this step-by-step. You have a TV, you can watch the Planning Commission. The way this has been handled is almost a perfect and precise model of the process that we should have in place to build our city. I am totally jazzed. It is a magnificent blessing, and I've said enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name's Pam Bailey. I live at 6665 Joe Marcy Drive. I'm the lady Mr. Kempfer talked about, having owned my property since 1988, right after New Vista acquired theirs. And there was a disclosure statement about a small gym, and I knew what was going in. I knew they were going to try and, make a living for their residents. We've never had a problem there. The majority of us south of Grand Teton are on 2.5 acres or larger parcels, and we've been extremely upset and worried about the impact it will have on our community and a precedence that it may set. I've been at all of the neighborhood meetings, and I am opposed to the zoning changes in that because, once somebody gets their foot in the door, there's always that fear, as Mr. Kempfer had said. I've addressed concerns with them about the size of the facility because a typical neighborhood recreation center that services a community is 40,000 square feet and includes the gyms, the classrooms, the physical centers, and this area is double for 100 residents. So that's always been a concern of the neighbors, is why do we need such a large facility for such a few amount of people? And I've been the one pushing the eliminating parking spaces the whole way. And I'd like to clarify that the Planning Commission, at the neighborhood meeting, we had agreed to do the south portion on like chat or dirt, that type of thing, and just pave the northern parking. And then at the Planning Commission, they approached Mr. Burke and discussed doing a water retention type basin with overflow parking in there and eliminating the majority of the paved parking spaces that it shows on the site plan. And I wanted to know where we're at on that also.
All right, thank you. Is anybody able to address the chat issue?
Staff had requested that a preliminary drainage study be performed. That was done by VTN. This is a regional flood control facility. That's going to have to be concrete. That's going to have to tie into a future SID on Rainbow. The retention pond basically would be a puddle next to a river, so that idea did not work. This is overflow parking, and what the way we refer to it in the development agreement is that it is to be of gravel as approved by city staff.
On the parking, right up here, at the Planning Commission meeting, they had talked to you about reducing it considerably, and I didn't know, I couldn't tell if it had been.
It's 123 spaces. It has been reduced considerably.
Because originally it was over 500 parking spaces, and that just 500 parking spaces does not look like it meets a residential neighborhood.
All right, thank you very much. Next, please.
Neil Gavitz, 7350 North Rainbow Boulevard. Believe it or not, for once I'm not speaking in opposition. I know, it comes as a surprise to me too. Chris has done a remarkable job getting the neighbors, including myself, to agree to the various conditions. The only question I have is, Chris, you define members as mentally challenged and immediate family. I don't believe that was spelled out. It's in the agreement. The only minor concern I have left would be one that I don't think you can address, but that I certainly would point out. I'll take your word for it. Chris is not going to mislead me. Unfortunately, I've had experience with the Jewish community of supporting and getting a day school started. It was funded, but then the funding failed to maintain it. One of the things that any capital campaign I would caution should do is provide for an endowment to keep the project going, because the fear that I have and that the neighbors have is we have good intentions now, but if 4 or 5 years after it's built it fails, then you hear the lament, oh my gosh, look, what else can we do with it? Well, I hope that when we say that it will not be allowed to go commercial if that lament occurs, I hope that we really can stick to it, and nobody knows who will be on the commission or council at that time. So all I can do is ask that an endowment be included. You can't force that. I ask that it be made stringently clear that failure is not going to excuse the conditions being retained. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that in the past, the Reynolds Foundation, at least in our experience with the city and the Performing Arts Center, they did give an operational endowment of $50 million for the Performing Arts Center, and then told the Performing Arts Center that they had to go out and raise the capital costs in order to build the bricks and mortar. So I would hope, somebody mentioned the Reynolds Foundation in one of the presentations, I would hope that they'll step up and they'll come with the kind of money necessary to make everybody feel very comfortable that the operation would continue. Jerry?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Gerald Gillock, and I'm at 6600 Via Provenza Avenue, which is south of the property. I just would like to say that the condition you've imposed about the concrete in the flood channel is an excellent provision, and I think that it's going to require that you maybe revisit your flood channels by Toll Brothers and Pulte on further down Rainbow, because the concrete will dump additional water down there. And already the Pulte, since they have their channel blocked off by curbs because they don't want any water in it, so it messes up their grass, I think that they're going to have to revisit that issue. I want to thank the Rio Vista people for putting all the conditions that they have. I've lived out there since 1997, and the folks at Rio Vista, we ride our horses by there all the time. They're outstanding neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, I see none. We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kemfer, without a doubt, first let me thank those who spoke on this. And I see some stickers on your shirt there. Can you read that to us? What's that say?
Supporter of New Vista community.
I see a lot of those stickers on those folks out there in the audience. And folks, raise your hand if you support this project. And Your Honor, I have them do that. I know they stood earlier, but I think if they had the opportunity, thank you. If I think they had the opportunity to come down here and talk, we'd be here all day. I appreciate the positive comments, and Mrs. Bailey, I appreciate your comments as well. I have your letter of protest, both from you and your husband. And a lot of misinformation. Mr. Kemfer, you've had 3 neighborhood meetings. This has been a challenge from the get-go. Can I get staff to put the aerial photo back up for me, please? I look at this as the big picture. We are here on this council. We are here in government to do good things for other people, and I think that's our role. We're here to serve. We're here to serve others. These are some special needs folks in our city, and I'm going to concur with Mr. Gowan and Mr. Russell in regards to their comments about, I hope this is an example to the rest of the country. I want to first apologize for a lot of the comments made at these 3 meetings by many of my friends and neighbors out there, because they were rude and they were out of line. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear them. They were inappropriate, and I apologize not only to you, Mr. Kemfer, and your staff, but as well to my personal staff and the city staff for being out there. On the overhead, can I get staff to put the aerial view on the overhead, please? That's the one. In the big picture, you notice the golf course to the north, and you notice the Gilcrease Orchards to the west of this subject property. At the current time, we have applied with SNPLMA for SNPLMA funds to purchase this acreage to keep it an agricultural bastion in the city of Las Vegas, because it's one of the last. And as long as I'm your councilman, I'm going to continue to pursue that. effort. So I want the neighbors to take a good look at their neighborhood. This isn't a place for commercial. This is a place where people live. This is a place where people raise their families. This is a place where people ride their horses. And I want that to continue. And as long as I sit in this seat, I give you my guarantee to make sure that occurs. Misinformation out there was this was going to create a bunch of commercial in that area, and that's just not the case. Mr. Kemper, you mentioned if we could do this without a GPA, without a zoning item, we could do it, and we wouldn't be having this discussion today. You made mention that this New Vista has been out there for over 20 years, and they're an asset to this community because they make people's lives better. How could we miss that mark? When it comes to individuals who go above and beyond, Mr. Kemper, I must hand it to you in your efforts. You've certainly done it. The folks at New Vista have done the same thing. These people have families. They have brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers who love them very much. We would be doing a disservice to this community if we didn't support something like this. Is it our job to ensure that commercial doesn't come about in this area? Absolutely. And between Mr. Scott and Director Wheeler and Mr. Kemper, I think we have done everything possible to put into place that never occurs. I'm grateful for those of you that sacrificed and spent time working on this item. With that, Your Honor, I move on agenda item number 95 to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries.
And on agenda item number 96, I also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Director Wheeler?
If I may, Mayor and Councilman, a few changes on this one. Delete condition number 7 as it's currently written and change that the project shall be in compliance with the development agreement submitted February 7th, 2007, except as amended herein. Section 4.3, service and loading area yard shall be screened from adjacent streets pursuant to Title 19, and Section 7.0 to add the language that Title 19 shall govern any subject matter not specifically addressed by this master development plan, and then an additional condition that the approved master development plan and development standards shall be recorded with the county recorder and a file stamped copy provided to the City of Las Vegas Planning and Development Department.
On that first condition, Margaret, could we change that instead of development agreement to master development plan?
Master development plan, thank you, as corrected.
Mr. Kemper, you agree with those conditions?
Absolutely.
And that's my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries.
And, Your Honor, on agenda item number 97, also, Commissioner Dunham was quite clear in his comments about this during the Planning Commission, all of these items in regards to what's happening out there. So I would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item number 97, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post? Motion carries. Before you leave, folks, I want to say this. I'm very proud to be the mayor of Las Vegas today. This is a nice day for Las Vegas. This is a good day for Las Vegas. When I saw my friends from my legal profession, Mr. Gillick and Mr. Gallitz out there, I said, oh my goodness, here we go again. The advocates of NIMBYism. We don't want it in our backyard. And when Neil stood up and said that he's not going to oppose, I was shocked, to be honest with you. But not really when I reflected upon who you are and what you've done for the community, where you've helped people throughout your legal career to make sure that their rights were not going to be violated or trampled upon. So it shouldn't have surprised me for one moment. I can tell you this. It's an area where there's stables and buffaloes and pot-bellied pigs, and they're treated with love and affection. And anything less than taking care of our very own, our neighbors and our friends, would have been unacceptable. So I'm very happy to be the mayor of the great city of Las Vegas today. Good luck, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm serious. That was from my heart.
Thank you, Councilman.
That was from my heart. been talking to me. Don't even go there. Don't even go there, bunch of bums. It's the right thing. You did the right thing. Okay, I think we're up to 107. 107 is SUP 17739. It's a public hearing. The applicant is JL Paradise, LLC. The owner is Minija Dennis Feruz. Request for a special use permit for a proposed massage establishment and waivers to allow a distance separation of 180 feet from an existing massage establishment where 1,000 feet is a minimum required, and to allow no separation from a residential use where 400 feet is the minimum separation required at 2205 South Paradise Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Scott Sabraw, 8610 Southeastern Avenue. Here on behalf of the applicant, and we agree with all of Planning Commission's recommendations and conditions, and we ask for your approval as well. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? It's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. How many massage establishments are there?
4.
In the city of Las Vegas?
I don't know.
Does anybody know?
It could be ascertained, but I don't know what.
Okay, but the point is, at this juncture, nobody knows. And I would like to know as soon as possible. So if it behooves you to do so, you might find someone in staff, perhaps, who may know, or may have a way to find out.
Business licensing, he can contact business licensing and
Okay.
they'll know that.
Very good.
I beg your pardon?
Business licensing will know that information.
Yeah, well, you can contact them too, and then let me know. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard, please? All right. Then we'll close the public hearing. And this is Councilman Mayor Potential.
Yes, Your Honor. I've been out there and looked at this location 2 or 3 different times. I met with the applicant on numerous occasions. I had the different concerns. The one concern I have is, I guess people feel like this area right in here is Massage Road. And we do have 4 existing massage establishments within the 1,000 feet we have here. I don't think that any more is going to be any, I don't know why we have the distance requirements if we're not going to try to make sure that we live within these requirements within a few feet anyhow. I don't think that another one will be harmonious and compatible with this neighborhood. It's just getting too many. My motion is going to be for denial of this application, please.
All right. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
108 is SUP 18001. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Leslie Diane. Request for special use permit for proposed packaged liquor establishment at 625 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3. This is going to be heard in conjunction with item 59 from this morning.
That was withdrawn this morning, sir.
59 was withdrawn?
Yes.
But we're going forward with 108?
Yes.
Okay, fine. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing. It's in Ward 3, and the public hearing is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Leslie Diane.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Diane?
Would you please explain to the council what you're proposing to do at this location?
Have a dance studio. No. My intention is to have a kind of the word that you've used is boutique, gourmet, package, and I don't like all the other words that go with that, but we know what it is. It's a package store. And just kind of a cutesy, different kind of a store that caters to a more affluent type of individual.
You know, we did this before on one occasion at the car wash across the street, and
You told me about that.
That's worked out where there's sort of baskets that they sell with fruits and cookies and crackers, and then they could have a alcoholic beverage also included, but not individual bottles.
Well,
being sold.
I wasn't going to include that. I was going to make baskets, like gift baskets with champagne and goodies in them. And then I have this idea to make lunch boxes, in baskets. People can come and buy, but they'd have to buy the alcohol separate from the basket, because I wouldn't know what kind of thing they'd like to drink. Maybe they want a Coke or a glass of water, bottle of water. But just kind of simple. I don't have a large space at this point in time. I'm only going to use about 700 square feet. As I see the area develop appropriately, I can punch out and make a larger store. But, it's just going to be pretty simple starting out, and as the time goes on, we'll have more
And
of these
there was
items.
some conditions that we talked about.
Well, no individual. We don't sell individuals.
No
Tall,
mis-
dark, and handsome, not even. You can't, I can't sell I could sell individual Cokes and probably
Yeah.
water, but not a beer can or something of that nature.
No miniatures.
No, I'm not even going to have miniatures. No, not at all.
It's going to cost at least $100 to buy a package, right?
It's going to be, they've got to check in at the door with their $100 crisp $100 bill. They don't come in. I'm not wasting any time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item. I think it's going to be good for this down. She is asking, I think, maybe for a 2-year time limit on this application. She's going to wait till some of these condominiums get built. She wants to cater to the people that live in these condominiums as well as some of the new offices. I wish her the best of luck, and my motion will be for approval with the conditions that there be no miniatures as well as no singles. Yes.
I just found out yesterday, they called me from the licensing department and said that I have to open, when I get the license, I have to open within 30 days. So I'm thinking of just a simple store temporarily. I've even started making arrangements to see if I can get packaged lunches and box lunches and those types of things, because of the caliber of the people that are in the neighborhood right now, to make it, because I have to open in 30 days.
Well, no, that item was withdrawn this morning. Your licensing was withdrawn.
I didn't withdraw the license.
A gentleman was sitting with you came in this morning and asked item number 59 be withdrawn.
No, they told me that I come to this meeting and then in 2 weeks I come back for approval on the license. This is for my special use permit. I didn't know I was supposed to be here this morning. Nobody told me.
She had applied for her...
You have to give us your name, sir.
John Wagner. She had applied for her liquor license, and it had come back, and she'd been approved through Metro and everything, so they were putting this on the agenda as item 59.
Excuse me, please. Beverly, can we go back and see whether we, what we did with item 59 this morning?
And Mayor Pro Tem, I can call business licensing and have someone come down if you want.
That's fine.
Okay.
Because I knew I was supposed to be here at 1 o'clock today, but I didn't know anything about this morning's event.
Okay. I would make a motion, Your Honor, that we rehear item number 59, please.
All right, there's a motion to rehear. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
I would make a
I
motion.
better read it into the record.
Please.
Item 59 is discussion and possible action regarding a new package license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for Leslie Diane, doing business as Wine Gourmet and Goodies at 625 South Las Vegas Boulevard.
Your Honor, I make a motion that we hold this in abeyance until our February 21st, 2007 meeting, please.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote, please.
That would be on the 59 item.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's vote. Opposed?
Okay, excuse me for one moment. I need a little
Motion
clarification.
carries.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I interrupted. So on the 21st, I come back,
Yes.
and that's
We're going to have the licensing.
the licensing appointment.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very
Thank
good.
you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
And ladies.
On this particular...
Yeah. And on item 108, I make a motion for approval with the conditions of no miniatures and no singles.
All right. That's
If I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I have those conditions, and Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned that you wanted to allow her 2 years in which to get
Yes.
the license. So that would be a change to condition number 5, to change 1 year to 2 years. And then I just had a question. Did you want to consider any of the conditions that were placed on the other business that the mayor mentioned that's at the car wash across the street? Or are you happy with the conditions as you have them?
I'm happy.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Very good. All right.
What does that mean?
No, you're fine. You don't have to know anything. Just
Okay, great.
rest easy. Rest easy.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am?
Yes.
We do need to have you agree to these conditions.
I agree.
Swear in, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we have to vote. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. We'll see you 2 weeks from today.
Super.
Very good.
Sorry for the confusion.
109 and 110. 109 is SUP 18037. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Corollo's Tropical Motors, Inc. The owner is EP Decatur LP. Request for a special use permit for a proposed motor vehicle sales used establishment at 2025 South Decatur Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. The staff recommends approval. It's in Ward 1. It's going to be a public hearing. And 110 is SDR 18034. The applicant is the same, the owner the same. Request for site development plan review for the addition of a proposed 1,680 square foot office building to an existing motor vehicle sales new establishment and a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer where 15-foot and 8-foot landscape buffers are required on 3.74 acres at 2025 South Decatur Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Gentlemen.
Your Honor, council members, Michael J. Bellin, 1408 Saintsbury Drive. I'm here with the applicant, Peter Corollo. I'm here solely as his friend to help him represent this item because it was my development of the Pinnacle condominiums, which are currently under construction and now selling, which has displaced Mr. Corollo and forced him to look for a new place for his business. He is been granted the opportunity by Mr. Cliff Finley, who currently owns the Subaru dealership on Decatur, to use a portion of that existing car facility to sell used cars. Peter Corollo has been operating a used car facility in Las Vegas for 18 or 19 years now, and probably has the single distinction of being the only auto dealer who has not one single consumer affairs complaint against him. We have spoken with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The application before you is fairly simple. Again, it's an existing car dealership. Mr. Corollo is agreeing to only a 2-year special use permit. We would be willing to have it terminate at the end of those 2 years so that we can find him a more permanent facility to house his business. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Pete Corollo just to introduce himself.
Corollo?
Pete Corollo, 8070 West Russell. When we were at the Planning Commission meeting, we had some residents in the area speak up, and they had some concerns about demo drives on the side streets. And I guess some of the new car dealers in that area, they've had quite a few problems with them. So we talked to Councilwoman Tarkanian, and we had a neighborhood meeting, and we had some residents show up, and we addressed their concerns, and they felt comfortable with the project, and that I'm going to have my salesman, if we're approved here today, sign an agreement that our demo routes will be on Decatur, Sahara, Jones, back down Charleston, and back around. No side street demos at all. If they're caught demoing side streets, they're going to be fired, terminated.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Bellin or Mr. Corollo? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to confirm a few things to make sure we have them on the record, and I want to thank you for the neighborhood meeting and the time you took to answer questions. This would be something that would end after 2 years, and that's part of the condition, right? I'm asking Mark.
If I may, Mayor, Mr. Scott, that would be an expiring SUP?
Yeah, there is such thing that's provided for in the code that it can have a time limit, or you can have ones that, have the where there's a particular status check during the middle of them, but you can have them expire within a certain period of time.
So I'll defer to you for how you want the condition written.
I think you can change condition 2 to say the special use permit shall expire 2 years from the date of final approval.
Condition number 2 is to start it.
Or do you want to just add we can add a condition that says...
Right, so that,
this
because
special-
it would be 2 years from the issuance of the business license at this address for the subject use?
That should be fine.
Okay. That would be on the SUP then. And also, the condition that we generally add to these are that the test driving vehicles shall occur only on collector streets or larger. The test drive route shall not go through residential neighborhoods. And,
And he has,
added
he's,
condition.
right, and he's delineated the route that they would take.
Would
Right.
you like to have that submitted into record, ma'am?
I would like that in the record so that we don't have any questions that might come up in the future.
All right, as made part of the record.
And the next thing was pertaining, Margot, to the landscaping. There had been some question, and you and I had discussed that where there's the cement going all the way up to where that restaurant is next to it, that it didn't seem appropriate or even valuable to have the concrete taken out and landscaping put in there, because you couldn't see the landscaping from this side due to the fact that you'd have cars in front of everything. And the other side, you have the landscaping already from the restaurant. The only landscaping I felt a concern about was in front, because some of those plants have died, and I would like, Margot, if you could put together what you could for in front of that area that he would have.
If I may, Councilwoman and Mayor, on the SDR, item 110, we would have a change to condition 6 that would indicate that the waiver is hereby approved to allow 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the southern interior lot line where 8 feet is required, period. That would be the end of condition 6. And an additional condition would be added that a total of 7 trees, minimum 24-inch box size, shall be planted 30 feet on center in the existing planter area along Decatur Boulevard. We have gone out and field checked it, and we believe that could be accommodated in that area.
I asked her to go and check, and this was after I spoke with you two gentlemen, but I asked her to go and check that landscaping. I think it was the landscaping next to the restaurant that you had felt there did not need to be any, and I agree with that. And it's just updating the front landscaping, and that's what she's saying now.
We understand. Could you repeat the desired condition?
A total of 7 trees, minimum 24-inch box size, shall be planted 30 feet on center along Decatur Boulevard.
All right. Well, the only concern I have is that while this is only using a very small portion of the frontage of Decatur of the Subaru dealership, and I don't believe it's even as much as 30 feet, would that then pertain to the entire dealership? Would Mr. Finley then need to go out and plant additional trees? If you can look on the overhead.
I understand that's a lease arrangement. It's up to the councilwoman if she only wants a portion of the site, but staff looked at the entire site that's the subject of this
Right.
application.
I feel that we can only at this time take the portion that is the frontage for where they have their cars.
Then we would go with 3 in the southern portion of the Decatur frontage.
And any low-lying plants that you think are needed, but whatever you feel for the landscaping there. And then I wanted to just ask a question about the barbed wire, because my understanding is that's illegal and there is barbed wire along some of that area you're going to use, and I think that needs to be removed.
I'm completely unfamiliar with it, ma'am, but I can address that with the property owners immediately for you and get back to you about it.
Margot, could you just explain that this was something I checked with her to be sure that I was accurate?
Yes, that is correct. The barbed wire is not allowed there. Staff did field check it, and there is barbed wire that is located on the rear and side portion of the site. And a subsequent condition, if the councilman wishes to impose it, is that all barbed razor wire on the subject property shall be removed within 30 days of approval of this application.
Yeah, that, I would like that as a condition, because right now, we're breaking a regulation.
I understand. The Finley's always been a good friend of the city. I'm sure he'd like to comply.
And I think those were the last conditions that I had pertaining to that. Did you have anything else, Margot? I would then like to, if that's agreeable to you, the conditions as she's read,
Yes, ma'am.
then I'd like to move for approval on item number 109.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 110, please.
I needed to ask a couple of questions on that, too. You're proposing to build a new office building there, right?
That's correct. We're going to have a modular office there, 1,680 square feet.
And this, you and I discussed this, I think, and I asked that it would be towards the rear where it wouldn't be something that would be obstructing towards the front.
That's correct.
I move for approval on item number 110.
All right, let's vote. Post, please.
With
Motion
all,
carries.
any conditions that you had,
As
Margaret, I'm
amended.
sorry. I meant to say, with all the conditions that we have already put there.
Okay, the motion included that. All right, motion carries, and good luck to you.
Your Honor, can I make a comment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Mr. Kroll, I hope you're certainly, if you only have 2 years in this location, I hope you're looking towards the northwest. And I'm sure with Mr. Bellon's help, you may be able to do that.
We tried, sir. It got a little too pricey out there for me.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Very good. All right, we're up to 113. 113, by the way, Mr. Houchins, could you get our folks who are prepared to help place the homeless folks down here, or advise them that we may call upon their good services? Thank you. 113 is ROC 18341. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Wagner Homes, Inc. Request for a review of condition number 11 of an approved site development plan review to remove the condition that required any property line wall shall be a decorative block wall with at least 20% contrasting materials. Wall height shall be measured from the side of the fence with the least vertical exposure above the finished grade unless otherwise stipulated. All perimeter walls, including a combination of retaining and screen walls, shall not exceed 8 feet in height, measured from the base of the retaining wall, without the appropriate setbacks for an approved residential subdivision on 10.80 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Alexander Road and Fort Apache Road. This is in Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of City Council. My name is Tony Celeste. Address is 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. What we have before you today is an amended plan in which we are depicting 3 pony walls that will go in front of the perimeter wall. It is, we believe that this will help eliminate the cavernous feel going down Alexander. I'd like to just quickly point out the 3 sections. As you go west to east down Alexander, the first section is highlighted in the orange. It'll be approximately 25 feet. The following section will be 33, and then the final section will be 26 down Alexander, and then it'll wrap around an additional 78 feet down Campbell. I've also placed an elevation of the pony wall that we're proposing. It'll be ranging from 1 to 3 feet. I would like to thank Councilman Brown and Darcy Hayes for not only meeting us out at the site once, but twice, and as well, I'd like to thank Ms. Wheeler's staff, and in particular Mr. Doug Rankin, for also meeting us early on Friday morning to help devise this plan, which we think will help eliminate the concerns, and would like to submit this plan as part of our condition for the waiver.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Margot, I'd also like to echo those comments that Mr. Rankin was instrumental in not only meeting on site, but coming up with some appropriate revisions. His efforts certainly appreciated. So as far as the condition number 11, do we amend that?
If I may, Mayor and
Please.
Councilman, the way it is already worded is that condition number 11 of the site development plan shall be removed. Conformance to all other conditions shall apply, and then we would add the condition today that the perimeter block wall should be constructed in conformance to the site and elevation plans, date stamped 2707. Those are the ones that submitted today.
Thank you. Move for approval, subject to staff conditions as amended.
All right, please vote. Opposed?
Likewise, Tony, thank you for your efforts.
Motion carries. Good
Thank
luck
you
to
very much.
You're welcome. 114 and 115. 114 is GPA 18558. The applicant owner is Tangabenga LLC. Request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to M Medium Density Residential on .44 acres at 1404 and 1408 North 23rd Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's going to be a public hearing. And 115, which is SDR 17221. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for proposed 11-unit multifamily residential development on .44 acres at 1404 and 1408 North 23rd Street. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. This, too, is a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Gina Gaitan, 5195 South Durango Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. We concur with staff recommendations and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Do you have any elevations?
Yes. Currently, these are several elevations. Oh, they're also shown there. That we submitted with the site design plan. Oops. Sorry.
Are they going to be stucco with tile roof?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? Folks, it's a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Are these going to be affordable?
Yes, they are. They currently, originally when the owner had looked at this, they had looked at doing condos for sale, but because of the housing market, they're proposing to put in apartments right now. As we submitted before, we're putting in the mid-range for mid-scale housing shortage. So they are looking to be affordable. From what I understood from the owners, Manny and Gerardo, they're still working on the cost estimates as per construction costs as it goes, but we're looking to be from low to mid-range.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I'll make a motion to approve the general plan amendment on item 114, please, with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Wait,
On the-
one more.
And on the site development review, Margaret, are there any condition we need to add?
No, sir.
Thank you. I'll make a motion for approval also with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you. Thanks. Okay, 116 is GPA 18403. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request to amend map 2 of the Transportation Trails element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan to realign the cultural corridor multi-use trail. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open.
If I may, Mayor and members of
Certainly.
the council, this item is to expand the cultural corridor trail to cover not only the Veterans Memorial side of the cultural corridor area, but also extend down Las Vegas Boulevard. This is for the purpose of securing funding for various improvements that we do have planned within that area.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Wheeler? Okay, folks, the public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Weekly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to follow staff's recommendation, please, for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Items 117, 118, and 119. 117 is ZON 18203. The applicant owner is Bruce R. Noble. Request for rezoning from R3 medium density residential to C1 limited commercial on .44 acres of the north side of Owens Avenue, approximately 333 feet east of Martin L. King Boulevard. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. 118 is VAR 18204. The applicant owner is also Bruce R. Noble. Request for a variance to allow a proposed building 0 feet from the side property line where 10 feet is the minimum side setback required and 8 feet from the rear property line, where 20 feet is the minimum setback required on .44 acres on the north side of Owens Avenue, approximately 330 feet east of Martin L. King Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. And 119 is SDR 18202. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for proposed 3,997 square foot shopping center with a waiver of the perimeter landscaping buffer to allow no perimeter landscaping along the east and west property lines where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, to allow a 3-foot wide buffer along the north property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, and to allow an 11-foot wide buffer along the south property line where a 15-foot wide buffer adjacent to a public right-of-way is required on .44 acres on the north side of Owens Avenue, approximately 333 feet east of Martin L. King Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. I changed my site plans.
You have to tell us who you are.
My name is Bruce Noble, 3712 Valley Drive.
Okay.
I propose to move it. I propose to move it 5 feet from the east side, west side of the property line, instead of the 0 property line.
All right. Did you discuss that with the staff at all before today?
No, but I had a lot of opposition the last time I was in here, so I didn't think they was too satisfied with the site plan.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Noble? Folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this?
Are you saying currently, Bruce, that you were at 0?
Yeah, I was at 0,
lot line, and
I proposed to
moved
move it over 5 feet from the.
So are you saying that you had a reduction in the size of your project?
Yes, 5 feet.
Okay. And explain to us, what in your plaza, what are you actually proposing? Because I've had a couple questions on that as well, and I think this is in between the service station and
the daycare,
daycare center?
Yes.
What are you actually proposing here? I didn't
small
know anything about
retail, and I have a barber shop, so I was going to put a shop in there and maybe a small office. That was about it. And I have another drawing showing the building design, what it's going to look like.
Okay. Upside down. There you go.
Okay. I know you sat here all day with us in this council meeting here. This is my first time actually seeing what it is that you're proposing, and your renderings, they don't look bad. I mean, the neighborhood really would like to have some more economic development. I'm just kind of concerned. Ms. Cheney, Ms. Bramo, could you come up for me, please? I know you're not here to represent the daycare center, but have you all had an opportunity? I know your mom owns the center here. You guys, has your mom had an opportunity to look at this site here? Because one of the concerns that I'm having is with commercial development right next to a child care center, I just want to make sure as we look at the ingress and egress and the playground there and the parking lot, we're all on the same page here, Bruce. That's
right.
just my
I
concern.
have a joint access agreement signed between the store and the daycare, but I don't have them notarized, but I've spoken to Mr. Cheney about it. And they agree, they've signed them.
Well, hi, I'm Gwen Bramo. I know last time at the Planning Commission meeting, this gentleman was there and Ms. Cheney was there on our behalf, and they recommended that this guy was to meet with her. It looks like her signature.
Okay. And that was one of our concerns that came out of the meeting because of the adjacency to the child care. We want to make sure that there was some, not only compatibility, but that we weren't going to be putting the children in harm's way as it relates to where their play area is located.
I know that there was some recommendations with the Planning Commission. I think it had something to do with the entrance area.
Yes.
So I don't know how they
Margot,
discussed it.
Being that he's kind of slightly changed his site plan, is that something, Bart, that you all have had at the Planning Commission? Did you all You all remember that dialogue there?
Yes, we do. At the Planning Commission, most of the conversation centered on the joint use
Yes,
driveways
yeah.
and him needing to get permission for those. He has a document signed by his neighbors that say
Yes.
they can use them, so he needs to get that recorded. He needs to have those signatures notarized, but I've given him my phone number and told him that we'll help him through the formatting. As for issues of moving the building, that was not discussed. I don't know if he's reduced the size of his building or if he's reduced the size of his parking lot. And
that's what my question
I
was.
reduced the size of the building by 5 feet to move it off the property line.
Let's do this, Bruce, because I don't think we're going to have a problem with your project here. I just want to make sure the staff is on board. Anytime we have any changes to a site plan, I always like to make sure that the staff is aware of what that change might be.
I have the originals and the new ones.
Okay, that'll be fine. And then if you can go ahead and get that notarized, the signature of Mrs. Cheney, I'd greatly appreciate that, and then go ahead and resubmit that back to the staff here. But as bad as I hate to do this, because it sounds like we're going to have a marathon meeting on the 21st here, I really do need to hold it just to make sure we're all on the same page. So, I mean, we'll try to make sure if we can get you up early on the agenda so that you don't have to sit all day like you did today. I do appreciate your patience, but we'll work with you and make this happen.
Okay.
'Cause I know you're a good guy. You've been in the neighborhood for a long time with your barbershop. You've done a fantastic job. You've worked with kids. You've given kids haircuts who parents couldn't even afford it. And I know you're a really good guy, and you're going to do a wonderful job in the neighborhood. So
Thank you.
we'll help you out, okay?
Okay.
All right. So my motion is going to be to hold,
No, to obey.
To obey?
Right.
For 2 weeks?
Right.
Okay.
Did you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to disclose the fact that he is a barber, I'm a barber, it's not going to affect my business at all.
Yes, sir.
My business doesn't affect his
forgot about that.
business.
Sorry,
I just-
Every time a lawyer comes up here, I gotta say,
Yeah, that'd be good.
Bruce, don't worry about it. It's a barber lawyer thing. We're not in it.
So Noble, don't pay any attention to what's happening up here today.
All right.
Okay?
So Bruce, give us 2 weeks and we'll get with you and work this all out. So we want to make sure that you're right so you can move forward and do what you have to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, man.
All right, and that's on 117, 118, and 119 to obey. for
Yes,
2
sir.
weeks.
Thank you,
Very
Your
good.
Honor.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And, Councilman?
Yes, sir.
I think as a courtesy, we should set this after the 1 o'clock start time, so that you won't have to sit around all next
Hey,
week.
Bruce, so make sure you're on time at 1 o'clock because the mayor's going to put you close up there at the top, okay? All right, man. Thank you so
Mayor
much.
Goodman, if you
Yes.
don't mind, 2 things. First of all, Mayor Pro Tem and I did discuss that barbers are more important than lawyers. And secondly, I was going to suggest that we do a time certain, because I've been an advocate for trying to do something so that we don't have people waiting, and sounds like we did. Great.
Okay, 120 and 121. 120 is VAR 18299. The applicant is Grits Cafe. The owner is Expertise School of Beauty LLC. Request for variance to allow 40 parking spaces where 48 spaces are required. 1.99 acres at 1911 Stella Lake Street, number 150. It's in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. 121 is SUP 18298. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a special use permit for a restaurant less than 2,000 square feet without drive-through, 1.99 acres at 1911 Stella Lake Street, number 150. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, ladies.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Gwen Bramo, the owner of the Expertise School of Beauty LLC, and we're here today. This is Trina Giles. She's the owner. She's my sister. She's the owner of the Grits Cafe. So we're here today to ask for the approval of the to allow 40 parking spaces where there's 48 spaces required, and the special use for the restaurant cafe less than 2,000 square foot.
That's not our plan. That's on the screen. However, Trina Giles, 8212 Fulton Ranch. Just to give you a little bit of history about what our goal is, we would like to open this cafe. We believe that our target audience is the students that are already parked and have been already taken into consideration for Expertise School of Beauty. We also know that the FBI building is across the street. We plan that most of those officers will be walking to our facility and not driving, as well as we project a lot of delivery orders as well.
You also have Cox. I spoke to them last night. I spoke to the I guess, the vice president of Cox, who says that they're starting to renovate the inside, so they're going to be having 1,200 strong out there. How are you doing?
We're doing good.
Is it doing well?
Yes.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. Good. Okay, any other questions? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Council Weekly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to congratulate Ms. Bramo on the Expertise School of Beauty. It is absolutely fantastic. I went in on Saturday, and I said I wasn't going to go into her facility until she had an official.
Well, I have to
ribbon
say
cutting.
this with all due respect, they didn't make any improvements.
Oh, please. All right. Well, okay, man. You're on a roll today, huh? All right. At any rate, I want to say the place is absolutely fantastic. I mean, this was one of the best votes I believe this council has made as it relates to that Enterprise Park, and talk about economic development and just really getting some economic spurt going on over there. You guys have done it, Gwen, and I'm proud. And this is just going to be a great amendment to what you all are doing over there. I went in, Trina, and saw your space one last Saturday, and it's going to be fantastic. And I'm excited for you all. We're praying and hoping that the Foundation for Independent Tomorrow can get off the ground, because that's just going to be a great amendment to the neighborhood also. So I'm happy for you, and I know it's going to be a great success. And Mayor, not only is Trina an entrepreneur, but she's one of our finest. She's a firefighter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
But you're a bad
Welcome
speller.
to Clark County.
You weren't supposed to say that.
I'm sorry.
Clark County?
Yes,
That's
sir.
the reason you don't know how to spell.
Okay.
Grits is G-R-I-T-S, not G-R-I-T-Z.
I agree. I agree.
No. This is the right grits, man. This is the Z with the funk on the end of it. It has that little.
This is a big creamy grits.
I got to keep him up to speed on the lingo. At any rate, with that, because it's a long day here, on item number 120, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And on item number 121, I move for approval with all conditions, and I just congratulate these sisters for working together and just doing a fantastic job. And Gwen, if you'd like to maybe, after we vote, just take a minute and tell the mayor, invite the mayor and council to your fantastic ribbon cutting ceremony, grand opening. That's my motion.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And yes, Mayor and Council, I would like to invite you to our open house and ribbon cutting ceremony, February 20th, from 11 to 1. So I think you all, the city's going to be taking care of the save the dates and invitations for us.
Okay.
So you all invited.
Will you do me a favor, though? Call my office and tell them the time and place.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd love to have you guys
Good.
there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Good luck. 124 is VAR 18161. The applicant owner is Henry J. Stazensky Jr. and Cindy K. Stazensky. Request for a variance to allow a rear setback of 12 feet, where 15 feet is required, to enclose an existing patio on an existing single-family residence on .15 acres at 3941 Costa Mesa Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Henry Stazensky. I live at 3941 Costa Mesa, and I approve, I agree with the recommendations from the staff, and hope you agree with them.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any questions, Mr. Stazensky? All right, seeing none, it's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 125 is VAR 18179. The applicant owner is Kayla J. Wells. Request for variance to allow an existing carport 10 feet from the front property line, where 20 feet is the minimum setback required on .14 acres at 345 Wisteria Avenue. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Wells, and I live at 345 Wisteria Avenue. And I am here to request the approval was given by the Planning Commission, and I am here to respectfully request your approval for my carport.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the young lady? Folks, public hearing, anyone want to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mabel Murray. I live at 344 Xavier, and I respectfully request that you approve it too.
All right, thank you very much. What's the name of that TV program with Wisteria?
Wisteria Lane.
What is that?
Desperate Housewives.
Do you have anything to do with that? Okay, all right. Okay, public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then, and this is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, Ms. Wells had several neighbors who spoke out in your behalf and saying how much it looked better in the neighborhood and how much they approved it. Not one single protest. I move to approve.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. Thank you. 126 is VAR 18325. The applicant owner is 1+1 Foundation, Inc. Request for variance to allow a proposed 8-foot-high block wall in the front yard where 5 feet is the maximum height allowed, and to allow a portion of the top 3 feet to be solid where not permitted on .25 acres at 1506 Fifth Place. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Is anybody here representing 1+1 Foundation? What's your pleasure?
I wish they was here. I've had many contacts with the neighbors. I wouldn't approve it if they was here, so I feel comfortable going forward with it. It's not compatible with the neighborhood. I don't know why anybody would want to put an 8-foot fence around, a solid fence around the front yard in any neighborhood. I just don't think it'd go anywhere in the city of Las Vegas, so my motion is going to be for denial of this application.
All right, before we vote on that, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 127 and 128. 127 is SUP 17737. The applicant owner is Durango Structures, LLC. Request for a special use permit for a drive-through restaurant on 3.82 acres at the northeast corner of Centennial Parkway and Durango Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. And 128 is SDR 17735. Same applicant owner requests for a site development plan review for a 42,790 square foot retail shopping center with waivers of the build-to-line requirement and to allow 15 feet of perimeter landscape buffer adjacent to a drive-through aisle where 25 feet is required on 3.82 acres at the northeast corner of Centennial Parkway and Durango Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson. With me today is Mark Michelson from Nadell Architecture. This is the northeast corner of Durango, Centennial, in the town center area. We understand the importance of this site about having a retail center that is upscale, attractive, and continues to raise the bar for the town center area. Here is the site plan. Landscaping along Centennial. We originally had the building over here. We worked with your public works staff. We improved the design of the drive-through. It has enough room to turn left or right. We put in Giuliano as a cul-de-sac for extra access as well. Just wanted to show you the landscaping plan very briefly. We moved the building plans to the south to meet the 20-foot setback. There'll be landscaping along the rear, all along here in conformance with town center standards. We agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We agree with all the conditions of approval and respectfully ask your approval as well.
All right, thank you. Would you like to be heard?
Mark Michelson, 7180 Dean Martin Drive. I'm the architect for the project, and I'm here to support it and answer any questions that I may, for you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of either of the gentlemen? All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Is this both items taken together?
Yes, they are.
It appears to be perfectly satisfactory at first glance, but I'm a little concerned about something. You have a situation here where consistently in these two cases, the Planning Commission 7-0 recommends approval, and yet somehow staff finds a basis for denial. What is the reason for staff's recommendation of denial?
Bart, are you in a position where you want to comment on that, or?
So that would not really be my place.
No, it's really Marcos. Well,
All right, well, that's fine. Marcos coming back.
Right out in a moment, sir.
All right.
Yeah. And the point of the question is not so much that they have a right to deny or contrast what the planning commission has to say about it, but I'm concerned about it. How arbitrary might that be in some instances?
All right, Ms. Wheeler, there's been a query as to why the staff recommended denial.
Yes, sir. There is a waiver request here that could be accommodated with a redesign of the project. By reducing the size of the project to a degree, they could meet all of the code requirements, and because they don't, staff is recommending denial.
Very good, thank you.
Well, in my opinion, individual opinion, for other than picayune reasons such as reducing it somewhat in some unspecified degree in dimensional scale, unless there's some utterly compelling reason for staff to credibly deny this project, I recommend that it be approved. And here's the reason. Not supposition. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard on this, please? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gentlemen, thank you very much. This is a difficult piece because of the elevation changes there, Mr. Clapsaddle, and you didn't indicate those, but I'm fully aware of them, so you guys have done a great job, especially with the architecture. I'm going to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on agenda item number 127, Your Honor. That's my motion, subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on 127, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And on agenda item 128, follow Planning Commission's recommendations for approval subject to conditions.
If I may, before the vote is taken, Mr. Mayor, this is Bart Anderson, Public Works. I would like to recommend one additional condition be placed on this item. This condition reads as follows: coordinate with the Clark County Department of Public Works to discuss any impacts to this site plan from the Beltway. Provide documentation from Clark County to the City of Las Vegas Land Development Section that this condition has been satisfied prior to the approval of any construction drawings.
All right, is that satisfactory, gentlemen?
It is. In fact, we have already been in contact with the county about that.
All right, thank you. Let's vote then.
Thank you, Bart.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
Good luck, gentlemen. 129 is SUP 18218. The applicant is Red Rock Pizza number 1303. The owner is Virgin Territory LLC. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler, or on-sale establishment within a proposed restaurant at 6020 West Craig Road, Suite 140. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Deidre Bonner. I'm actually the owner of Red Brick Pizza at 6020 West Craig Road.
Well, what kind of pizza is your specialty?
Gourmet pizzas.
What does that mean?
They're fire roasted. They're not like the regular conveyor belt, Exactly. Fresh made at the store. They're not shipped in frozen and we warm them up for the customer. They're made to order.
I'm starved now. What? Thin crust or thick?
It's thin. It's health oriented.
I gotta get up there.
Yes, definitely.
Let's approve this quickly. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
I'd hate to show you her justification letter, Your Honor, because it would make your mouth water. Ms. Bonner, welcome to my neighborhood. I'm about a block away. Do you deliver?
No, not yet. Sorry.
I'll be visiting you often then, I'm sure.
Yes, definitely. Our whole concept is for you to come in and enjoy the restaurant. There's TVs and everything in there for you to sit at your own leisure, sit there and, watch TV at your control.
Well, that's a great corner, and I see it growing, so it's good to see you there. And with that, Your Honor, I would move to approve agenda item 129, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote,
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, did you want to add hours of operation on that,
I
sir?
actually do, and she's done that herself in her justification letter. Margaret, did you get a copy of that?
What I do have is hours of operation should be limited to Monday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Sounds good.
There you go.
6 a.m. on Saturday?
No, that's not my business hours, but she was saying that was the limit.
That was the hours of the other businesses in the center, sir. so-
Correct. That is correct.
No, it's not that early in the morning, not for
Okay.
pizza.
Ms. Barnard, you agree to those hours,
Yes, I do.
and I appreciate that. And Margot, thanks for catching that for me. Appreciate it.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going to 132. 132 is SUP 18377. The applicant is Catherine Effinger. The owner is Artemis W. Ham III Trust. Request for special use permit for a tavern, limited establishment at 512 to 514 Fremont Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kathy Effinger, and I live at 9020 Leisure Springs Road in Las Vegas.
Okay, would you like to tell us a little bit about what you propose to have here in this location?
I propose to have a fresh roasting coffee shop on, I've got the 512, 514 Fremont Street.
I'll be coming along with the East Fremont Street construction.
Construction. It looks great.
Does it?
Yeah.
Making some real progress?
Yes, they are. I'm
Good.
impressed, and so is everybody down there.
That's
You
terrific.
hear that little whining, but grease the wheels, you're going to hear the whining anyhow, so.
Good.
I'm excited because hopefully I'll be finished by the time the construction is, so looking forward to that.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions, Ms. Effinger? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, semi-retired entertainment. Did you say coffee shop or tavern?
Coffee shop.
Well, what does it say in the agenda? Tavern?
Uh-huh.
Was there did somebody change their mind or what?
Both. They're both.
Oh, two. What is the name of the establishment?
Downtown Grounds is the coffee shop.
That's very clever.
The lounge is going to be Liquid Lounge.
Liquid Lounge.
Liquid Lounge. Making it easy for you. It's all liquid.
I try to give everybody help for a room of my own. But I'll go along with whatever you think is appropriate. Will there be entertainment?
Yes.
What kind?
A variety of entertainment, both in the coffee shop and the bar.
Will that include relaxed, sophisticated piano music?
Absolutely.
Would you be interested in a
Your
personal
services?
an audition?
Leave me your card, we'll look
Right.
at it.
What time you open?
All right, you're very smart.
I'll be there at the crack of ice. Congratulations, I recommend approval.
You're brilliant. Okay, anybody else want to be heard? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Catherine, it was real nice meeting with you. I think this is a fantastic project. I wish you the best of success. I make a motion for approval of item 132, SUP 18377 with all conditions, please.
All right, thanks. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Wait.
Wait.
Post? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we've got 133, which is ROC 18775. The applicant owner is Douglas P. Case et al. Request for a review of condition number 6 of an approved special use permit to allow the existing use to continue for an additional 3 years, subject to required review within 3 years at 1717 South Decatur Boulevard. It's in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hello, Art Lamenstor, 1456 Padbury Court, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here representing Doug Kays, who's also an owner of the property at 1717 South Decatur.
All right, do you have a presentation for us?
Not really. It's an existing. We currently, for the last 3 years, have had Desert Dodge park their vehicles in the rear of the fantastic indoor swap meet. We would like to continue it, the special use permit for the next 3 years also.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone like to be heard on this? The old swap meet. Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. Ms. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, first I'd like to say I passed out this information on Fantastic, just because a lot of people are not aware of what they're doing there at that location. And secondly, on my visit, I found that they really had one of the best used storage of cars that I've seen. It was screened off well, and they have also security there 24 hours, which is good for the families around there. The one thing that I requested is where you see those stones, add a little bit of the landscaping there, and I spoke with Margot Wheeler about that, and as well as with you.
Yes.
And across the way on the entrance on that other side, where you have the one palm tree that I hope comes back from the frost.
Okay.
I don't believe there was anything else, was there, Margot?
Mayor and Councilwoman, if you wish to add those as conditions, what I have for your consideration is that all dead and substandard landscaping along Oakey Boulevard shall be replaced in conformance with Title 1912, and that a minimum of 3 24-inch box trees shall be added at the east side of the easternmost driveway on Oakey Boulevard, subject to approval of the Planning and Development Department in order to better screen the parking area.
Right, right. And really, this picture doesn't do it justice because it's white, no graffiti, and it looks very good there, and no complaints from the neighbors whatsoever. So I move for approval.
All right, let's vote on that,
Is
please.
that as amended, Councilwoman?
As amended, yes.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. That ends it. 134 is, Ms. Bridges, I'll instruct you to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and Dangerous Buildings or Nuisance Litter Abatements. Thank you very much. All right, folks, we come to the time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the mic and tell us your name, and we'll be happy to hear from you. We'll put a 3-minute timer on. Before I do that, I'd like to ask, as I do now during all these meetings, is there anybody here who's homeless? All right, folks, we have 2 gentlemen. We have city employees who are here, Tyrone Thompson and Lynn Kerr.
There's a couple other brothers sitting back here.
Okay, how many are homeless? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have 3 gentlemen who are homeless. We have our city staff that I'd like you to talk to. We're ready to provide services for you. We'd be delighted to do that. We're asking you to take advantage of the offer. And Tyrone Thompson and Lynn Kerr will be here, and as soon as you're through making your presentation, I'd like you to meet with them and see whether or not they can get you into a situation where your life is bettered. All right, thank you. All right, be happy to hear from everybody.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Council and City. My name is Christoph. I have property in the city and live in the county, too. I have given you a document that it's so small that I have to applaud one of your council persons, Lois Tarkanian, who was the only person in the past 2 years that I know that took a notice of the Asian massage facilities, Asian massage facilities in the city as well as the county, but mostly in the city. I turned around and called it the name it's supposed to be fitting for it, the Asian brothel. As of this week, Your Honor, Monday, Tuesday, it will be national broadcast because they were in town Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. To me, it's a stigma of really a disgusting thing that they're going to have put on, showing that the city and the county, as well as Metro, as well as the business license person who should have checked these things, that we have white kind of slavery, we have drugs, we have people who are illegal in this town from Arizona, California, who are from different parts of Asia, working in hotels with no license whatsoever. And when I brought this subject up and all the documents, and I referred to the councilwoman and other people, everybody, including Metro, Your Honor, I'm not punishing anyone, what are you going to do? When there was a digestion to put something forward about a state license, because if you want to be a masseuse, you must have a license from that one particular agency. If you want to run a business where you're engaging in other activities other than the massage, you should have a police identification card, be processed. None of these people in the past 3.5 years, document-wise, has ever complied, even knowing that their behavior on using people who came here for 2 or 3 weeks, were brought in from California, Arizona, it's been proven, using somebody else's identity and performing all sex. This was a known fact that was not just to look at and to say, well, that's the way it is. It's a disgrace of our state and our county and city to have something that's grown from 47 when I was here and made that complaint. And today we have in all the areas, including Henderson and the Upper Good areas, 193 uncontrolled.
Well,
Metro did the great thing for Councilman Ross this morning. The sting went to one place. Councilman Ross was very, I don't know if he was surprised, but they did one big sting this morning in this area. So what I'm trying to explain, Your Honor, is, sure, this is a place of entertainment. But beyond that, what are we involved with? Illegal people, slavery at the high level of sex to entertain, and on top of it, you have nothing to do with the taxi cab authority. They know about this exists. Instead of going to a legitimate brothel, forget about it. Call up the escort service. Go down to the Asian massage parlors. So I'm trying to understand. I'm not throwing something at you that has not been explained, but 36 months later, and now it's on the national circuit as a disgrace to this whole community, that Metro didn't want to work with Dave Rogers at the DA. The gentleman in question on business license did not want to do any scope of sting or research. So that's why I'm here today. And I want people to realize it's not me. I just bring it as a message of concern with documents.
We never killed a messenger.
That's right.
Right. Okay.
So
Thank you.
I'm not saying that 6 of you should be punished because you didn't take notice and stand up like the councilwoman. But I think we should stand up now and let Metro be accounted and the DA and start moving, not with one sting, but all of them to start conforming and bring them in to be relicensed. Relicensed, and how many people and what's their names. If we don't do that, we have no accountability.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The record should reflect that we have 68 active massage licenses in the city of Las Vegas. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, City Council members. My name is Michael Lee,
67.
and I'm still a homeless individual.
Excuse me, 67. Yes.
My name is Michael Lee, and I'm still a homeless individual here in the city of Las Vegas. I'm publicly known as the Las Vegas Super Bum. I'm also a staff writer for Forgotten Voice, a new homeless newspaper. It's coming out in March, and as some of you are aware of it, those that aren't will be very soon, I promise it. The last time I was here, I pointed my finger at this group of people, and it resulted in me being able to at least temporarily get housing through Help Us Southern Nevada, and I do appreciate their effort in doing that for me and for my companion. It's a shame that we had to go through so much contention for that, to be able to get inside. I come to you today on behalf of over 14,000 homeless residents here in the city of Las Vegas, again pointing my finger. You, as a collective group of people, are our political leaders, and you have failed 14,000 people miserably. Councilman Reese with Circle Park, we have approached you about trying to come up with a reasonable solution for that. Neither you nor your staff has responded positively to that. It arrested in Joe Sacco and several other people getting arrested. Hopefully in the future we can resolve that. On January 17th, Gail Sacco came in here and thanked you all for the help that you gave putting a homeless family back inside. I want to join with that sentiment and say again, thank you very much. It shows what can happen when we do work together. Mayor Goodman, I'm not going to stand here and repeat what other things people have said about you. But I do want to say thank you, Mayor Goodman, for your recent activity in the last 2 months of asking if there are any homeless people in attendance and trying to provide them with whatever assistance you can. Hopefully it is effective. On behalf of Forgotten Voice, we will be watching that effort to see how effective it is.
Good.
And we will be in contact with your office.
So far, it's been very ineffective.
Sir, I guarantee you that this afternoon, I was out in that park telling 30 people to come the hell over here.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going right back down to Poverty Flats, people to come in.
Good.
You do your part, I'm going to do my part.
That's fine with me.
Councilman Weekly, sorry you're not here. Your ward suffers from broken window syndrome. In fact, it's a third world country where people lay 50 feet from service provider doors in the dirt. Councilwoman Tarkanian, on behalf of my community, thank you for being the only city council person who has ever taken a moment to respond or at least give us 30 seconds of your time to listen to us. Thank you. You give us hope. You give us a desire to continue to struggle forward. The rest of the city council, I want you to look at this council member right here and live her example. Be like her. Finally, I'd like to conclude by saying, in the words of the Irish freedom struggle and Robert Sands, and on behalf of my community, Shaki Allah, our day will come. Homeless, not helpless.
Right, next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Day, and I'm a homeless person. I come out here to have a new life out here, and I winded up homeless. There's a lot of things that are going on. For instance, going to the Salvation Army and trying to get clothes because I'm trying to get a job, and other people are too, but they say we have to come on certain days or we have to come with a recommendation. But how are you going to get a job when you look like I do? It's virtually impossible. And then in the means of like the housing's so expensive out here, we can't afford to live. I mean, we don't make good money like you do, but we're trying. We're trying to do the best we can to get off the streets, especially I am. You know, and I'm trying to coach with the former homeless people too. You don't have to be homeless. There's ways of getting off the street. And for instance, I go down to the social services to get help, and it means it helped me out on ID. I don't have ID to get a job, but if you can help me get ID, I'll be more than happy to be the first person to walk in here next council meeting and tell you I have a job.
And I believe you, and those folks over there are going to help you.
Okay, and I want to thank you once again, everybody, for your kindness and your help and letting us homeless people come in here. Thank you very much.
Okay, but please follow through with them, because what has happened so often is that initially there's a contact, and then when arrangements are made to provide help the next day, nobody shows up.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Please talk to these people.
Yes, and one more thing, Your Honor. I've been clean 27 years.
Which is great.
And I haven't drank in about a month now. And all I'm trying to do is get back on my feet, but I need assistance. Most of the jobs out here are union jobs. I can't afford $125 or $500. If I could, I'd work it.
Well, work with these folks. These are good people. They're going to be helping you.
Okay, thank you very much for your
Right.
time.
And if they don't, I want to hear back from you.
Yes, sir, and you sure will. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Rasan Joshua Collins. I'm a homeless advocate, and I just wanted to let the council know that a lot of good things are happening there in Frank Wright Plaza. I'm very encouraged, and just to kind of let people know the situation there and hopefully get others involved. Those interested can contact me at servingjesus99212@yahoo.com, and also you can reach Gail Sacco at 355-2764. What we're trying to do is, of course, bring food to the homeless and also hope. There's a lot of broken people out there, and there's some cases of very suicidal situations with a lot of depression due to the oppression that is out there. We have a lot of issues. People are facing disability. They're facing police charges and attacks. They're facing minimum wage. It's ridiculous. And people can't survive on it. The cost of living is way too high. So all this is happening all at once on individuals, and it's just oppression. It's just heavy burdens. And what we're trying to do is lift those burdens, any way we can. So anyone that's interested, I invite to come out to Frank Wright Plaza We're there every day between 12 and 3 typically, daily. Bringing food out to people, and hopefully we can get a lot of people involved. Again, my email is servingjesus99212@yahoo.com. I am a Christian, and I think the council or whoever is involved with providing the vouchers for homeless people to have a place to sleep. That's a good thing, and hopefully more of that can happen also. The hope, we just need to keep giving hope to people because people are really down out there, and I encourage anyone on the city council to come out and have lunch with us sometime, and get to know these people and know their issues, and I'm trying to bring them in here, but a lot of them don't want to come in here. They're afraid of getting arrested. They're afraid of getting, whatever it is. But if you guys would go out to them, that would be a very powerful thing, and it would show that you do care. Because a lot of them see, Sin City, no one cares about me. What is sin? Sin is hatred, lies, How can I trust people that are living in sin? Sin leads to hell, death. Nothing good about sin. Lois Tarkanian was the only one that said she was ashamed that this place is called Sin City. We should all be ashamed of that. But hopefully, that mentality will change. But how can we trust people that are not ashamed of sin? That means they're probably living in sin. Probably wouldn't even tell me the truth. Hopefully that isn't the case. But the Lord Jesus Christ, He says He can set you free. So if you haven't given your life to Him, be sure to do that. We're in the last days. Time's running out. Heaven or hell. It's real. And my prayers are with you all. God bless you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, distinguished City Council, I appreciate you giving me time to come here. My name is John Brown. I'm a self-proclaimed homeless advocate. I appreciate a lot of the good things I see, guys. There are things out there working. There are things you're doing that are working, and we appreciate that. We'd like to find some ways to improve on what is going out there, but I've seen the people getting off the streets down on Formaster, down on Main Street. I've seen the extra effort put into the voucher system. We want to see that followed up with some help with reentry programs. I work with people getting their job, help them get their work cards. I know where to go get them, help them get their vouchers for work cards, and help them get their IDs. I have a particular knack for that. So I'd like to see us quit being so much of opponents and become more of a working together as a unity. I think things are coming together in town. I see in 3 years, I see a lot of difference here. I've seen a lot of improvement, and I've seen a lot of effort put forth, and we appreciate that. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are you homeless right now?
I avail myself of the St. Vincent's. I have a check coming in. I use that check to buy passes and to help fund people getting their work cards or health cards, things like that I can't get vouchers for. So.
Okay, but you're okay as far as?
I'm fine. I'm great. I just want to see things continue to get better. I'd like to see us just start working. I'd like to see us not be opponents, but be working on the same side together. I think we could all push together and get in the same direction. We'd go further.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next, please.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I'm still complaining because they're still allowing people on Nellis Air Force Base. They haven't allowed me over there. They're over there planning for me without my permission. They do need free people permission. I want them to know, whoever they are, discontinue all plans to solve this problem. I don't need the plans they're making. They're making a mess and they can't see it. I'm living through their mess. They running up in there over me, having sex. I don't mean to put people's business in the street, but I left my hometown, my 2 ex-husbands having sex, taking women out there over me. And the men that's having sex with these women and the women that's having sex with these men and running out there over me, they need to understand how I feel about that. I wouldn't do them like that. I follow the golden rule, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. They're disrespecting me. And I want them to show me a little bit more respect by respecting me as far as them running out there planning for me and making this mess that I have to pay for and live through. And I get to blame for it. It's not fair. And they won't let me over there and let me out there to make this same mess. I'm not allowed to make this mess. I'm told to check in with the security forces. They should be told the same thing. I'm trying to call Nellis Air Force Base. The military police gave me OCS number for investigative service. I called, but the day that I called, public public affairs picked up, and I left a message on the answering machine, and I talked to someone, and I told them what I wanted. They're making a mess for me to suffer through. My health is not good. I don't feel like being worried. I'll be 50 in June. God bless me to see June. I'll be 50 years old. And I'm tired of begging those people out there. I don't have any control over who they allow over me, but I'm asking them, please discontinue plans. Do not plan anything. Tell the truth and turn my name over. Take my name off their program. I won't have anything to do with their business, and they shouldn't have anything to do with mine. They're not intelligent enough to mess with this. And I'm not saying they ignorant and dumb to the extent that they don't know how to help themselves and help people that's in their caliber. They just don't know how to help me. I'm not a part of what they're doing. And they're out there, the only thing they're encouraging is sex and immorality. They want me to come out and philander and prostitute with them. And if they had more intelligence, I might have done that with them. But they don't even have intelligence how to do that with somebody that's got good sense. They don't even have intelligence to come up and ask a woman for a date. An intelligent way a man should come up and approach a woman and say, I seen you and I'm interested in you. Would you like to go out? And then I have a couple of gentlemen ask me, but until I can get up in there and look in on their mental state, I'm scared. I've been through 2 divorces. I've lived with some men, and I'm not saying they were crazy, but it's things they do. I don't want to have to go through with it. I didn't say they Michael Jackson, because Lisa Marie Presley said Michael acts strange in the bedroom. I don't want to have to go through. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes you meet people and they're not the same when you go in a closed place with them. They're not the same people. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't want to go through that. So if you can send a message to the general on the military base, tell him please quit letting people out there over me, because they're ruining my health and my life with the way they plan it for me. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Next, please.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident and candidate for election as mayor of the city of Las Vegas. May I have the overhead, please? On Wednesday, 31 January 07, multi-talented entertainer and longtime Las Vegas resident Liz Renee was buried at Bunker Mortuary's Edenvale on Las Vegas Boulevard North. Approximately 40 people attended the funeral service, including homeless activist Patricia Martinelli Price, former Lieutenant Governor Dr. Lonnie Hammergren, and public interest advocate Tom McGowan. The current mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council did not attend the funeral. His single religious prayer for the soul of the departed was read by a former co-worker and friend whose name is Tom McGowan. Perhaps characteristically, R.J. Cub reporter and political gadfly David Schwartz failed to report those important facts regarding the funeral of Liz Renee. As mayor, I'll make sure the names of all deserving Las Vegas entertainers are properly recognized and respectfully honored in the city of Las Vegas for the rest of time. The written text of my public comment is submitted, requested inclusion in the meeting minutes in compliance with MRS 241, Nevada Open Meeting Law. And thank you very much.
Right, anybody else, please?
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell, a resident of the fun capital of the universe, Las Vegas, Nevada, and the come as you are city. I'm not very happy. I am extremely angry. I imagine it's hard for you to tell the difference in my case. I am extremely angry. People need to remember that, and it'll always work for me, here today, tomorrow it's at the bottom of the bird cage. I'm reminded of a character, Big Dada, in A Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. He said, lies, 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 and mendacity. Got it here. Extra, extra, read all about it. Everything that I say, hear me now please, with all due respect, is verifiable, irrefutable, and normally common in public record. I know the difference between libel and slander. We all do. I was libeled some months back on a article entitled "The Las Vegas Tribune Journal, the Las Vegas Tribune Journal family cleans house," where it was entirely fictitious. There is no Claudia Sinclair. I was the idiot that went back for a short interval, and this is all pertinent to who we are and what we do in the greatest city in America. The circulation is a fraction of what it is touted to be. I wrote a column called America's Funniest City. I intended to be the good news man. I've been very shabbily used, so has downtown Las Vegas, and as far as I'm concerned, it's deplorable. Which is to say, what is the bottom line? All I know is that the latest I understand is something to do with the Eastern. Okay. I am, to many people, the Fremont Street experience, the street dancer. I am absolutely one of the ultimate champions of downtown. I am the one that with the idea of the Russell Airport Downtown Express tunnel systems. I'm the one with the idea of the bilateral expansion of the Fremont Street experience. There is some kind of a setup here that I was supposed to do an article on the East District, which is the East Side, the Fremont Street East, which is so dear to my heart, that pardon me, it seemed to be that all I know is I was given no information for any interview whatsoever. Doors were slammed, expulsions, blah, 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 blah. The reason I am mentioning this is because it concerns what I consider the premier condominium project of Las Vegas, the Streamline Towers. I have no idea what was going on. All I know is that I was prevented in every way from doing the article, which is inconceivable that I would not want to do an article on the Fremont East District. I'm sorry. I have to draw a line. Even the patience of God, as we read the Word of God, is subject to limits. I have reason to be angry. I've been poorly used. I have been slandered. This episode, the earlier episode, was libelous. I could have the paper in a heartbeat. I don't want it. This one, well, it's the only one. It seems to be pro-big oil, pro-global warming. It seems to be quite an anachronism. However, this is a great challenge to put it all in just 4 pages. Thank you so much.
Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, thank you very much, everybody. The meeting's adjourned.